Devil May Cry is one of the best action games ever made, but while it's mostly been defined by its incredible gameplay, its storytelling is an overlooked but noteworthy aspect of its design, and that's what I want to focus on today. In this video, I'll be looking at the entire Devil May Cry franchise, including the games, the reboot, the mobile game, the 2 animated shows, and all the extra book material like its various comics and novels. As we do, I'll not only be explaining the events of this media so you know the story of Devil May Cry, but I'll also be analyzing the various themes and events within the game and even reviewing them along the way, providing my opinion on a game's story and if it was done well. As always, this video is quite long, so use the timestamps and take this at your own pace. And make sure to like and subscribe if you like the video. With all that out of the way, let's get started. Devil May Cry 1 starts by setting up the mythology of the series, conveying right from the start that this is not just a simple tale. 2,000 years ago, humans were involved in a war with those of the underworld. The deciding factor of this war came not from a human though, but a demon, one who betrayed his fellows, a being known as Sparta. Sparta fought the demon king Mundus, who prior had taken the throne from the previous demon king with the help of Sparta. But now the best swordsman of the underworld and his right-hand man had betrayed him, opting to side with the humans instead. After Sparta won, he sealed Mundus away as well as the demon world, separating the two worlds and preventing a large-scale invasion. However, he also trapped all that demonic power on the other side, and so it also seems to have taken his power along with it. In the years that followed, Sparta was presumably a feudal lord of a small town called Fortuna, who would later revere him as a god, and would also help many clans of people throughout the world fight off demons who made their way into the human world. Most important of all, though, was the loving reunion between Sparta and a human woman named Ava. They brought into the world 2 twin boys, Dante and Vergil. At one point, though, Sparta disappeared and was presumed to be dead. Not long after, around some 20-odd years ago, an attack on their home occurred, leaving Ava and Vergil dead, while Dante hid in the closet. In the present day, Dante is now posing as a private investigator running the titular Devil May Cry shop. He only takes jobs that involve demons, hoping to eventually work his way up the chain to find Mundus so that he can exact his revenge. During the night, a woman came by named Trish and offered Dante a way to do so, as she knows where he is, a far-off place called Malay Island. Malay Island's castle is probably the most unique setting in the entire franchise, explicitly because of what came before it. Many people already know that Devil May Cry 1 initially started as a draft for Resident Evil 4. While many things were changed to bring it to where it is now, it still came from Resident Evil. As such, its storytelling strengths are present here in Devil May Cry 1. Notes and diaries are often a great way to learn about the game's lore. Similarly, Devil May Cry 1 lets you physically examine shelves for notes and ledgers, but it's the only game in the franchise that does this. Further, DmC is very good at character writing, but often forgoes mentioning the broader world, like the underworld where the demons reside or the many locations we visit like Tem and Negru or Fortuna. Taking from Resident Evil though, much of the environmental storytelling and notes in this game talk about the castle. Notes and books indicate that the castles kept prisoners, as well as documents about war. Black magic and other rituals were heavily researched within these walls too. Executions were carried out quite frequently, and many staff reported questionable sightings within the castle itself. One of the staff also noted how time changes very differently here. In one part of the castle, crops never spoil, while in others they rot almost immediately. There is also a noticeably distorted version of the castle inside a mirror, called the Mirror World, that exhibits the same appearance of the castle but is notably more hostile and not entirely one-to-one. It's almost as if the whole castle is in flux, ever-changing and never stopping. As expected, the supernatural event has caused many of the staff to go mad and lose their sanity. A member of the castle even says that they plan to leave soon, otherwise their sanity will take them first. It's not entirely clear if this was by design though. Numerous castellans have ruled over this castle for many years, implying that this place has existed for far longer than we think. One note also mentions how newer castellans have started making some strange changes. The big twist here is that the castle is directly under a portal to the underworld. With that in mind, it's possible that, given its proximity, the castle was a front in a sense for the demons of the underworld, or that in recent times, their influence has slowly crept into the castle. Mundus only came back some 20-odd years ago, so his corruptive essence could have influenced the lesser mortal minds of the castle and thus driven them mad. The rigorous taxes and brutal executions also came later in the timeline as well. Further, while it's likely here for the sake of gameplay, the castle has within it Ifrit devil arms and the Nightmare Beta weapon. Weapons that are of underworld make, and yet have been kept safe in the castle. So it's very likely that the staff here has been influenced by some dark presence they never saw, merely felt it as it crawled into their minds, digging deeper and deeper as time passed. Enemy designs are also equal parts devilish, but creepy. The marionettes are the most common enemy in the game, who are said to be puppets meant to look like those employed here at the castle. Their designs and presence within the building though are rather fascinating when you realize they distinct lack of bodies in this place. I recall only finding 1, maybe 2 in total. It's as if they've all been whisked away, or worse, turned into the very same demons and now stalk its halls. It all comes to a head when you actually make it to the underworld, and it's just a fleshy monstrosity, as tendrils and tubes are pumping into a massive heart. It's meant to represent the beating heart of the underworld, as Mundus is just on the other side. Even that is suspenseful too, because he's just sitting there in this white, clean, angelic room. This is a signature flourish of Devil May Cry. The franchise's biggest inspiration was the Divine Comedy. Although it is not wise to expect direct scenes from the tale, as Devil May Cry is mainly using its religious ideas as reference, as it likes to corrupt these things with demonic power. We'll see this with historic landmarks like the Vatican City or the Tower of Babel, but here in Devil May Cry 1 it's mostly focused on God himself, and how Mundus looks like a god with his holy aura, but is anything but. But hopefully this discussion illustrates just how much Devil May Cry 1 pulls from Resident Evil. It's why I consider the castle so unique, because it's the only game that does this. By the time we reach Devil May Cry 2 and 3, the franchise will find its footing and establish its own identity. So Devil May Cry 1 serves as this weird collaboration between the two. The older foundation that made up Resident Evil, mixed with the new Devil May Cry iconography, combining themselves to make what is easily one of the best locations in the series. Something else Devil May Cry shares, mostly with Resident Evil 4, is the tone. Devil May Cry is pure camp, as it does its best to be over the top. This would be rather iconic when we approach Devil May Cry 3, as that would really set the standard for the series' tone, but the first game also did have its moments. In the very first scene, Dante is overpowered by Trish and takes a blade right through the heart. Rather than walk away or simply stab him again, she throws her bike at him? Dante, for his part, isn't dead. He's not only blowing up the bike with his guns, but even aura farms a little right after. Hilariously, this is also not the only time Dante will be impaled by a blade, only to rise up as if it didn't just destroy his insides. He'll also naturally taunt every boss he comes across. Dante's demon blood makes him effectively immortal, and his skills as a seasoned demon hunter as well as a son of Sparta leave him with little worry in life. There is no creature too big nor task too tall for him to undertake. For the Devil May Cry 3142 graphic art book, some of the devs sat down for an interview. One of the questions was about Dante's personality. Yuichiro Hiraki, one of the devs behind the game's motion capture, had this to say about Dante. Quote, Dante seemed to be a nihilistic anti-hero with a bit of a dark side. He's got these demonic powers and he could transform into a demon with Devil Trigger. Tsuchibayashi-san and I thought that he maybe prefers to fight in human form but will rely on his demon powers when he's really in trouble. So at first I portrayed him as being reluctant when he activates Devil Trigger, but shortly after starting on that design, Kamiya came over and said, no, he should be excited. He should be super excited when transforming. Devil Trigger is a power-up, so to speak, where Dante transforms into a devil. This gives him increased damage and regenerative health for a brief time. The game pays no mind to this ability, randomly giving you access to it when you get the new weapon. Now this is likely because you're required to read the manual, which does explain how to use Devil Trigger, but I also like how the game pays little mind to it in-game, almost as if the ability just comes natural to Dante. This tone of Dante as an unkillable machine that can be in and out before dinner is thematically consistent with the tones of these games. And these moments of flashiness and style make Dante and DmC stand out as a whole. But they also serve as a great contrast to the rest of the narrative, as there is no greater whiplash than playing as Dante and being amazed at his sense of coolness, only to then learn what's buried underneath it. The core narrative of Devil May Cry 1 is about finding Mundus. While much of the game is focused on combat and the many encounters therein, the few narrative moments do shine in an otherwise gameplay-focused experience. Much of it comes from Dante's bouts at Mundus' servants. Narratively, for both the lesser and boss demons, there isn't much to go on here, which is a bit of a shame. You are at most going to get a line or two that explains their origin, and even then it's likely what you'd expect, just another demon or spirit. But there are some things worth mentioning. Plasma, such as these plasma enemies, is considered evil electricity, which is kind of odd. Further, there seems to be a hierarchy of some kind within the underworld, as the nobodies are of such a low intellect that they were never given names. The Sargasso are these floating skulls that live between the edges of the sea and the underworld, implying that there is a sort of middle no man's land between the realms. The files also claim that many of these enemies are evil spirits that possess certain creatures. Beelzebubs, for instance, were spirits that once inhabited the bodies of flies. Similarly, the Sin class of enemies, like the Sin Scissor or Death Scythe, depend on a physical object to be able to manifest in this world. Otherwise, they're just evil spirits. The four most important enemies that Dante comes to blows with, though, are Phantom, Griffin, Nightmare, and Nello Angelo. They'll come back stronger and stronger each time they're defeated until they're finally put down. Once again though, outside of just being servants to Mundus, little is known about them. Nightmare is at least learned to be a bioweapon created by Mundus that is pretty much just a mass of inorganic substances. The only real enemy of note though is Nello Angelo. During a fight with the guy, Dante's necklace dangled within its view. This caused him to take 1d6 psychic damage as he storms off. The necklace, according to its description, is a part of a set, given by Dante's mother to both him and Vergil. That pretty much spells it out right there. Vergil was taken by Mundus and tortured, and is now the Dark Knight, known as Nello Angelo. It's just that Dante has no comment on this whatsoever. Despite having believed his brother was dead and now having killed him, it's surprising that Dante says nothing. However, I initially believed this to be a flaw, but it's actually quite genius given what happens later. As while no dialogue is present, I do however like the fact that his eyebrow twitches during this cutscene, showing the anger he has for Mundus. Further, we have to talk about Trish. It was hinted at early on, but Trish looks an awful lot like Dante's mother Ava. Well, it's learned that Mundus created Trish to look exactly like her. While the game refuses to elaborate on that rather important detail, it's possible that Mundus did this to weaken Dante or maybe convince him to come to the island. He may have even been lured to Malay Island just to be taken out, as Trish is actually working with Mundus to kill Dante. She weakens him during a fight with Nightmare. However, Dante not only overcomes this hurdle, but also saves Trish. Unlike Nello Angelo though, Dante has much to say to her. It's one of the rare times we actually get to hear some of his thoughts in-game.
Dante!
Don't come any closer, you devil! You may look like my mother, but you're nowhere close to her! You have no soul. You have the face, but you'll never have her fire!
I can't really imagine the amount of pain he's experienced, not only seeing a younger version of your deceased mother, but one that's also a devil that's working to betray you. All that rage and trauma from 20 years ago has been brought back. I can imagine that Dante wants to kill Trish and get this over with, but she still wears his mother's face, which is likely why he can't bring himself to do it. Trish's story is a part of a growing theme in the series, and that's not only family, but the nature of humans and devils. Trish is a devil created by Mundus, as such she has no humanity within her. Dante saving her from a falling pillar though is enough to make her question her humanity. It leads to her sacrificing her life to save Dante when he confronts Mundus.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
Voice crack aside, it's a touching scene. Despite being little more than a puppet who looked like his mother, he cared for her all the same. It's why he leaves the Sword of Sparta and the necklace with her. His entire family is dead, and their memories are now laid out right here on this floor. The scene also connects well to his lack of commentary on Nello Angelo. In an interview, Kamiya talked about Dante's personality, and he mentioned how he keeps a lot of his emotions bottled up inside because he doesn't want demons to use that against him. That's why he remained so calm after killing Vergil, but seeing Trish die likely gave him flashbacks to when his mother died, and from there he couldn't contain it anymore. Because underneath all of those jokes and sarcasm is a deeply wounded man, who's had to see the deaths of his family numerous times. The franchise will continue to revisit his past and even add more trauma atop the pile. Devil May Cry 3, which will later be a prequel to the games, actually makes this scene even more impactful. Now that we know all there is to know about Dante and what he had to deal with, it makes sense why he tried to hide these feelings. So it's not just the death of Trish, it's decades worth of trauma finally coming out. But we only really need the first game to see this trauma in full. After this, Dante leaves, ending his journey on a rather somber note. What was supposed to be an act of revenge turned into something else entirely. But that's when Mundus reappears, ready for round 2. Dante is ready to lay down his life though, as the entrance is blocked. Dante has no family and nothing else to live for but to ensure that Mundus is defeated. Once he's taken care of, who cares what happens next? So he fights Mundus once more, knowing that both of them will be dying here today. But that's when Trish arrives and helps Dante seal away Mundus.
Dante...
Trish, devils never cry. These tears are a gift only humans have.
Trish was a devil with no humanity, but after being saved by Dante, she turned around and saved him. Something with no soul would never do such a thing. Those tears that flow as a result of her guilt show her humanity, that she's more than just a devil. It's a question of what makes someone truly human, and if someone who was born a devil can be human too. While not touched upon here as well, Dante's gripes with his devil side are something that is revisited later. He sees the same battle in Trish that he saw with himself and with Vergil. What separates a human from a devil, or a human from a monster? Humanity, sacrifice, love, care. It's a quality that humans possess and something devils could never understand. Dante and Trish both showed that one can possess devil blood and still retain control of their humanity. It's touching, and a wonderful conclusion to this story. Of course, this game is still related to Resident Evil 4, so we have to have a self-destruct sequence, so the biplane that was seen in Mission 2 happens to magically appear right in front of them, as they pilot it through a cave and fly off into the sunset. As the two head on home, they change the store name to Devil Never Cry, as Trish joins Dante on his demon hunting excursions. Devil May Cry 1 is a great game. The suspenseful atmosphere separates it from the rest of the games in the series, and while it would sadly go away shortly after this, I can at least appreciate its inclusion here. The story of humanity and how it contrasts the emotions of a human and devil would later serve as the basis for much of the franchise's storytelling, as we continue to re-examine this idea and question what these two sides can do to a person. And so with all this in mind, it was no wonder that the game is an immediate hit, selling incredibly well and reviewing even better. But as is often the case, Capcom was unwilling to let this fall by the wayside. If you're a popular franchise made by Capcom, chances are games are not the only thing you'll be getting. A core component of Devil May Cry is the external media that was created for the franchise. Minus the 6 games for this series, there is also a handful of novels, comics, art books, and 2 shows, the animated one back in 2007 and the Netflix show made in 2025, whose second season should be out around the time of this video's completion. Well, assuming I get this out by May like I want to. Most of the stuff is considered canonical, although with some occasional caveats here and there which we'll talk about. For the most part though, it is canon and thus we should talk about it, especially since it's a lesser explored part of the franchise, as prevalent as these may be. Firstly, huge credit has to go to the Divinity statue or the original Devil May Cry. The fansite hosts a variety of extra material on their website. Finding stuff like this is always a huge pain, as it either takes ages to find an archive or costs an arm and a leg to purchase. So huge shouts to them for hosting all of the comics, novels, and books we'll be discussing today. I can assure you this video would be vastly different and arguably incomplete if it was not for their hard work. I'll leave a link down below if you want to read some of this content for yourself. Back in 2004 though, Capcom had hired Canadian publisher Dreamwave Productions to create a comic based on the events of the first game. The comic ran for 3 issues and covered up to the final fight with Nello Angelo. A 4th issue was rumored to be in development with a few panels still around to prove its existence, but the company shut down before they could finish it. From what remains, as mentioned, it is a retelling of the first game but in comic format. However, Devil May Cry 1 was light on dialogue, which wouldn't fly in a comic, so the staff undertook some creative liberties. The story actually begins with a fight between Mundus and Sparta down in the underworld, as we see how their infamous battle played out. We later see that Trish is talking to a man who is presumed to be Enzo. Enzo's testimony was featured in the manual for the first game and described Dante's antics as a cold killer who only took odd jobs. The comic later adds that Trish was also asking Enzo to get info on Dante's location. As the two arrive on Malay Island, rather than being forced to learn how to jump and collect orbs, Dante actually experiences some difficulties, as memories of his family flash throughout his mind. Nello Angelo also gets more characterization, recognizing that he used to be Vergil but no longer goes by that name. After Nello Angelo runs off, Dante actually gives chase. He lets his guard down when he's asked to talk, which gives him a chance to knock Dante out, followed by an apology to his mother. Before Dante gets up though, we then see a brief flashback of when the two were kids as they trained and fought. Trish also uses what I assume is healing magic to help Dante recover, something she never uses in-game. They will then later fight in their final duel as their fight mimics the one seen in the flashback. It's interesting to hear Nello Angelo actually talk as he tells Dante to quell his emotions, lest he be overcome by them as he once did. Almost like his Vergil and Nello Angelo sides are fighting as he's trying to save Dante from succumbing to his fate. As Nello Angelo dies, Dante picks up the other half of the amulet, but that's when Trish reappears to shock him unconscious, as she readies herself for her betrayal. But that's where the issues end. Honestly, it's kind of a shame that the story had to end on such a cliffhanger like that. Overall though, it's a really interesting retelling. The comic carried over a lot of the game's humor, as Dante comments on how the castle is so advanced yet somehow lacks a restroom, an odd detail that I never considered until the comic brought it up. Not really funny, I guess, but I do also have to comment on the comic's willingness to mention how Trish's sword throw didn't hurt Dante, but his fight with Nello Angelo did. A connection between the comic and the game, as Dante takes numerous blows to the heart and lives, yet he can also die by a simple demon. Unlike the comic, which was made after the game's release, the Devil May Cry 1 novel was released alongside the original game back in 2001. The novel is 198 pages long and takes place before the events of the first game. In fact, the final few lines of the novel are the first lines said by Trish in the opening, creating a perfect segue from one piece of media to the next. The story was penned by a Shinya Goikeda, a writer I strangely can't find any previous work for before this novel. Regardless, the story was looked over by Kamiya, who would help steer the story in the direction he wanted. In a postscript at the end of the novel, Kamiya says that due to their constant back and forth, Go Ikeda and Kamiya's Dante ended up pretty close together. The story starts by introducing Dante as Tony Redgrave. Dante then gets into a scrap with a local thug named Mad Dog Denvers, who he seems to have fought over 99 times. The intro is rather interesting because it seems like Dante has fought with thugs and bad people frequently. The games exclusively portray him as a devil hunter, but the novel clarifies that drug dealers, thugs, organ donors, and mafia have all met their end thanks to him. Dante then borrows some money from a colleague of his called Gru before heading to Nell Goldstein's shop. Nell is a gunsmith and Dante was one of her toughest customers. His output can make pistols shoot like machine guns, so every gun she made would inevitably be destroyed. The two have a decent, albeit strained relationship because of this, but she does find it hard to say no to him most times, no matter how many guns he breaks. His smile makes him look like a child, and a picture on her desk is of a young boy who looks a lot like Dante. This is assumed to be her son, one whom she sees every time Dante walks through her door. Act 2 begins with Dante showing a softer side, one that's quite rare for him. He and Gru are at Gru's place while they eat dinner with his family. He's even spoon-feeding Gru's youngest daughter. They don't often work together, but you get the sense that there's some mutual respect between them. It's rather adorable, and it's a side of Dante that we don't often see. It's either laced with humor or shrouded by darkness, so it's nice to see him actually get some time to relax. The following day, Enzo went to Bobby's cellar and introduced Dante to a new merc. This guy named Gilver speaks very little, but offered to show his skills against someone here, claiming that his skills will be his resume. He ends up challenging Dante, but that ends in a draw. The two then settle this tie with a drinking game which Dante wins, although both men do eventually pass out from all the alcohol they consume. Some days pass and both Dante and Gilver's exploits have started carrying them far in this merc business, so much so that Enzo has a job that requires both of them. Prior to arriving at the job site though, Gilver ends up running into Gru. He was here for an assassination contract, but Gilver was busy creating a demon army, as he was the one responsible for the rise in demon attacks recently. To silence him, Gilver kills Gru before he has a chance to run. The presence of the demons continues into the final act, as more and more people are feeling uneasy within the city. Gilver finally decides at this point to make his final move and establish a force. And so he uses all the men at the bar to create his own demons that he can use at his disposal, as he's ready for this final fight against Dante. During all this, Dante was at Nell's looking for a bite to eat as he had gone broke, but the store was attacked and covered in flames. Nell was fatally wounded in the demon attack and was too weak to escape the fire, but before she went, she asked Dante to take the guns off her table. Likely fed up with how many guns he breaks, she crafted 2 pistols perfectly suited for just him. Every single thing about this gun, every dimension, adjustment, or modification was specifically designed to accommodate Dante. One was colored ebony, and the other ivory, and thus how Dante received his iconic pistols he still wields, even today. But as he sat there watching the light fade from Nell's eyes, he realized something. Her death reminded him of his mother. The fire, her body, all the memories came flooding back. I've been calling him Dante to make it a bit more coherent, but everyone in this story calls him Tony Redgrave. When she died, Ava told Dante back in the day to change his name and forget his old life, and he obeyed, so much so that he basically forgot everything about himself. He became Tony Redgrave out of necessity, so that he could gain the power to fight the demons as equals, likely fearing that Dante was too weak to fight them right now. And so as Tony, he rose through the ranks and gained the strength he needed to fight back, enough for him to come back and reclaim his true name, not as Tony the Merc, but as Dante, the Devil Hunter. Dante then sliced his way through some demons who had come to attack him, before killing all the ones at Bobby's cellar. Waiting for him there was Gilver. For the final time, the two battled, eager to finally end this tiebreaker between them. As Gilver fell, the bandages fell off his face, revealing a face that looked just like Dante, all while a similar amulet fell from his shirt. It was then that he realized that Gilver was Vergil. In the end, Vergil's body dissipated, and Dante passed out. Days had then passed as Dante would slowly heal back to full strength, but demons don't wait, and neither do clients. As soon as he was ready and able, he got right back to work. As he sat there in his chair waiting for someone who knew the password, a woman on a bike burst into his shop, offering a job that he could never refuse. The Devil May Cry 1 novel is actually a rather good read. It gives us a look at a younger Dante, one who was a mere merc doing odd jobs and occasionally hunting demons. Getting to not only see this side of him, but also the broader world and how the criminal underworld works was rather welcome and helps put things into perspective. Characters like Nell and Gru were great additions, and the demons becoming more prominent as the novel continued created a nice rise in tension. Despite that though, time has not been kind to the novel. The novel was meant to serve as an origin story for Dante. Unfortunately, Capcom would later come to release Devil May Cry 3, which was a much more fleshed out origin story than the novel. As such, numerous elements of the novel are considered not canonical. Both the game and the attached manga start with Dante holding Ebony and Ivory already. He also goes by Dante by the time the game begins, not Tony. And Dante's first time meeting Vergil since the attack on their home was in the manga, so the fight with Gilver never happened. But future material for the franchise would clarify that these events did happen, that Gilver was an Angelo clone, and that Dante did go by Tony back then. So because of this, some of the novel is and isn't canon, and its position in the timeline had to be shifted around more to accommodate the new games. Regardless, these revisions wouldn't come for some time, and the novel would do little to boost or hinder sales anyway. As it's really thanks to the first game that Devil May Cry not only became a household name within Capcom, but it would also be talked about frequently within other parts of the industry. Devil May Cry's gameplay is often called hack and slash or character action game, but it's largely due to Devil May Cry that we even use these terms. Most of these games are ones that are 3D action games with lots of combat. While it's hard to really pinpoint what truly deserves to be called the first, Devil May Cry was undoubtedly the one that pushed the genre forward into the mainstream. Following its release, Santa Monica Studios would take inspiration from what Devil May Cry was doing and create God of War, which itself spawned its own series of clones like Dante's Inferno. Kamiya would later leave Capcom and take the knowledge he gained on Devil May Cry and use that to create Bayonetta. Final Fantasy, a series almost exclusively centered around turn-based combat, would shed its roots and start dipping into more real-time combat, with its 16th entry taking many design elements from Devil May Cry in the action genre. And speaking of turn-based, one of the most popular turn-based games of the last few years was Expedition 33. One of the game's party members, Verso, has an entire skill system based around Devil May Cry's style meter. And while it may seem far-fetched to assume that a simple style meter is an immediate reference to Devil May Cry, the director Guillaume Brochet has footage of him here on YouTube S-ranking Vergil on Dante Must Die difficulty. It's also possible that Royal Guard's ability to parry also served as the entire basis for that game's parry system. While many of these inspirations were from later, more refined titles, the series would not have gotten nearly as far as it had it not started here in 2001. A statement that the franchise would soon forget, as despite the first game's success, Capcom did not consider that Devil May Cry 1 was part of the reason they could even make a sequel to begin with, and in doing so, they dropped their combo immediately. Devil May Cry 2 is often considered one of the worst games in the series. Had it not been for the eventual reboot, its race to the bottom would have been a guaranteed win. It is so flawed on such a fundamental level. The gameplay backtracks and removes previously lauded features, while offering almost nothing in return. Enemy designs and bosses are uninteresting, and files and upgrades lack depth. Because of this and the fact that the story doesn't connect to pretty much anything that came before or would come after, fans often encourage newcomers to skip the thing entirely and just move on to DmC 3. But why? What happened? Well, we'll discuss that in due time. First, we should probably discuss what made it so infamous in an otherwise great series. DmC 2 takes place on Dumeri Island. Long ago, there was a religion whose disciples had spread their beliefs to different parts of the world. Over time, though, as new religions and civilizations sprouted, this older group soon found themselves labeled as heretics. They eventually came back and lived on what is now Dumeri Island. This group of people from different backgrounds, races, genders, and languages all found common ground here. Over the years, these people would mix and give birth to new religions and ideas. Among these people were priests of a cult who became known as the Guardians. These Guardians perform rites and exorcisms against beings of evil. Obviously, they're talking about the demons of the underworld. The manual later mentions that within their people's history, there was a time when a great swordsman from the outside aided in helping them kill the most evil god of all. This was later learned to be Sparta, and the devil is Argosax, the overarching antagonist of the game. So the people of this island were involved in many wars between the humans and demons. Chronologically, this also means that as far as we're aware, this Argosax came after Mundus, although it's unclear if it was directly after his defeat 2,000 years ago. In recent times, though, people have come to this island in search of special ores and items. Demons have also been spotted around the island, leaving their people and the world at risk. One of the island's people, Lucia, then requested help from the only person qualified enough to take on the job.
Dante.
Dante is back, and sporting what I consider to be his best outfit. He talks with Mathieu, an elder of the village, who informs him of a great evil that threatens the world. A CEO named Arius has transformed their secluded island into a demon paradise. He plans to use the artifacts of their people to create a portal to the underworld so that he can usurp the power of its old god Argisax and become a god himself. Despite the intriguing start, we can already see the ripple effect of DmC breaking away from those Resident Evil roots. We are no longer exploring a singular location. While this does offer more variety within the environment and thus more opportunities to discuss parts of the island, the game will never elaborate on it. Interacting with the environment, such as examining walls or notes, has also been removed. The areas we explore can no longer fill in those gaps, forcing would-be lore keepers to make something out of nothing. The first location takes place within the village of Mattier's people. It's such a shame that the game hops so willingly between locations because I wouldn't have minded spending the entire game here. It's got this vaguely European kind of design, not too different from the first game's castle. What's more, the darker mood also does lots of the heavy lifting here when it comes to setting the scene. The introduction of the Finnish enemies is nice too. It's a much different world out here in the middle of nowhere, one where people are captured and hung out to dry for all to see. But once the game leaves this location and Dante makes it to the actual city, that beauty is lost. The city is barren, empty, except for a few pieces of rubble or debris which are mainly just used to block you from entering. There is rarely any sign of actual life in this place, nary a soul nor vehicle, minus a single oil tanker and some tanks we'll get to later. I thought for a time that this was a Nibelheim situation, that this was all a front, an imaginary city made to convince those looking from the outside that this is a fully functioning society, but it's more likely that nothing was put here simply because they didn't want to. Looking at its original inspiration, Resident Evil has numerous games across the series that convey the destruction of its outbreaks. Of course, in that game, a human can become a zombie, so the enemies are just inherent proof that people lived in Raccoon City. But the city is supposed to be under attack from demons, yet there are no bodies, no cars, and barely any destruction. The roads are surprisingly clean despite such an attack. That's why I thought this was all a ruse, but clearly I'm thinking too hard about this. Later on, Dante also makes it to the underworld, or what I believe is the underworld. The game doesn't really clarify that part. Regardless, it's a demonic-like section like the underworld, except this time it's just areas you've already gone through, now with a weird visual effect applied to it. Looking at its other features, the files have been drastically reduced. In previous games, entries were uncovered through various and often unknown means. The more you fought the demons of the castle, the more likely you were to uncover all of their secrets. These have now been shrunk down to a single sentence. More often, these notes are what you would expect, a brief, basic dissection of the creature that you likely could have formed with your own eyes. While this is not that much different from the lore shown in the previous game, it's clear that much less attention was placed on the system, making it functionally useless. Now, once more, I'm not exactly expecting a ton of depth from this franchise, but even the enemies that are somewhat thought-provoking get little mention. From what's provided, the Finnish archetypes are living cages controlled by evil spirits that used to house criminals, giving us a look into some of the more ancient methods of punishment that existed here. These are fine additions, but then you have characters like Bolverk, who is said to be an ancient warrior who fought Sparta in the past. Its dogs, Freki and Giri, are said to be warriors who fought with Bolverk back in the day. No other mention of these beings is given outside of this. Your first encounter with Bolverk is with its dogs, leading to a proper duel sometime later. Then it just dies, and you go on your way. Each enemy's description gives you a tease of their origin, something you would expect to be followed up on, but it doesn't. Tris Magia are 3 heads, oracles more specifically, who have the knowledge of the demon world. Great, but what knowledge? Its legions, its history, Mundus' secret kinks? The Mancers are a class of mages who were deemed heretics. Like, this island's people? They were heretics once before. Are we killing the island's old residents or ancestors? Or is it just like a generic heretic across all religions? Similarly, Arius is said to be a sorcerer, but how? Magic is not unheard of in this world, but does that imply that everyone knows magic? We've only seen this displayed with Trish and Dante, and they're part demon. Is Arius also part demon? Now again, it's not like Devil May Cry 1 had a ton of depth, but there were some noteworthy things to mention, details that provided some context to the broader world. The bosses simply being servants of Mundus was basic, and I wish more could have been done to flesh them out, but a simple, yeah, they're servants was sufficient. Because that means Mundus' will is shared between them. You can apply Mundus' beliefs and goals to them as they are an extension of his power. In Devil May Cry 2, I was left with many questions, but they did not stem from curiosity, but confusion. Not from an interest in the world and a desire to uncover its mysteries such as the castle, but more so a feeling of just wanting to get the damn story straight. Many of these questions could have been asked of Devil May Cry 1, sure, and you would likely get similar static in response. But the castle provided enough answers to its own questions that I frankly didn't care about these missteps. DMC2 lacks a distinct location and suffers from a lack of depth in the files, making story and gameplay fans disappointed, wondering where the previous game's beauty went and why it was cut. Devil May Cry 2's attempts at characters have also come with its own share of additions, alongside some deviations from the original game. Dante is much quieter, rarely cracking jokes, and seems genuinely pissed off at times. Dante also has this coin with him that he keeps on his person. Mathieu asks him to take down Arius. Dante agrees to do so, but only if the coin lands on heads. Later, Lucia gets captured by Arius, and Mathieu asks him to help, which he once again leaves up to a coin flip. Then, at the finale, Lucia and Dante argue over who should go into the portal, knowing that they may never leave the demon world if they do. Dante once more leaves it to a coin flip before it lands on his side. Dante doing things because luck determines it is much different compared to the other Dante we saw before. As outlined in the art book, the game's producer at the time didn't like the wisecracking Dante from Devil May Cry 1, so he changed him to be more taciturn. This interview claims that Devil May Cry 2 is set 10 years after the first game, and since then Dante has been more tight-lipped and troubled by his past. His sudden silence was meant to imply that something bad had happened to him between the events of the two games. I find this explanation rather strange. In fact, I even think it does more harm than good, because nothing in the novel would constitute Dante being more brutish. A perfectly good reason would be Devil May Cry 1, actually, where Dante had to kill his brother and see Trish die. This event could have utterly broke him, leaving him depressed and angry at the world. I think this evolution of Dante is fitting, especially when we consider Devil May Cry 3, where he starts as this wisecracking kid with little to no concern for life, but as time goes on, he continues to lose his humanity more and more. There is a nice sense of progression and evolution here with Dante. It makes his frequent coin flips actually make sense. The coin is revealed to be double-sided, so it would always land on heads. This means that Dante was always going to take the job, he's just a bit more angsty, if that makes sense. I think portraying him this way is a little bit too far though. The coin flip, even if it was rigged, implies that Dante is toying with his clients. Dante does occasionally refuse or complain about the jobs, but rarely would he be this cynical to someone who clearly needs his help. Despite that, I think his frequent silence and lack of jokes actually fits him quite well given what just happened a game ago. But while I do view Dante's changes quite favorably, that positivity does not extend to the others. Heihachi Mishima lookalike known as Arius is a sorcerer, but his proficiency in sorcery is unexplained. What also goes unexplained is his life outside this one goal of becoming a god. The only thing we learn is that Arius is the CEO of a huge company called Ouroboros. Ah, Dante. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all the screen time I was given. And I don't use a single minute of it well. Mathieu claims that Arius' master is Argosax. Firstly, we never actually see Arius talk with Argosax, and given the guy wants to take its powers for himself, I'm not entirely sure if her recollection of these events is even truthful. Regardless, he seems to have the powers of the demons at his beck and call. Calling them to the village to steal their arcanas makes sense, but after this we enter the city we talked about earlier. Why is the city under siege? Is he just cleaning house because he no longer needs it? Maybe. This whole city, building, and company could have just been made to achieve his ultimate goal of wielding Argosax's power, but he never clarifies that. Dante is then forced to give up his arcana to save Lucia, which we'll circle back to in just a moment. Afterwards, though, Arius leaves and takes them to the ritual site so that he can summon Argosax. This part still makes little sense to me, but I might just be confused. So, Arius needs these arcana for his ritual, except Dante switched out the coin. This would ideally make the whole ritual fail, right? But Argosax is still summoned, so Arius can summon them, but he just can't absorb their power? Either way, Dante squares off against Arius and kills him. Lucia will have to fight him again later, but nothing of note is said. That's about all his screen time. When talking with some of the devs, they mention how they like the new direction they took with Arius, in that he is a CEO and not some mythical demon. In a way, I do actually have to agree. I think it grounds the story and creates themes of corruption and greed. But you need to make the villain compelling enough for people to care about the stakes. Arius shows up for only a few minutes, where most of his dialogue is classic villain stuff, like cackling and announcing his plans to conquer the world. Even Argosax himself is not without issue. They show up at the very end of the game, say nothing, and then die. Sure, I assume their goal was to take over the human world and rule as king, but part of the issue with Devil May Cry 2 is that it has little substance within its story. Adding anything, even a few lines of dialogue, would have been monumental here. As things are, Arius and Argosax are really weak villains with little presence in the plot, making me wonder what their inclusion really served to provide in the end.
King? Yeah. Here's your crown.
The only thing we do learn about Arius, and arguably the only interesting part about him, is that he created a line of clones that were made to kill humans. These clones are revealed to be Lucia. Originally going by Kai, she is one of the many servants of Arius that he created to further his plans. Lucia was considered defective and was going to be killed before she was taken in by Mathieu. This likely happened at a young age, assuming she even does age, because she does not know of her true existence and assumed Mathieu was always her mother. That's about the only interesting thing Arius has going for him, and even then it's mainly to set up Lucia. What's more disappointing though is finding out where all of this is heading. She seems to be at first a major upgrade from Trish. Devil May Cry 2 came on 2 discs, one of which lets you play as Lucia. Fan feedback from Devil May Cry 1 had many players wanting to play as Trish, so they corrected for that in the sequel. Lucia has 13 playable missions as well as her own variety of weapons and upgrades, but the missions are, unfortunately, just reskins of levels you've already done as Dante. Now admittedly some content has been taken into consideration. You don't have to fight the infected chopper again, as Dante had already gone through this area before Lucia's arrival, which might be the single greatest thing this game ever did. Much of her story though is about recontextualizing events Dante's campaign only heard in passing. Mathieu tells Dante that Lucia was captured by Arius. Lucia's campaign shows us how that happened. Despite being designed to kill humans, thus she is no different than a devil, Dante saves her. It then all leads to where you think this is going. Stop me if you heard this one before. Because Lucia was kidnapped, Dante had to give up the Arcanas to Arius in exchange for her life. But she feels as though she had betrayed Dante and her people, asking to be killed because she was designed to kill other humans and she does not want that. During this talk, the portal to the demon world opens up and so she decides to go instead, calling herself expendable, shedding a tear as she says so.
You don't need to worry about me. I'm happy if I can die like a human.
No. Devils never cry.
But...
So Lucia is just Trish. Sure, why not? Rather than create a new backstory or something tied to her people's ancient past, Devil May Cry 2 decides to give us deja vu by doing the exact same story beat that they did with Trish, using the same comment about her tears and how devils never cry. Not only is this just lazy, it also doesn't hit the same highs as Trish. It never could have. Trish was designed by Mundus to look like Dante's mother. This entire conflict is centered around Dante's family, his hatred for Mundus, his father's legacy, and the deaths of his family. It makes Trish's appearance and death more impactful because Dante was not only betrayed by someone who looks like his mother, but that Mundus was so evil to make Trish for that very purpose. Her guilt that followed after Dante saved her life caused Trish to reflect on her actions, which led to her sacrificing her life to save Dante. She felt that it was atonement for what she did, and showed us that Dante's humanity rubbed off on her. On the other hand, Lucia cried because she realized the reality of her birth. Sure, that's certainly something to cry over, but thematically it's not earned. Dante saves her just like he did with Trish, but that was before he learned of her true nature. Dante saved Trish despite her betrayal, not before. It showed strength, that Dante would save her despite all she did, because she reminded him of his mother. Further, Dante's humanity does not rub off on Lucia the way it did for Trish. She does offer to take Dante's place inside the portal, and I will commend her for doing so, but the game denied her that right. So the game's own writing cut her off from paying these good deeds forward. I guess in a sense the point is that Dante did this to spare Lucia, who likely would have died during her fight with Argosax or at least been trapped in the demon world. But since we don't hear from her afterwards, we didn't get to see what Lucia was doing with her newfound freedom. Compared to Trish, who not only found companionship, but also joined Dante at his shop as his sidekick. About the only interesting part of this conversation is what is said before Dante leaves. Mathieu offered to tell Dante a story of Sparta if he helped. Going into the underworld would mean he doesn't get to hear this story about his father, but he does not mind, for he already knows the story. It's implied that, like Dante, Sparta once chose to bear the responsibility for an attack and went into the demon world, knowing he may never leave. It's assumed that Dante and Lucia's situation is not too different from one that happened between Sparta and Mathieu. Whether this was during their skirmish against Argosax or sometime later is unclear, but the parallels are pretty apparent. This shows that Dante is becoming like his father, a protector of the people, something any father would be proud of. But compared to his story of Trish, it's just a night and day difference. Trish appears less than Lucia and yet feels more compelling and interesting than Lucia ever was, And she also... Wait. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on a second. I didn't think about this till I was saying this out loud. Where is Trish, actually? This is a sequel, yet she's not mentioned once in this game and never appears. She's just gone. Not only did the game just gut Trish from the story, her stand-in is a lesser version of her. It is such a shame though too, because I wonder how Trish would have handled this situation, having gone through something similar herself. As it stands though, Dante's quest to defeat Arius and Argosax goes as you would expect. It's a long string of missions with even less story and lore than Devil May Cry 1, as you're forced to fight hundreds of demons along the way. After Dante fools Arius' plans by blowing up his facility and interrupting his ritual, he confronts Argosax and kills the former ruler before they ever have a chance to take over the world. So it's pretty clear that my thoughts on Devil May Cry 2 have been largely negative. This is not an uncommon determination that many people who play Devil May Cry 2 come to upon finishing the game. But only talking about one aspect of its design does not convey its problems enough. Now, as I've often said, this is a story-focused video first and foremost, and we will stick to that throughout this video. However, just for this section, we do need to talk about the gameplay of this game so you have a clear understanding of the game's reputation. Devil May Cry 2 was designed to be a much easier experience than the first game. The game doesn't give you any easy difficulty like the first, but it's completely unnecessary. Enemies often stand around waiting for you to attack them. Their level of aggression has thus been turned down significantly. Dante does not have many of his old moves that you could purchase through the God of Time statues. Upgrading weapons is simply done by leveling them up, but it's unclear what you're actually doing by leveling them up. By far its most infamous inclusion though was the ability to juggle with guns. Traditionally, guns are low damage ranged weapons that, while not nearly as good as swords, can extend combos and juggle enemies in the air. They are not your go-to method of attack, but they are an essential piece of the puzzle. Guns in Devil May Cry 2 though are incredibly overpowered, allowing you to clear most rooms using just them, as they both stun lock and juggle enemies so long as you keep shooting. Most bosses in the game are also poorly designed and often encourage the use of these guns. Many of them either walk around waiting for you to hit them, or quite literally can't move from their fixed position. The infected vehicles within the city are infamous for this, as the tanks cannot move and are simply countered by walking under the barrel, while the chopper spends much of its fight off-screen and out of reach, requiring the use of the guns. Jokat Golem can be killed from a distance so long as you jump over its tentacles, and the final boss can be killed by briefly stepping out of its range of attack. Bosses also occasionally use moves that target an area rather than Dante, meaning if you just find the sweet spot, you don't need to move. This is all coupled with the Devil Trigger mode that is outright broken in regards to how much damage the guns can do. Case in point, it's clear that even those that have come to DMC 2 for its gameplay were going to be left dissatisfied, leading to the question I posed at the beginning of this section. As outlined in various interviews, working on DMC 2, as you'd expect, proved to be an awful experience. Bingo Morihashi, a writer for future Devil May Cry games, was mostly doing translation work and writing the manual. He recalls getting little sleep and coughing up blood at the office. Hideaki Itsuno at the time was also penning an idea that would later become Dragon's Dogma. During this, Capcom brought him on as the director for Devil May Cry 2 and told him he only had about 6 months to get this all finished. Looking at what was created in the time before his arrival, he found that the scenario and cutscenes were not written or shot. Only small things like Stinger, one of Dante's moves, was finished. Itsuno replacing the old director also led to some drama within the company, which didn't exactly help the immense pressure he was already under. So safe to say, Devil May Cry 2 was the result of mismanagement and confusion, as it forced its developers to restructure and change everything with little time to test its applications. Capcom needed that game out the door yesterday, so they hired people outside the core dev team to help it push across the finish line. But this caused even more problems and even more stress on everyone involved. In the end, the public got what we discussed, a game with an even worse gameplay system, a disconnected story, and a complete betrayal of what came before. When lamenting on his time with Devil May Cry 2, character designer Daigo Ikeno says that looking back, the team did not take Devil May Cry 1 into account more. Their attitude was more about doing what they wanted to do rather than what they should have done, further saying that there wasn't enough recognition amongst them that Devil May Cry 2 only got made because of Devil May Cry 1's success, and so they shouldn't have taken that for granted. Game development is hard, much harder than me sitting here with a mic berating someone else's hard work. I try to remember that when I make these videos, and it's why I delve so deep into the development history. Not just to give credit where it's due, but to also answer my own questions. While I could simply preach to the choir and poke fun at Devil May Cry 2 like everyone else, I wanted to see why this happened. No one wants to make a bad game, so something like this had to come from somewhere. Reading the comments from these devs about their work life at Capcom, the stress they were under, and all the hard work they did, it would be wrong of me to not at least acknowledge that. While I wouldn't exactly call my work creative, I do make videos on a site that encourages creativity. The development of my own videos could be a story in itself, just like the development history of Devil May Cry 2. As such, I've become more sympathetic towards stories like this because I sometimes can relate to the struggles of being pressured to release something on time, while also making sure it's not a complete disaster. This is why I personally find it hard to tear into a game without at least acknowledging what happened, because I know that the team didn't want to make something like this. But unfortunately, time, resources, and other things behind the scenes got in the way of their creativity, culminating in one of the worst games in the franchise. Fortunately, while the game's development was derailing fast outside of Capcom, it seemed like things were going smoothly. Shinya Ikeda was brought back to make the second novel for the franchise. Once more, this takes place before the most recent game and leads right into the events of the game. The first thing the novel does clarify is that the shop changed its name back to Devil May Cry. I assume it's to keep continuity with the game's title. The ending of Devil May Cry 1 is the only time the shop's name changes, so it seems like this was a deliberate attempt to make sure the title matches the shop. Besides that, it was also learned that Dante is not the only hunter. We saw in the first novel how mercenary work was commonplace within the city, but devil hunting was usually something only he indulged in. Now it's become a worthy business venture to some. The story continues as Dante talks to Enzo again, who drives him to yet another job, this time at an old temple that had recently been in the news. Reports suggest that the place had collapsed, killing several monks and priests who were inside. Dante naturally comes across some demons, the leader of which is a succubus, who, following the death of Mundus, managed to amass a small army of hers with the hopes of breaking into the human world, claiming victory over easy prey. He would then later meet the acquaintance of a woman named Beryl, who was briefly mentioned in the prologue. She was the one who called Dante about this job, but she ends up firing a few shots at him by accident. Beryl has a scar that burns when in the presence of something called the Beast Head statue. She felt its presence when running through the darkness and shot blindly in that direction in hopes of killing the demon who carried it. Ironically, the demon who held it was the succubus, who got away after Dante pulled back during their fight because of the initial shots that Beryl took. After apologizing for the mistake, she explains that the statue was smuggled out of the underworld about 2,000 years ago, so roughly around the time Sparta defeated Mundus. While this happens, a low-level street punk by the name of Dukas the Rat was sleeping in his bed until something crashed through his window. Come to find out, the succubus had been severely wounded from her battle with Dante and crashed into his apartment. Now, the rubble had actually covered the succubus, so Dukas was unaware that a demon had just landed into his apartment. He then picked up the Beast Head statue and it started to talk to him, asking Dukas if he wanted to know his full potential. The novel calls this a Faustian bargain, or in layman's terms, a deal with the devil. He had unintentionally sold his soul for whatever destiny he believed he had. His boss, Mr. Chen, had come to examine the wreckage, full well knowing there was a demon in his apartment. Dukas managed to give him the slip though, but Chen didn't mind. He used this as an opportunity to see what the statue was all about, and to see who else would be gunning for this statue. One of the first things Dukas did after leaving with the statue was, naturally, gamble. He was able to rack up a sizable amount of earnings from the casino. This would continue for an entire week as Dukas earned millions of dollars. Gripping the statue lets the wielder see not only the past, but the future. He was able to use his power to correctly guess bets when gambling, which is how he became so rich. Shortly after another night of partying and betting, he foresaw his own death at the hands of Dante. He would later sprout wings and fly to a yacht owned by Mr. Chen, but the power of the statue overtook him and he started grinding it away with his teeth, until he eventually became the Beast Head demon. During their fight, our duo would be swallowed by its large jaws and be transported to an alternate dimension. While they were both out, they were dreaming. Beryl seemed to dream of the night she was attacked by a demon. Her father had found the Beast Head statue and used it in hopes of bringing his wife back to life, but its power corrupted him, turning her father into a demon. During this attack, her father had stabbed her with the Beast Head statue. That's how she got the scar and why it grows hot when in the presence of the statue. After the dream, she awoke to Dante watching over her as they both sit inside some cave. Dante then runs into Shadow, but Shadow recognizes Dante, for his master was Nello Angelo. It's learned that Dante is in a parallel world. In this world, the Dark Knight Sparta had also allied with the humans to defeat Mundus. But the humans turned on him, drugging him and offering him up as a tribute to Mundus. Nello Angelo would also be the one to fight against Mundus, while Dante himself allied with the Demon King. However, Nello Angelo was killed in a fight against Mundus, so his underlings, including Shadow, have taken over in his stead. The other four leaders of the group were four men who looked vaguely human. Their names were Phantom, Blade, Griffin, and Frost. All of whom, including Shadow, were the names of enemies in Devil May Cry 1. Each of them were actually creations of Mundus, thus sworn enemies of Sparta, but Ava puzzled them. Ava was a human, but matched Sparta as an equal. Her kindness is what gave these men their strength. It seems no matter what world she comes from, Ava is always going to be Ava. After hearing their story, Dante offers to help these guys kill this world's Mundus too. This results in a large-scale battle against hundreds of Trishas that Mundus had summoned, and then a proper encounter between the two again. 3 days had passed while Dante was in this world, during which Mr. Chen had witnessed Dukas slowly morph from the beast to the actual statue itself. Chen then decided to use the statue for his own purpose. Dante and Beryl get back right when the statue was completed in Chen's possession. Chen's desires were that of infinite knowledge, everything from the beginning of the world to the end. In doing this, he was able to learn the swordsman style of Sparta. It proved to be a tough fight for Dante, but Beryl was able to shoot a magical bullet right into its chest, creating a magical vortex which Dante plunged his sword into, destroying Chen and the beast-dead statue for good. Months then passed as Dante is back to full strength. He and Beryl destroyed Chen's remaining labs, with Beryl disappearing soon after. She left her rifle with Dante, which made him assume that she would go back to civilian life now that she avenged her father and destroyed the statue. With the job complete, he was ready to relax, but it seems like he's never short on clients these days. Just as he sat down at his desk, a sword with a map attached to it was thrown through his front window. Another job, another invitation, this one pointing towards Dumeri Island. Unlike the games, I actually found the second entry here to be better than the first. There were so many fascinating parts of the novel that it's hard to list all of them. Beryl was a great side character, and I like how her inclusion was tied to the whole narrative. It once more also expanded upon the broader universe of the games by showing what Dante does outside his jobs. The creative use of the parallel world was a nice touch. Having Dante interact with creatures he once fought made for a very unique dynamic during the chapter. Chen was as much of a madman as Arius, both rich and powerful men with lofty ambitions, but Chen's desire to know all things on top of his consistent presence made him a much more likable villain than the game's sorcerer. But the novel likely gained a little attention. Most external media do, especially when it's tied to a game that not many enjoyed. Hideaki Itsuno was also not super happy with the game they had made, but was happy to at least have it released. He wanted to be a part of one of these projects for the entire duration, not just 6 months before release, and he also did not want to be known as the director of Devil May Cry 2. So when DMC 2 was finished, he immediately asked Capcom to direct the third entry. He also got much of the old team to help him, recognizing that many of them were new at Capcom and hadn't exactly had a blockbuster hit yet. Itsuno assumed that many of them were likely going to quit afterwards. Hell, he was thinking of doing the same thing if this next project had failed. But he was able to convince some of them to stay on, that this would be a swan song of sorts. And so with the team having a clearer understanding of what went wrong, and Itsuno finally able to helm the project from the very start, the entire team created what many of them assumed to be the last game they would work on for Capcom, not knowing that they would create what is arguably considered its best entry. Due to the lukewarm reception of Devil May Cry 2, Itsuno and the team decided to go back to basics. Bingo Morihashi had thought of creating an alternate world in which Vergil was still alive, otherwise that would conflict with the events of the first game. Itsuno didn't seem to mind and said that if it was a parallel world, then so be it. He trusted his writing ability to make things coherent. As a writer, though, he was worried about creating some inconsistencies, especially those that would conflict with the first game. Over time, though, the parallel world idea was dropped and replaced with a prequel. Thus, we start our timeline from the very beginning as we explore the brothers' history and their bond. Devil May Cry 3 begins before Dante even comes up with a name to his shop. We are only in the first cutscene and we can already see a drastic shift in tone here. Not just compared to Devil May Cry 2, but even the first game. Within 2 minutes, Dante spins his chair and phone just to take a call. Gets ambushed by demons and walks off the attack while he turns on some music. Uses the blade stuck in his body to break a fan that kills a few demons, rides one of the demons like a skateboard, and shoots a bullet at a cue ball, which knocks into the other pool balls, which themselves knock into other demons. Mind you, we haven't even started playing yet, and we are just getting started. We have 20 straight missions of this. Every single cutscene is designed this way. It's all about how to make the mundane not. Take this for example. Dante is meant to climb up this massive tower. Rather than ride a bike up the wall, which for the game would actually be quite tame, part of the tower breaks off, forcing Dante to ride up the broken piece. He then uses that momentum to swing the bike as if using it as a weapon. A large part of Devil May Cry's identity these days is absurdism. These flashy action-packed scenes that have no business being this crazy. It's something that's continued to define the games and discussions surrounding them. I mean, let's consider the fact that in the future, Dante will actually take this moment to heart and use a bike as a real weapon. We saw this kind of style in Devil May Cry 1, but it was not nearly as pronounced nor as iconic as it was in this game. While it will always lament its brief attempts at horror, part of me understands that this is where Devil May Cry really belongs. Similarly, while brooding Dante is an understandable evolution, when going backwards in time, it only makes sense that this cockiness of his gets higher the younger he is. This Dante has yet to go through those troubled days of the first game, and so much of his life has been rather carefree in a sense. He's certainly dealing with some hardships, but it's buried under tons of comedy that you'd never know it was there. He's also got something to say for every situation, be it against a demon or his own brother.
Easy, Fido. How about I take you out for a walk? Come on, puppy. Let's go.
Devil May Cry 3 also not only builds off the style seen in previous games, but even shows us where that came from. Dante is genuinely having the time of his life here. He's never felt more alive in these moments and right here. That's why the game goes all in on this philosophy, making momentous efforts to layer every single scene and voice line with a sense of style and flair. Narratively, this not only perfectly reflects the kind of attitude we see in this younger Dante, the cutscenes are they're just really cool, man. I am unfortunately susceptible to things that are very cool, and Devil May Cry has a lot of that. Further, the game has its own little touches, like introducing the levels by its own respective number. Sometimes it's hidden, but more often it's there to close out a fight, adding a nice cadence to this stellar ensemble as the game transitions to you, letting you conduct the orchestra. I've always found these little moments to be rather enjoyable. They're simple additions, but they convey so much life and flair. It's clear evidence that the team had fun making this game, quite the change in tone compared to their time with Devil May Cry 2. Ironically, brooding Dante reflected its harsh development cycle, whereas carefree Dante was simply reflective of the team's new outlook. When talking about his time with Devil May Cry 3, Morihashi mentioned how the game's 20 missions were figured out in 5 hours over the course of 2 days. This middle ground, where it wasn't too short to where they had to rush their talks, but not too long to where they had time to question them, left them with just enough time to make what we see in-game. Because having a maniacal jester who Dante makes dance with his guns is the kind of thing that can really only come from a long night of burning the midnight oil, where you're too tired to question your work, unaware of just how stupid this really is. But that's what makes Devil May Cry 3 both so iconic and unique. As mentioned previously, this kind of thing has become the lifeblood of Devil May Cry, wherein each game continues to get more wacky and more absurd, with Dante himself getting more and more stylish. But what's most impressive about Devil May Cry 3 is how it can actually weave these sillier moments with some genuine heartfelt storytelling. Not long after leaving his office, Dante sees a massive tower known as Tenmin Negru ascend to the heavens. This tower is the main location of the game. Devil May Cry 2 took place in various empty streets and towns, places that had little to no history or substance about them. The tower, by contrast, takes elements from the first game's castle. It's all about verticality here as you slowly make your way up to the top. You'll frequently be asked to backtrack to older areas so you can use new items on old doors or other places that were previously locked. About the only thing missing from the first game is the ability to examine the environment, a method of storytelling I continue to mourn. That said, there is plenty to discuss about this place. The tower was initially built by disciples of the Demon Clan, but it was reportedly sealed away by Sparta a long time ago. He did this by not only using his own blood, but also the blood of a priestess. As a precaution, it also requires his perfect amulet, the same one given to both Dante and Vergil. The halves must be joined in order to fulfill one of the steps necessary to open it. The tower's purpose, however, is unclear. It's described as a holy place and can also open a portal to the demon world, but there are plenty of rooms within the tower, suggesting that it was likely not just built to be some elaborate key. Much of the decor in this place is pretty hostile. Spikes, jagged edges, no guardrails implying OSHA was nowhere to be seen here, and lots of middle-age-esque imagery. Visually, it's beautiful, but there are some sinister things going on here. I mean, the mere fact that it houses demons and came out of the ground should be more than enough evidence to support that claim, but there are also numerous looking statues that represent angels, but they're skeletal. A few of the rooms have piles of corpses and swords, implying that many died here, although who or why is unclear. One room does contain 3 trials, which were likely ways to test warriors and could explain where the corpses come from. But there are also numerous altars and other religious rooms where people practice whatever worship they took part in. And there's even a library which likely housed the place's ancient history, although once again we unfortunately can't read it. But of course the tower is more than just empty rooms. Tons of demons and other entities are waiting to kill anything that walks past. Much of the demons here are either souls that were malformed or experiments. Soul Eaters, for instance, are a collection of demons who died, whose souls are now fused together in a sense. There's a lot of chess pieces which are said to be the Underworld's creations. Kind of funny to imagine the demons playing chess to pass the time here. Some of them, though, like the 7 Hells, are considered to be jailers who watch over the dead. Each one is named after one of the 7 deadly sins, like greed or pride. Their role is basically to watch over and punish souls who committed sins of their respective names. But now that the tower has been summoned, they're here to hunt down innocents as well. And most fascinatingly of all are the Fallen, demons who lied and deceived their victims and now pay the price for it. Unfortunately, Devil May Cry will never explore the inner workings of demon culture. Hierarchy, status, religion, and values are merely speculative. But time and again we've seen evidence of some kind of system being in place here. The inclusion of these Fallen is fascinating, because it's interesting to see demons being punished for lying to their victims. The Fallen are also not unique enemies either. They're a standardized enemy type that becomes more frequent in later levels. So this isn't just some unique occurrence, but a consistent part of the laws and rules. It's almost like a respect kind of thing is going on here, where the demons punish sinners and souls, but also make sure other demons don't go too far? Again, it's all speculation, but you'd think a demon deceiving their victims is like part of the culture here. To make matters even more confusing, the place is also guarded by numerous guardians who serve as the game's bosses. Cerberus being the first boss of the tower is obviously intentional, as the three-headed dog is said to guard the gates of hell. But Cerberus is just one of the many bosses within this tower, although their purpose here is not fully understood. Each one seems to have their own goals, none of which seem to be as world-defining as Arkham's or Vergil's. Rudra and Agni are gatekeepers who are searching for a host worthy enough to wield them. Nivan wields the power of lightning and uses her figure to seduce humans down dark paths of hell, while Beowulf is eagerly waiting for the day Sparta returns so he can get his revenge on him. Disappointingly, we learn next to nothing else about them outside these brief descriptions. One could assume that they can't leave the tower due to it being sealed by Sparta, but it makes you wonder why they are so important. Regardless, they now sit idle waiting for humans to pass through the domain, although as you'd expect, customers aren't exactly lining up outside the door here. From the imagery in-game though, it's also no secret that the tower is meant to represent the Tower of Babel. Within the book of Genesis, it said that the people of the world spoke one common language. These people came together to build a tower that would stretch to the heavens, but the Lord came down to the city and confused the people by giving them different languages. They were unable to communicate with each other because of this, and thus the Tower of Babel cannot be finished. Temin Negru is merely using the idea of the tower, not the language part, although there is lots of meanings here that I find fascinating. The Tower of Babel was intended to reach God, since the heavens are in the clouds, so it's kind of ironic that the tower in-game reaches to the sky so it could open a portal to the demon world. Its ascension to the sky is also done by a singular person, Arkham. He wants to use the tower so he can gain the powers of Sparta. So rather than a collective effort to reach a place of holiness, it's a single man's ambition to reach a place of corruption. It's an interesting twist on the old biblical story. Overall though, the tower is a great location. I'm still a big fan of the castle and likely always will be, but it did feel like we returned to those old days, albeit briefly. Both locations highlight exactly what we missed from the second game. When the game takes place in various unknown locations that were purely designed to add variety, it loses that personal touch and history. It's impossible to discuss the nature of just about anything in Dumeri Island, as there is nothing to go off of. Both the castle and tower were central to the plot. There was a purpose behind their inclusion. It wasn't just because the idea of making a vertical map was a unique take, it's the fact that the tower itself is integral to the goals of everyone involved. Case in point, the reason Dante is even investigating this tower is because it was raised by none other than his brother Vergil. It's been a whole year since they last met, and judging by their attitudes, they left on bad terms. The first third of the game is spent climbing the tower and going through the rooms we already discussed. Something I do want to highlight though is what happens when you get to the top. Waiting for Dante is Vergil. Vergil needs the amulet Dante carries, and Dante wants to settle some unfinished business between them. It ends with Dante losing as Vergil stabs him in the chest. Despite seeming like the end, Dante is able to survive this wound by tapping into his devil powers. Players of Devil May Cry 3 might find it a little bit odd that Devil Trigger is missing, as it's a pretty integral part of the gameplay. At this point in the timeline, Dante has essentially refused to use these demonic powers. Vergil even questions why he won't give in to such power, the power that their father had bestowed upon them. Dante's follow-up statement about him not having a father clearly illustrates how he feels about Sparta and his demon blood. Whereas Vergil sees it as a gift, something to be harnessed, Dante rejects it. This perfectly aligns to how they are presented, and it's almost ironic actually. When discussing the brothers within the art book, some of the devs mentioned that their differences were focused on much more than their similarities. Vergil does not have the same attacks as Dante. He also wields a much quieter weapon design-wise, and that is in the form of his Yamato, compared to Dante's Loud Rebellion, which is a lot larger and features much more intricate designs. Supposedly, Yamato means great peace or harmony, thus it is a direct contrast to Rebellion. Dante also uses guns, something Vergil refuses to use, and he is also unwilling to use his demon blood, while Vergil accepts his demon side, sometimes even more than his human one. They are both so close, yet so far from what Sparta likely envisioned for his sons. About the only thing they share is their blood, and that's the most bitter irony of all. Despite their hatred for each other and their opposing ideals, they share the same father and are still brothers. Devil May Cry 1's Dante had mixed feelings about his brother, feelings that would resurface when he fought him as Nello Angelo. It's Devil May Cry 3 though that would lay the groundwork for this version of Dante. But prior to that event, which we'll talk about later, we see before us a Dante with a clear mind. One who does not like his father, rejects his demon blood, and one who does not like his brother. We still aren't sure what happened back then, and future games will give us a bit of a breadcrumb trail to follow, so it is a story we will have to discuss a bit later. But that unknown event in history birthed what we see in-game. A feud between two brothers who are at odds with each other, but are oddly enough just two sides of the same traumatic coin. There is a reason Dante and Vergil became so iconic within this franchise. Their story is one that the series will return to time and again as we continue to learn more about them, and how the two of them also talk their differences out in the only way they know how. But they aren't the only ones dealing with the troubles of family. Another person seen within the tower is a woman named Lady. Initially going by the name Mary, her story is intertwined with the brothers as she is opposed to Vergil's partner, Arkham, who has learned to be her father. Arkham became obsessed with the unveiling of Temin Negru. He desired the powers of the demon world much like Arius. In doing so, Arkham had killed his wife Kalina Ann. Mary had found out about this and decided to hunt him down, forsaking the name that he gave her. I loved the symbolism of her name. Lady is both her name, one given to her by Dante, but also a way of showcasing her identity. In one sense, it's as I said before, a way for her to relinquish the ties she had to her father, but it's also caused her to lose her identity in the process. She is now just a lady, a woman, one who's dedicated her life to hunting demons in order to kill her father. She staked her whole life on this mission. It has become her only purpose. So, who is Lady when all this is over? Or did she even think it would get that far? She initially is put off by Dante's presence because he's a demon, but she slowly learns to tolerate him as the game goes on. At one point, Vergil kills Arkham, claiming that he no longer needs his services. Lady arrives a bit too late to the party, having never succeeded at completing her only mission. She initially assumes Dante is to blame, which results in her acting violently towards him. This was her only goal in life, and Dante took that away from her. What's so compelling about Lady, though, is her feelings towards her father. After Dante walks away and chases after his brother, Arkham starts showing signs of life. Lady is ready to end him right there for real this time, but she hesitates. Arkham confesses that he was manipulated by Vergil, that he did horrible things to their mother, and that he is sorry. This man is absolutely lying to her. He doesn't mean a single thing he is saying here. He's only saying this so Lady can get rid of Vergil for him, but Lady doesn't know that, and yet she believes him. Her willingness to immediately believe her father shows us exactly who she is. She became Lady out of necessity, but deep down she desperately wants to be Mary again. She wants to believe that this is all a lie, that there must be some cosmic explanation for why this all happened. She doesn't want to accept the fact that her father simply killed her mother for power. The truth is too much for her to bear, and so, upon being given an easily digestible answer, she believes it, which Arkham uses to exploit her. Having been given a new lease on life, Arkham takes advantage of the situation. Dante, Vergil, and Lady all meet, but with Dante and Vergil weakened from their battle, it lets Arkham overpower them all. He needed all of them here for his plan to work. Dante and Vergil's necklace was the key to unlock the portal to the demon world, but Lady's blood would serve as the catalyst as her lineage can be traced back to the ancient priestess who Sparta killed to steal this place. Given that Lady shares her blood with her mother, it also makes you wonder if Arkham really even loved Kalina Ann, or merely got with her just to use her blood. Kind of a horrifying thing to think about. But while Arkham helped get Vergil to the summoning site, it was his actions as Jester that pushed Dante here. Jester showed up early on and was quite the character. Owing to his name, he does like to crack a few jokes, but he does have an ulterior motive. When crafting the character, Jester and Arkham were initially going to be two separate entities, but they later felt that making them one and the same was better. Quote, I really think the addition of Jester makes Arkham into a more full-bodied character. By adding that lecherous nuance to his ordinarily serious face, you get a fascinating character. You can't help but chuckle upon learning his secret, given how serious he is otherwise. Arkham's attempt to gain demonic powers failed, so he really isn't all that powerful. Transforming is pretty much all he can do. It's elaborated on a bit more in the manga, which we'll cover next, but Arkham sacrificed his wife as a part of a summoning ritual. He desires the powers of the demons. He studied the dark arts extensively, and is likely where he first learned of this ritual. He assumed that his wife Kalina Ann would serve as a good catalyst, but it only gave him a nasty scar and a weird personality. I find this kind of hubris in storytelling to be interesting. That the villains didn't exactly realize the extent of the power they craved, or the price it would require, and as such paid in full. Arkham and Jester are very similar to Dante and Vergil in that sense, that they are complete opposites. But both sides of him seem to be under his control. That's why he's able to overpower the trio, as neither of them are on the same side. Arkham is then able to complete the ritual and unleash the portal that leads to the demon world. Having been betrayed by her father again, it gives Lady new perspective. It reinforces her goal to stop her father, knowing that nothing he says now will change that. Not this time. But Dante, of course, has his own reasons for stopping him. This not only leads to a brief conflict between them, but also allows Dante to assume that mentor role he had for Lucia and Trish. When he started creating Lady, Morihashi wanted to make Lady older. His initial idea was having her be a chain-smoking demon hunter who would sort of be a mentor type to Dante. Itsuno had shot down the idea though. They were really focused on making sure that Devil May Cry was a hit in Japan first before they started moving to their reception overseas. And so Itsuno had asked him to change the design, claiming that the only way she would be popular in Japan is if she looked like a high schooler. I'm not even really sure what to say about that one. Regardless, the change in role worked out well here. Dante recognizes their shared history, both a part of dysfunctional families who also have, shall we say, less than favorable feelings towards their fathers. But Dante is less experienced, so the two end up actually helping each other in a sense. Lady initially told him that she needs to kill Arkham, that her soul is screaming at her to do it. This made Dante reflect a little, and made him realize what he needs to do. He claims at first that he didn't care, but his talks with Lady had changed him, showing him a different side to it all. So now he vows to do this for her, to help her complete her quest. That's what his soul is telling him to do. Lady thanks Dante and gives him her iconic rocket launcher. She named it after her mother, Kalina Ann, so in some ways Dante is taking Lady and Kalina Ann's soul with him, becoming a vessel for which they vicariously live through as he completes Lady's job for her, simultaneously granting both their souls the peace they desire. Ultimately, Lady does actually end up being the one who delivers the killing blow as Dante severely weakened him. She doesn't mess up this time and does actually kill her father. There are plenty of nice little touches in the scene that make it quite memorable. After firing, you can hear her gun click multiple times. It implies that she wanted to keep shooting, to keep punishing him, or that she was so focused on killing her father she didn't even notice. What follows is laughter that slowly turns into crying. Maniacal laughter, the likes of which can only come from killing the man you swore vengeance on, but tears that later follow once you realize that nothing's actually changed. Her mother is still dead, her father betrayed them, and even after shedding her name, her father's defining feature, his heterochromia, still remains on her forever. It's a part of her that she can never escape, but they often say that time heals all wounds. Lady's resolve has shown that she won't let this define her. She may be a lady in the most basic definition now, a simple woman with nothing left to define her, but she's now a woman with plenty more to come. Her father's death, her lifelong mission is now finished, and as such she's now been given a chance to be someone who isn't out for revenge, someone who could choose what they want to be, without the shackles of their family narrowing their path. But who she becomes is a question that will have to be answered later. It's become quite the trend recently where with every new DMC game we get a cool heroine sidekick that joins Dante, but dare I say, Lady might be the best of them all. Her story within the game is fantastic. Devil May Cry really does excel at characters, and the series' strongest theme is family. Every game so far has dealt with family, and we'll see this continue to be the main focal point of future conflicts we have yet to cover. The team clearly recognized this during the making of Devil May Cry 2, but they just didn't create enough of a backstory to separate Lucia from Trish. The team corrected for this mistake by making Lady a simple human girl on a quest to kill her father. She is not a devil, nor the offspring of one, just a pure regular human, doing her best to avenge her mother as she believes it's all she could do. I'd also say that Arkham is a pretty strong villain from a writing perspective. While I do understand the appeal of strong supernatural entities, I do like the more grounded approach. We as humans are the creators of our own demises. Greed and power can often blind us in ways we don't see until it's too late. I really like that Arkham was able to achieve his goal and in a way that's believable. It makes him compelling that we were utterly fooled by him. Arius being fooled by Dante made an already laughable villain even less convincing, as it was hard to take his plan seriously when he seems to have failed at every step. All told, he's a great villain, but he's not the main course. The game has been leading towards the fight we all know is coming. But since Arkham has so lovingly ruined their plans, to settle their differences, the brothers will have to work together. During this, Dante ends up getting into a fight with a demon known as the Doppelganger. According to its description, it's simply a demon that takes the form of the host. It's also described as a demon composed entirely of shadow. Mechanically, this is a pretty cool fight that lets the player fight something akin to Dante rather than a regular demon. But Dante speaks to it, saying that he no longer needs him anymore as he has all the answers he needs. In psychology, shadows are often meant to represent the darker side of an individual, one they may hide from the world. It's pretty interesting that the doppelganger claims to mimic its foe's appearances, but chooses to represent itself as Dante's devil trigger form, not his human one. There has never been a clear answer on this topic, but I've come to believe that it's a metaphor for Dante's demon and human side coming to terms with each other. Dante had rejected his demon heritage, which is why he couldn't use Devil Trigger till his fight with Vergil. I think this is when Dante was struggling to reconcile with both sides of himself. By the time he gets to this fight though, Dante has been able to enter that form and has no issues doing so. Further, he no longer sees his heritage as a bad thing. He later will say something like this to Vergil in a few minutes, where he proclaims that within each of them is the soul of Sparta. His demon side is not something to be feared, but embraced. That's why he no longer needs the shadow, because the questions he asked for years have already found their answers. That would also explain why the doppelganger doesn't die in a sense, but rather merges with Dante when it's defeated. It's as if the two sides of him are now officially merged, with no room for doubt about his past and his feelings on it. While all of this is happening, Arkham goes through the portal and uses the amulet on the Force Edge. This was the weapon Dante wielded in Devil May Cry 1, and as we recall, when combined with the amulets, the sword becomes the Sword of Sparta. Thus it gives Arkham the power of the legendary Dark Knight himself. But as expected, the power of Sparta is overflowing. His body cannot contain all of it, causing him to malform into this purple goo monster. The fight itself isn't really too difficult, but Dante is finding it hard to make a dent in this blobby body of his. Arkham mocks him, claiming that he is nothing more than a half-breed, and someone with only half the blood of a demon can never compare to a true demon like Sparta. But that's when an unlikely ally comes to help. Dante and Vergil have some unfinished business. Arkham in this case is nothing more than the appetizer, a warm-up before they really let loose on each other. While Arkham is partially correct, a half-breed could probably never defeat a full demon. Last time I checked, two halves make a whole.
I'll try it your way for once. Remember what we used to say? Jackpot. Not very classy for someone's dying words.
Devil May Cry 3's Jackpot still remains the single best scene in the whole series. Nothing before nor after will come to top this for me. You could write an entire thesis on just the symbolism of this scene. On the surface, this is another excellent and cool scene, just like the many that came before, but there is so much going on here. Dante asks Vergil if he remembers what they used to say. This implies that they used to do this as kids. It puts a large cracks in Vergil's otherwise calm persona, as you can imagine the two creating their own catchphrase just for their final moves like they're some action hero. Jackpot is also something said by Dante in Devil May Cry 1, showing us just how much his brother still means to him. You can also see Vergil smirk when asked about their catchphrase. He'd never admit it, but not even he can deny how fun this is to him, even if he hates using guns. Speaking of them, Vergil wields Ebony in this scene. Devil May Cry 5 describes the gun as a longer-range, slower-firing weapon of the two, meant for accuracy, while Ivory in Dante's hand is faster, meant for more close encounters as it rips off shots faster. It's fitting that Dante gets the loud and proud version of these guns, seeing as that fits his persona, while Vergil similarly gets a gun that fits his quieter, more smoother attitude. But by far the most interesting part of the scene is the positioning. It's odd how the guns are stacked the way they are. You'd expect them to be side by side. But, and maybe this is me just looking too far into it, it's almost as if the game is saying that they aren't equals. That Vergil putting his gun on top is his way of showing his dominance. Putting the guns next to each other would imply that they are the same, but Vergil would vehemently disagree with that. So he shows that even here he still believes himself to be the better of the two by putting his on top of Dante's. Small things like that were probably not intended and probably just a coincidence, but it's part of the reason I love this scene so much. There is so much to unpack here and equally so much to love about this scene, and that's besides the obvious use of the enemies turned allies trope, something that will always bring a smile to my face. But with Arkham dead, the two can now proceed with the main course. The Force Edge and the amulets fall into the void as the brothers chase after them. This is what we've been building towards, the fight between the two souls of Sparta, one who desires more power and the one who believes that he needs to stop him. This isn't exactly a fight to the death, so to speak, where they're simply here to kill each other. It is a fight rooted in over a decade's worth of trauma and resentment. The only failure of Devil May Cry 3 is the lack of explanation. The manga does at least pick up some of the slack, which is nice, but I think showing where this all stems from would have really made the fight more significant. To skip ahead a bit, future material for the franchise shows us that demons had attacked the brothers' home. Sparta was gone or dead by this point, leaving only their mother to care for them. Dante was put inside a closet by Ava, hoping he could hide. Vergil was outside and ambushed by demons. He almost died before he awakened his powers of his blood and fought them off. His thoughts during this time are complicated. He wishes that Ava was there to save him. And he also believes that Ava favored Dante over him, and he believes himself to be too weak to save anyone. It's why he desires more power, so that he can never be like that again. It's an extremely complex situation, and this trauma has continued to follow both the brothers since that night. Rewatching my footage of Devil May Cry 3 after playing all the games and reading all the material, it makes the fight even better. Without that knowledge, it does kind of feel like we're missing something that won't be expanded upon for a long time. Still, I'd be lying if I said this fight wasn't impactful. We may not understand the full story, but we can see that there is some history here. While sitting down and having a chat would likely be a bit more productive, the two of them have been unable to do so. Uncharacteristic actions often make for more compelling stories. They should talk about that night, like normal people. But they are normal. A simple clarification here could have saved another decade's worth of headaches and trauma, but that's not how they work. Once more, the mangas will elaborate on this a bit more, but the two brothers have fought for years. Even as kids, they would pick on each other. Fighting is the only language they know, but neither of them truly wishes for the other to die, as they are still brothers. Unfortunately, death may be the only way to solve this. Dante needs to stop Vergil even if it means killing his own brother, and so with one powerful strike, he slices through Vergil. Even as he falls into the demon world, Dante still reaches out to save him. Like Lady, he is hoping for something, anything that could change this situation. But nothing happened. Dante had to strike down his only brother and watch as he falls into the void. His last family member, gone for good. Dante is now truly alone in this world. He is then seen crying, which confuses Lady. She then comments on how maybe even a devil may cry after losing a loved one. The phrase forming the basis for the shop's name. This further shows not just how much this moment affected Dante that he would cry over his brother's death, but also how much he still means to him. Even after everything, he decided to name the shop after him in a sense. It adds more weight to those scenes from the first game, where Dante gives Trish the amulet and the Sword of Sparta. He's collecting all this kind of memorabilia from his family. In the same way that he carried Lady and Kalina and Soul through her rocket launcher, Dante carries his entire family with him through both his blood, the sword, the amulet, and now the name of the shop. The phrase itself, Devil May Cry, also takes on a whole new meaning. Devil Never Cry was meant to be a reference to Trish, but I think retconning the shop name is a much better approach. The shop is meant to be a reflection of Dante, that despite being a demon, a creature of hatred and death, he still has humanity in him. The message changing from crying representing humanity, thus people who aren't devils can't cry, to the message being that even devils can show emotion is a slight deviation, but one that fits better, I think. At its core though, the story is about family. Lady and Arkham, and Dante and Vergil. Both Lady and Dante have to say goodbye to the ones they loved, or the ones they used to love, as they now carry that weight with them to the future. But they don't have to do it alone. Dante returns to the human world with Lady and creates a name for the shop, all while his brother stays in the demon world and finds himself in a fight with Mundus, a fight that he will lose. Devil May Cry 3 is one of the best games in the series. It's the first game discussed so far where it actually felt like the story was given a proper place. Story before this felt like a justification, to explain Dante's actions and why you're fighting new enemies in new areas. In here it felt like the story was actually dictating the pace, not just a piece of the background, but a pivotal part of the game's design. Each character is also both extremely compelling and very likable. Lady and Arkham's family history connected well with Dante's and Vergil's, each one having to deal with the consequences of the past in different ways. Each dilemma not only connected to the franchise's overall themes of love and family, but it also created conflicts that crossed over to the other family. From beginning to end, it is a perfect story, and one of the most beloved titles in the franchise. Itsuno and the team set out to redeem themselves after Devil May Cry 2, and they passed with flying colors. The team showed they know how to make a Devil May Cry game. They just needed the time and a clear vision. As such, they were quite eager to keep this ride going a little longer, and so shortly after the success of the third game, they got started on the fourth. But before we head over to Itsuno and Co.'s next endeavor, let's pump the brakes a bit and see what else was happening on the periphery of the franchise. Another Devil May Cry game means another book to go with it. This time it's a manga, and seeing as we're taking several steps back to the series' origin, let's take a few more. The manga is yet again a prequel to the games it's a part of and likely would have ended right where the first game began. Unfortunately, Shinya Goikeda was not brought back for this one. The manga was penned by Suguro Chayamachi. Their work with Devil May Cry 3's manga is one of their higher rated productions, but they became relatively well known for their boy love manga. Shockingly, this won't be the last time I bring something up like this in the video. I also question why they brought them in to draw this one up, but then I remembered this is also the entry where Dante is shirtless, so I guess it's only right to bring in an expert. Regardless, it starts before the events of the game. Dante's shop is still in its early stages. Enzo returns and offers him another job, this time a rescue mission with a $4 million bonus. There he finds himself in a bit of a wonderland as he sees the girl he's meant to rescue named Alice, as well as a rabbit and a Mad Hatter type. The contractor for this mission ended up being the rabbit who requested Dante purely to see a son of Sparta in the flesh. It seems he is also in talks with Vergil, as when Dante leaves, Vergil appears not long after, looking for Tem and Negru. While Dante has a nightmare about Ava in the night his family's home burned down, Vergil works with Arkham to undo some of Sparta's seals on the tower. This requires them to find some of the angelic statues seen in the tower and give them a name. Sparta had stolen everything from these demons, including their identity. Giving them a chance to name themselves seems to be the way of undoing that seal. To start, they visit an ancient tomb where one of the statues is located. It's here where we can also see how tense these two are, implying that this partnership is merely a formality, a partnership formed through common interest, not an understanding. As Vergil looks on, the statue forces him into a vision, a flashback of his past. He is now a little kid, the same age he was when his home had burned down. He is then accosted by several skeletons who pierce him with their weapons. But Vergil is able to overcome its illusion and slice the statue's head off. The statue then asks Vergil to name it, but he refuses, so the statue names itself. The two then head back to Arkham's mansion as Vergil looks over some ancient text. The two believe that there are 7 demons, which means 7 seals. Arkham's already tracked down 4 of them, but he's missing the other 3. Arkham also seems to be in communication with a demon of some kind, as an off-page voice talks to him quite frequently. During this, Dante is eventually lured to a church by the Mad Hatter guy again, who was hoping Dante would break the seal by naming the creature. He also gets a brief taste of his devil powers, but is able to hold back the urge to dip into more, still believing more on his human side than his devil one. It doesn't really matter though, as Vergil comes by anyway to unseal the statue. This marks the first time the brothers have seen each other since that night. Vergil then tells Dante of his plan, to raise the Tower of Tem and Negru and awaken the demon world. Of course, Vergil never elaborates on why, so Dante assumes he's gone mad, leading to a brief fight. Vergil manages to get the amulet from Dante, but for some odd reason gives it back to him, claiming that he can take it back anytime he wants. I assume this is because Dante has it in-game, so he can't steal it yet. But the manga also needs to explain how Dante and Vergil met a year ago before the games, and so they tried to have their cake and eat it too. But the volume then ends with Arkham talking to his mysterious contact about starting the ritual. The ritual that will kill his wife Kalina Ann, failed to give Arkham the power he desires, and set Lady on the path that leads her to becoming a demon hunter. But that's where the story ends. As is customary, it seems right when we're getting to the good part, it stops. The manga's 3rd volume was never finished. There are no official statements that explain why, but whether the author simply left or something else happened, the 3rd volume was never complete. It likely would have explained the backstory of the ritual and provided more insight into Lady's backstory, which unfortunately is one major piece missing from her story. Even now, we still aren't sure what happened that day, we only know of the result, and I suspect it will likely remain that way for a long time. Regardless, I'm always down to read a good manga, and these 2 volumes were just that. The few spreads and splashes were quite good, and I liked how it utilized the negative space to create lots of dark, intense scenes. Characters like the Mad Hatter, Rabbit, and Alice were pretty lackluster though, and while 3rd volume could have fleshed them out, they seemed rather unimportant to the story as a whole, and I don't think any extra screen time would have helped them. Especially since they don't appear in-game, so they likely wouldn't have appeared that deep into the volume anyway. The story also spends a lot of time with them and Enzo, and not nearly enough time on Arkham, Dante, and Vergil. I was hoping to see more of them since this was supposed to lead into Devil May Cry 3, but more often it was just Dante badgering Enzo about their money. Still, it is a solid story in its own right, but being left on a cliffhanger like that does have me itching for something a bit more complete. Fortunately, I wouldn't have to wait too long for that. In 2007, just a couple of years after Devil May Cry 3, Capcom in conjunction with Madhouse Studios made Devil May Cry the animated series. A 1-season, 12-episode show that takes place between the events of DMC's 1 and 2. The show itself is self-contained. It doesn't push the narrative in a specific direction, nor does it have any lasting impacts on the series at large. Most of the episodes are also pretty self-contained as well, with each one handling a different conflict that is resolved by the end of the episode. Despite that, I found the episodes to be quite good. They also excel at showing the broader world of Devil May Cry. It's an easy complaint to have for the series, as we rarely see how things work outside these missions. Demons exist in this world, a massive tower sprouted out of the ground, and a whole city was under attack by demons, and yet we hear nothing of the world's reaction to the news. It's always been a particular sticking point for me, but it's at least consistent. Thus, it implies to me that such a thing is not something the story would like to comment on. The anime does try to show how the demons operate in the human world, although rarely will the demons make the headlines on the news. The anime portrays the demons as cunning, thieving, devilish creatures, but also creatures that occasionally have a heart. Episode 2 shows a demon who lures in women with his charm before killing them. Episode 4 ironically contains a demon disguised as a priest. Most of the time, though, they are often seen using the desires of humans to fulfill their own interests. Elena Houston had dreams of becoming a rock star, but her albums weren't selling well and she was getting desperate. Somehow she came in contact with a devil that had given her what she wanted. Everyone loved her music, but they became obsessed with her. Her fans would attack others for tickets and even take their own lives, all to curry favor with her. However, in episode 3, a woman meets with a man who has magical powers. Her father caught wind of this and assumed he must be a demon, so he hired Dante to kill him. Turns out the demon who had taken the name Bradley was truly in love with the girl and simply wanted to live as a human. You spend the entire episode thinking Bradley is the bad guy, but then it's learned that the family butler was planning on summoning a demon himself, one who was Bradley's master. The contrast is meant to blur the lines of humans and demons, by showing us that humans can be cruel like demons, while demons can also be kind and compassionate like humans. I really do love how the demons were portrayed in the show. The game mainly shows the demons in their truest form, rarely ever giving them personalities. The show puts a spotlight on the other ways demons have enacted their plans, often by disguising themselves among the living and tricking humans into doing their bidding. But while their plans may be different and their desires numerous, they all fell to the hands of Dante, although not always. The animated series mainly revolves around Dante, but also does include Trish and Lady. Something the games never mentioned is where Trish and Lady went after their respective games. The show decided to step in and clarify that it's because each of them is independent. Could have fooled me given how both these games end, but I still respect the willingness to answer this question given the games have refused to, even if it is a basic one. Still, all three have done their own demon hunting since they met. In fact, episode 4 has Trish and Lady square off, so the two aren't even actually acquainted. Trish gets very little showtime in the anime, only appearing for a couple of minutes across the season. She mainly helps Dante gather info when necessary, but even that is rare. Lady shows up a bit more and does actually help Dante on missions frequently, but much of her characterization is around Dante and his debt. Something established since the novels is that Dante is flat broke. Any money he earns usually goes towards his debts or repairs. Lady mostly takes that money since Dante owes her quite a bit. It's pretty consistent with her personality in-game, as both versions do come off as quite cold but aren't against helping Dante when he needs it. Dante similarly acts much like his game counterpart. He's got that same mix of being both childish, sarcastic, serious, and terrifying all in one. He'll also always accept a job that has to do with demons even if he sounds displeased when doing so, and he will always take people's lives into consideration. A girl he travels with called Patty is often barred from seeing Dante's killings, claiming that it's only for adults. After hearing the story of Elena Houston, he manages to somehow kill the demon and save Elena, rather than just consider her a collateral. He also tells the mayor that he can't kill Brad anymore because he, quote, only exterminates demons. His childish side also shines through quite frequently, showing us that there's still some humanity in the man. The anime has a callback to both the novels and games by having Dante consume nothing but pizza and strawberry sundaes, his two favorite foods. In fact, he gets his sundaes from the same exact restaurant, showing us some of the personal connections Dante's built with the people of the city. A slight deviation from the novels, though, comes in the form of Morrison. In previous material, Enzo was Dante's handler and always offered him jobs. Going forward, that's going to be Morrison. Here in the anime, he frequently brings clients and/or jobs to Dante to see if he will accept. Money is a bit of a sore spot for both of them, given Dante has quite a few debts that he has to pay, so more often Dante's money goes right back to him and Lady. But Morrison's inclusion is nice and shows us how Dante gets his clients. It also creates a bond between the two where Morrison's role is to get the jobs while Dante performs them. Further, the anime frequently has Morrison give Dante jobs that are quite personal. Episode 8 begins with a man named Ernest claiming that Dante is his old pal Anthony. The story he tells is incredibly suspicious. Apparently, Ernest and this Anthony were old friends, but 20 years ago their village was attacked by a demon. Much of the town saw the demon, but believed that Anthony's mother was to blame, assuming that she may have summoned it or something. It caused Anthony to go off the grid and change his identity, but Ernest has finally found his old friend after so long. He's even found evidence that could clear their names. The episode makes it apparent that despite looking the same, Dante is not Anthony. However, he is occasionally called Tony, just like his old name Tony Redgrave. And the story of the home burning was just like what happened with Dante's family. So it is heavily implied that he is the Anthony they're talking about, and that Dante was friends with this Ernest when he was a kid. But Ernest changes his tune by the end of the episode, as he comes to believe that the reason the demons attacked the village was because they were trying to kill Dante. So it's because of Dante that his family and the others died, so Ernest curses him as he leaves. Likely hurts quite a bit to be cursed like that, but Dante's dealt with enough in his life that he can handle it, as sad as that sounds. And if it's what Ernest needs to move on, since it said that he became obsessed with this part of his life, then Dante will carry that burden. The story then culminates in episodes 11 and 12. While they've been largely disconnected from one another, there is a story being spun in the background. In the very first episode, Dante is hired to escort a girl named Patty Lowell to the Lowell family mansion. The head of the family passed away, and the fortune is supposed to be given to Patty, but she's been an orphan for much of her life. As such, the brothers of the family consider her illegitimate. So they plan to delay her arrival, as according to its rules, if she does not arrive within a week, the fortune goes to the brothers. It's learned by the end, though, that there is another Patty Lowell. She is the real Patty. She used the other Patty as a diversion, so that she could arrive on time, as she had a hunch that they would try to take the fortune for themselves. The real Patty Lowell feels bad about what she did and does offer to atone by taking her in, but Dante refuses. He takes Patty back to the shop instead, and she becomes a recurring character from here on. Patty is genuinely adorable. She does not take any of Dante's sass, even giving some of her own back to him, and it's just a joy to see on screen. Soon after coming back to the shop, she spruces up the place by decorating it in bright colors and unicorns. Not all the decorations stayed, but Dante's actually more upset that Patty ate a strawberry sundae than the decorations. At one point towards the end of the season, Patty ends up finding her mother, but she runs away before she can greet her. Her mother Nina didn't want to see Patty because she didn't want her involved in their family history. Long ago there was an Alan Lowell who was a powerful alchemist and sorcerer. He used his powers of magic to subdue demons and bend them to his will. The only one he could not bend was Abigail, said to be as strong as the Demon King Mundus. His only solution then was to seal Abigail's power away in a ritual. One of these ritual items was a necklace that Nina has, which has been passed down throughout the generations. She asked Dante to protect it as she feared that she can no longer keep it safe. During this episode, Patty runs off with the necklace in order to find her mother. But when she arrives, she finds a demon named Sid. Sid appears infrequently throughout the season, taking artifacts from demons Dante kills because he plans to usurp this power of Abigail. He found and tied up Nina Lowell in hopes of finding her necklace, only for Patty to arrive at their home right when he needed it. Threatening to kill Nina, Patty is forced to place the necklace on the altar, thus completing the ritual. Once complete, Sid jumps into the light and consumes the powers of Abigail. Despite his strength, Dante was actually defeated, stabbed, and now crucified. With no one left to stop him, Sid as Abigail wreaks havoc on the city, the summoning circle expanding to almost the entire country as demons slaughter innocent people. Patty then rushes back into the building and finds Dante. She apologizes for what happened, saying that she is sorry for causing all this and that she hopes that he could forgive her. Just as she is about to be killed by the demons that are slowly encroaching on her, Dante reappears, having heard what Patty said while he was in the demon world. He then quickly defeats Sid and kills him, which stops the attack. Dante has once more saved the world from a demon invasion. Patty and Dante hug and make up their differences, and then Patty goes to stay with her real mother from now on. But of course, while the world has been saved, the demons aren't gone. There's always going to be another threat and another job, so Dante heads with Lady and Trish to their next assignment. The 2007 anime was a fun watch. It felt consistent with the rest of the games, and making it canonical to the overall timeline made the journey worth going through. I don't exactly think there is anything wrong with creating a different interpretation, as we'll eventually see with the Netflix show, but with a game like Devil May Cry that has historically commented on very little outside the games, it's nice to have some canonical material to explore that. About the only major complaint one might have is the lack of fight scenes. Very rarely does Dante have full-blown fights with any of the demons. Most fights usually last only a few seconds and maybe just in a swing or two. Not exactly the kind of combat you'd get an S rank for, that's for sure. It's very likely the anime didn't have the budget for a few fight scenes, so they cut a few corners. Still, it's a very good show, and I think many Devil May Cry fans could find something to like about it. As seems to be the case though, the story does not stop there. Released alongside the anime was 2 CD audio dramas that are in total about an hour each in length. Once more, while the fans cite the original Devil May Cry should be credited for archiving these, an individual named CJP Devil May Cry fan was the one who actually fan translated it, as these dramas are officially still only in Japanese. Volume 1 takes us back to Devil May Cry 1, taking place the day after the end cutscene with Dante and Trish. Enzo hires them for another job regarding some ancient ruins. During the job, Enzo tried to make off with the artifact in the ruins, hoping to privately sell the thing for some quick cash. What was assumed to be an artifact, though, is actually a gun. Trish recognizes the craftsmanship, pointing to a Machiavelli. She says that if Sparta was considered the best swordsman in the demon world, then Machiavelli was the best gun master. This gunsmith was also the creator of Pandora from Devil May Cry 4 and Artemis from the third game. However, despite recognizing it, Enzo still left and took it back to his office. This concerned Trish, as many demons would kill for such a powerful weapon. As if on cue, a spider demon burst through Enzo's shop looking for the weapon. Enzo tried to fire the weapon, but he was teleported somewhere within the city. It seems as though the gun has overtaken his mind as he threatens to shoot someone who comes near him. Dante eventually catches up to him, but the gun is shooting on its own, aiming right for Dante. The only way he could have stopped this and saved Enzo at the same time was to cut off his arm. After seeing all this play out, Trish realizes the true harm of devil arms, so she tells Dante that she's going to leave and hunt these weapons down so that they could save more lives. She also tells him to change the shop's name back, since Devil Never Cry was a name meant to imply that they ran the shop together. Obviously, this is an in-universe way to explain why she never makes an appearance in Devil May Cry 2 and most of the anime, and why Capcom would later change the name back. Mind you, like 2 days have passed since Devil May Cry 1, so that name really did not stick around for very long. The story then takes us back to the present, which is around the time of the anime, as the tale of the ruins is being retold by Morrison, who's telling this to Patty and Lady as they all head to Enzo's shop. In the time since, Enzo's become a pawnbroker who sells devil arms. He's gotten most of them from Dante because he felt guilty over cutting off Enzo's arm, and so as atonement he's been giving him money. But Enzo's also been asking for devil arms as collateral because he's really greedy, and obviously Dante has no money. We don't know which ones he possesses, but many of those from Devil May Cry 1 and 3 are mentioned here. While there, a woman dropped off a unique artifact that looked like a puzzle. Lady was seen fidgeting with the puzzle as it morphed into Titania, the very same weapon that had ensnared Enzo, who has now possessed Lady. Dante showed up a few minutes later. Using Cerberus to create a wall of ice and then Alistair to discharge the lightning, Dante was able to gain an upper hand on her, all while Agni and Rudra were begging Dante to wield them, but he refused. Dante then used Round Trip and threw Alistair at the gun, which freed Lady from its control and slipped it off her hand. Dante then asked for the devil arms back, and Enzo was in no position to refuse, as the shop had been destroyed and it almost got Lady killed, so they loaded up the weapons with Patty struggling to carry Ifrit to the car. It was then that Trish appeared and explained that the mysterious person who brought the gun to Enzo's shop a second ago was her, and that Lady was merely pretending to be possessed by the weapon. They explained that a demon was recently spotted trying to hunt devil arms, and that's why there are so few of them on the market right now. With Enzo owning so many though, he would have been a prime target, so they used the fake attack to get his arms out of the shop. As expected, the demon then appears and the trio puts it down for good. Patty then makes an insane comment as she notices how Trish looks like Dante's mother as he still keeps her photo on his desk. She then says that he has an Oedipus complex, which draws laughs from everyone except Dante. Dante then asks Morrison to take the weapons back to Enzo as he never actually had plans to keep them. Volume 2 begins at the office as a woman who runs the orphanage that Patty belongs to comes in asking for Dante's help. The children, including Patty, haven't woken up in 3 days, and she's worried. Dante inquires about the bed and learns that the one who sent the bed to the orphanage goes under the name Peter Pan. Dante then calls Trish and asks her to help find and take out this Peter Pan while he goes to the orphanage to check up on Patty and the other kids. We then take a brief glimpse into Neverland as we hear the kids following Peter Pan and chanting. Back in the real world, Dante examines the bed and determines that the bed was made by a demon, a trap to lure people into the dream world. Dante then falls asleep and enters Neverland so he can rescue them. Peter Pan then changes Dante's outfit, having him play the role of Captain Hook. Dante, of course, went along with the bit, but continually ruined the performance, making the kids question if Peter Pan and this Neverland were real. Peter then transforms into his demon form now that the act is up, but Dante's able to put an end to this fake world and send everyone away. Dante and the kids wake up and the orphanage is safe and sound, while Peter wakes up in his bed somewhere down the street. As he tries to plan what to do next, Trish arrives and takes him down. The final part of the audio drama introduces a Detective McLean of the Murder Division. He's interrogating Dante, who is seemingly being brought in under murder charges. Apparently someone called Master was killed last night, and Dante is a person of interest due to his suspicious nature. The story then shows us a timeline of the incident. Dante entered the Moonlight Bar demanding a strawberry sundae. Dante was already annoyed after a bad job he recently undertook, even more so since Master couldn't make a sundae for him. He then left the bar with an eyewitness named Steve, leaving sometime after Dante. Steve was friends with Master though, and so worried for his safety, he came back after some time to check on him, and that's when he found him dead. The detective then interviewed Morrison, Lady, and Patty so he could get more info on Dante. Just as McLean was about to start going over the evidence he had though, another officer reports that Master is alive and outside the police station. Walking inside, he explains that after Dante stormed off, Master tried to make this strawberry sundae he kept requesting. He stayed long after closing to try and get it right, but he remembered that he had a trip planned the next day and needed to rush home. He then took a few steps and tripped, spilling the ice cream all over himself. Steve was drunk and walked back to the bar when he mistook the strawberry ice cream for blood. Recalling the conversation Dante had with Master at the bar earlier about the sundae, he assumed Dante killed him with a strawberry sundae. Embarrassed by all this, McLean is then forced to pay for all of Dante's sundae expenses for the next month, leaving him well fed for his next appearance in the series canon. Riding off the highs of Devil May Cry 3, the team went back to work once the special edition of the game was released and started crafting their next big entry. The game takes us back to the front of the line as we're now in a post-DMC2 world. It begins at a small castle town called Fortuna. We see a new character named Nero rushing to a church hoping to catch the performance of a woman named Kyrie. Making it just as the song ends, Nero sits in on the ceremony. Devil May Cry 4 goes for a more religious vibe than previous games. The town of Fortuna is led by a religious group called the Order of the Sword. The group worships Sparta as a god. Apparently back in the day, Sparta was the town's feudal lord. Whether these claims are true is impossible to prove, but the people of Fortuna took it as fact and worship him regardless. They recognize and honor his sacrifice, thanking him for all he's done for the people of this world. Further saying that while they hope another incident like that will never occur, should the human and demon worlds merge again, they do hope that Sparta will be there to help them. Nero seems less than pleased. He's the only one not wearing the ceremonial attire and cares very little for the legends of Sparta. Nevertheless, the group then begins their morning prayers, during which an incident occurs in which I can only describe it as what would happen if Jesus shot the Pope. Dante has arrived and killed the leader of the order, Sanctus. He later lays waste to some of the other members of the church until Nero draws his gun. Nero ends up revealing his secret weapon, which is a demonic arm, but he is still no match for Dante. Fortunately, Dante has no plans to kill him just yet, as he has business to attend to, so he simply gets his fill and then leaves. So clearly the story is setting up Dante as a villain, one who's betraying the very core of his character. Dante never kills without reason and wouldn't harm innocent humans. Reportedly, there was even some promotional material posing Dante as either the betrayer or betrayed. A website with a similar domain name was also making the rounds around the internet. So Capcom really wanted to make fans speculate on the nature of Dante and what happened to make him this way. Unfortunately, I already have first-hand experience with this. I lived through Resident Evil Village. Capcom did the same exact twist 13 years earlier. Obviously, Dante's not the bad guy. Anyone could have told you that. But unlike Village, which waits hours before explaining why, Devil May Cry 4 gets out of the way in the same exact mission. Shortly following his fight with Dante, Nero sees that the Order of the Sword priests were actually demons in disguise, thus immediately disproving Dante's supposed betrayal. I have mixed feelings about this. See, Village's take on Chris was met with some mixed opinions. Even if many fans were disappointed by the end though, I still think getting the player to think about Chris's actions throughout the campaign was a good call. Devil May Cry 4 seems unwilling to even give the players a chance to come to their own conclusion, so they just decide to reveal the twist right away. In a way, I respect the fact that the devs probably knew no one was going to believe this, given that, like Chris, it's impossible for Dante to actually be a bad guy, but that also begs the question of why they even decided to do it at all. It just feels like a complete waste, as now you know without a shadow of a doubt that Dante has good intentions here. So what was the point of building up this betrayal if they weren't going to at least let it marinate for a few missions? Regardless, while Dante is off saving the world again, we are left in control of Nero as he stubbornly chases after Dante and simultaneously uncovers what's going on here. But Nero isn't the only one involved in this conflict. Numerous characters reappear within Devil May Cry 4, although only one is notable. Out of the 20 missions of Devil May Cry 4, 14 are played as Nero, with the other 6 as Dante. As bonus content released for the special edition, you can also go through the game as Vergil and even Lady or Trish, who take over Dante in Nero's missions. From a gameplay perspective, there has never been more content for the series. 5 playable characters each with their own rankings means lots of time spent playing Devil May Cry 4. Narratively though, it's a mess. Vergil's lack of screen time I can understand. This game is the latest in our timeline, so this is years after Dante's fight with Nello Angelo. By this point, Vergil is dead and gone. All the game gives us then is one brief cutscene in the beginning and then one at the end. It shows us that Vergil visited Fortuna decades ago, way before the statue of Sparta and the chapel was built. This makes it one of the earliest events we've seen so far, as eventually Vergil would work to resurrect Temmin Negru, and from there his life would be on a single track that leads to his death as Nello Angelo. Vergil initially came here to investigate the Order of the Sword. What he discovered we will never know, but he does ponder the nature of worship, questioning if the Order is misguided. Back then these extra scenes meant very little, but it would have a bit more drastic implications which will be later revealed in Devil May Cry 5. Well, short, This is fine, and it's clear that, like the third game, Vergil's campaign was always meant to be gameplay first. On the other hand, Lady and Trish's campaign is a completely missed opportunity. Like Vergil, they get a single cutscene at the beginning and one at the end. While this is fine, one would hope that, after playing as Nero and Dante, this campaign would operate much like Lucia's, but that's not the case. They are once again given the same 20 missions with nothing different in between. This is especially disappointing given the girls' roles in this game as a whole. Lady appears once in a single flashback. She was the one who told Dante and Trish about the Order and Fortuna. She says that these Order guys are not only butting in on her demon jobs, but that they're also scavenging devil arms, which are the various armaments Dante has given across the series. They are demonic in nature, so it's rather odd to see a group actively search for them. Afterwards, Lady doesn't appear again, outside of one moment during the credits to close out the game. Trish similarly is absent for much of the story. In an effort to investigate the Order, Trish disguised herself as a new recruit named Gloria, offering up the Sword of Sparta as part of her initiation fee. Gloria is... well, she's a lot, but once she's gotten what she needs, she removes the disguise and goes back to Trish. From there, her role in the script is over. Dante goes on to fight the big bad of the game and stop the Order from unleashing the demons of the underworld upon the world, while Trish helps evacuate the citizens of Fortuna. So despite having what could at least be a few original missions primed and ready, the girls get nothing, and are simply relegated to the background while Dante takes center stage. Regrettably, not even Dante is worth a mention here. Nero's story begins here in Mission 1 at the church. He then spends 11 missions going through Fortuna, past the outskirts of the town and into the mines, inside the cold interior of Castle Fortuna, through the green forest behind it, only to end up at the Order's headquarters. From here he gets a rematch with Dante before we take control of him afterwards. Dante then spends the next 6 missions going back, starting for the headquarters and ending up back at the church. Along the way, he fights the same enemies, the same bosses, and traverses the same areas you just went through as Nero. It's probably some of the most boring levels you'll ever play as Dante. Now, credit where it's due, some of the enemies are different, and the paths to some of the locations also have been remixed, so there is some new layers applied atop the old paint here, but it's still the same color. And these are just the least of Dante's issues. The most significant change you're likely to see is Dante's personality. Coming off Devil May Cry 3, this is a natural evolution. He's every bit the cocky, confident man he was back in the day, but this is meant to be a sequel to Devil May Cry 2's Dante, so what gives? Personally, I think any Dante post-DmC 1 should be mentally damaged, given he killed his brother and almost had Trish die. So it makes little sense for Dante to be portrayed like this. Now, of course, Dante's always buried any sadness under layers of sarcasm and witty jokes, which is not uncommon for people to do, but I think realistically Capcom didn't make Dante funny again because he's hiding his depression, as it's more likely that Devil May Cry 3's Dante was so popular, and they didn't want to go back to the narratively consistent Dante. Oddly enough though, while this was already not super consistent, it somehow got worse. Back in the day, it was said that Devil May Cry 4 was before the second game, not after. That's why the art book I've been referencing to death in this video is titled 3142. This was supposed to be the order of the games, but due to Devil May Cry 5, they moved it back in the queue. According to producer Matt Walker, when they would later craft the story for the 5th game, they realized that for this to work, the 4th needed to be after the 2nd, so they changed the order right before the release of the 5th game. I suspect that this had to do with Nero, as he would later appear quite prominently in that game. With the previous order in mind, you could make the claim that Dante got better, but that something happened post Devil May Cry 4 that would cause him to change in Devil May Cry 2. But since it's after, this characterization of Dante is arguably worse. Say what you will about Devil May Cry 2, but going from a cocky and confident to a sad and somber person makes sense given what he's gone through in those 3 games. But now all of a sudden we're meant to believe that this Dante is after the other? The same Dante who toyed with his clients by using a coin flip, and rarely had anything to say to his villains other than the cold calibers of his guns, is now doing theatrics with one of the game's villains? It just doesn't make sense. Further, as if we needed more issues, Devil May Cry 2 ended with Dante stuck in the underworld with presumably no way for him to escape. Again, this initially made sense since 2 was the furthest we'd seen, so it could just be left up to interpretation as to what would happen next. But now that it's in the middle, the games now have to explain how he escaped, but they don't, cause they never planned for this. A novel tie-in for Devil May Cry 5 will explain these events a bit more later, but it's kind of sad that it needed to be retroactively explained like this. And mind you, we still haven't even talked about his role in the script yet. Dante's presence in this game is even more puzzling. After his departure in Mission 1, he appears infrequently during Nero's missions. He shows up during the forest level to say his iconic,
What the hell is this?
before then bowing out. He'll later reappear at the headquarters ready to take on Nero again. What these missions really illustrate more than anything is that Dante is at his best when he's interacting with Nero. While Dante hasn't exactly changed much from a personality standpoint since the last time we saw him, which is a good thing, it's also what's holding him back. He has nothing much to offer in this game other than being an older mentor, and even then that doesn't come until much deeper into this game. I think that's what makes the following 6 missions even more of a slog, because I think it would have been nice to see Dante's side of the conflict, much like how we saw Lucia's side during her campaign. More than anything, Devil May Cry 4's Dante is strange in a lot of ways, but does make for an interesting discussion. Dante represents one of the many hurdles writers and designers often have to contend with, and that's the tug of war between creativity and reality. In an interview with the YouTube channel Archipel, Itsuno recognized that players were dissatisfied with the backtracking in Dante's levels, further explaining that the budget for DMC 4 was the same as the third game. The fourth game added lots of new content. It was the first HD game for the series, so that would have costed significant time and resources. As such, some corners needed to be cut to make sure they could get the game within budget and without going over the intended release date. So that's how we got 6 missions where we just go backwards through levels we've already done, and likely why the Devil Arms have no connection to any of the bosses we get them from, unlike the past game. Similarly, Devil May Cry 3 changed the series' trajectory. It was a smash hit, and so it's only right to replicate that formula. People love the over-the-top Dante from the third game, and so it makes sense to keep that same Dante in the future. We have still never seen another Dante like the one featured in Devil May Cry 2. Even if it narratively makes sense for that Dante to exist, he's not as interesting nor as iconic as his younger counterpart. Personally, I like emotional tales, ones with darker subject matter, ones where life is fragile. I think it makes for good storytelling. But I can also understand why Capcom does not want this to be the identity of Devil May Cry. So I think creating a deeply personal and traumatic arc for Dante would be great, much like what Capcom has been doing with his cousin. I can also respect the decision to keep this version of Dante. The one that makes sexual jokes while carving a heart into a hellgate, and the same one that eats pizza and strawberry sundaes. It's a Dante I like and one that fits better with the tone and identity that people both love and remember the series for. Even then, the change in timeline order can't excuse the lack of content for all 4 of these characters. Vergil's is understandably short, but I think the series is running into some issues with Dante, Lady, and Trish. Neither of them have arcs that can be used to push them towards something. Much of Lady and Trish's story was finished in the games they first appeared in, which is why they just exist as background devil hunters now. Lady got her revenge on her father, and Trish, who was initially created to kill Dante, now works with him after discovering her humanity. Their stories are over. There is nothing left for them to do, unless the story gives them a reason to act. And while Fortuna's conflict involves demons, there is nothing specific about this conflict that changes them, thus why they just play the role of devil hunters. Dante similarly has no arc, with his ending after he killed his brother, but there is at least a reason behind his appearance here. His family history haunts not just him, but the other people throughout the world, and it's because of Sparta that the Order is the way they are. So as he said in Devil May Cry 3, it's on him to clean up Daddy's mess. But he'll soon find that there are more than a few messes here in Fortuna. A new branch of the overarching story within the series will start to take shape here, and it all starts with Nero. Nero is the real protagonist of Devil May Cry 4. Much like Dante, Nero is also a rather interesting character to talk about from a design perspective. The staff that worked on Devil May Cry 3 became rather unmotivated following its release. They pretty much put their whole being into that game, so when it came time for the next one, they weren't sure what to do. But one thing was clear. Dante was becoming too strong, and with the release of next-gen consoles, they needed someone to take the spotlight. But how can you take that away from a guy who steals at any chance he gets? Nero went through tons of rewrites and redesigns, everything from making him more sophisticated to being incredibly violent, even at one point offering the player a chance to choose these sides of Nero, as you switch between a sort of paladin type or a killer. Morihashi was instructed though to design scenarios involving Nero as if he were Dante, and then flesh that out later. What we have then is someone who is in many ways his own person, but is also a lot like Dante. He's loud-mouthed, occasionally rude, and very confident in his ability. He seemed to be incredibly bored when listening to the sermons and doesn't wear the same attire as everyone else. About the only thing he cares about in this place is Kyrie, but more on her in a moment. Despite the attitude though, Nero does display kindness even towards those who would become his enemy. When at the castle, he meets one of the Order's demonic armors. Assuming there is a real human in there, he simply asks if they are hunting demons too. It's only when the armor attacks that he fights back. Similarly, he does not raise his blade towards Credo until he attacks first. These different sides of him, seen through his weapons, his unique wildness, his sass, but also his calmer, loving moments. It's what makes him his own person. That's also why they gave Nero the brothers' iconic colors. The designers wanted him to be the successor of the brothers. But in wearing these colors the way he chooses to, it shows that he plans to walk his own path in life, not one already treaded by Dante or Vergil, such as what occurs here in Fortuna. As mentioned earlier, Nero's quest will take him through various locations in and around Fortuna. The locations are admittedly quite striking. We haven't had this kind of diversity within the environment so far. Many of the previous games took place in one location or were too dull to really have an identity. There is certainly a sense of royalty you feel when walking through these areas. Everything is decorated in very intricate emblems and lines, but Fortuna is extremely isolated, only known to interested parties. It's not something you could just stumble upon normally. Despite that though, they seem pretty well off. There were a few rundown streets, but it seems though the people of Fortuna survived without much economic strife holding them back. Further beyond is Castle Fortuna, which belongs to Sanctus and his congregation. There's also a headquarters that is part of the castle, almost at the metaphorical edge of the world, both of which stand on opposite sides of a lush green forest. Unfortunately, any talks about the values or politics that make up Fortuna is seldom mentioned. If it's not about the Order, then it's not worth speaking about. While this could be seen as a flaw, Devil May Cry has historically been one to ignore these parts of the world building. Further, in its own way, it also does convey a society that is also at the whim of the Order. Without them, Fortuna is nothing, both literally and metaphorically. All civilians seen in-game are a part of the Order, either as knights or just citizens attending Mass. This all seems to be completely intentional. When designing the city, Capcom had sent some members of the team to both Istanbul and the Vatican City, and the influences are clear as day. The Vatican City doesn't have citizenship in the way some other countries or states do. It's mostly done through service of the church. Unless you're a clergy member, or at least assisting the church in some fashion, you can't just buy a house there. Similarly, Tatsuya Yoshikawa, art director for Devil May Cry 4, said that the Amish was a part of Fortuna's inspiration. Not the lack of technology aspect, mind you, more so the isolated communal nature. Fortuna is far from the rest of the world, and all of its members likely serve the Order in some ways. Worship of the Order and Sparta are not just a thing they do on Sundays, it's what they do every day. This creates kind of an interesting dynamic not seen in the series so far. This is the only game where they don't travel to the underworld. In fact, one could argue we're actually in heaven for the entire game. But recall what we discussed in Devil May Cry 3. Tim and Negru reached its own heaven, that being the demon world. So now that we know what happens to this franchise's own Tower of Babel, how does that same way of thinking apply to what is DMC's own Vatican City? Near Fortuna are 3 Hellgates, with a 4th massive one inside the city itself. What exactly are Hellgates doing in such a holy place that reveres the great Sparta? Surely they would reject the power of demons, right? Not quite. What's more interesting than the environments are the enemies within them. While much of the roster are the tried and true demons, such as the Frost or Mephisto, a fair few demons are actually man-made. The Gladius is a crossbreed between a sword and a reptile, with likely some demon magic besides, while the Cutlass is a breed between a sword and a fish. These, along with the Hellgates, were created by a mad scientist known as Agnes, one of the game's antagonists and also a member of the Order of the Sword. The Order is run by Sanctus. They were... Oh, yeah, sorry, by the way, I didn't know you could move the camera during cutscenes. That freaked me out a little. Anyway, the Order was created to eradicate the demons, thus they worship Sparta as their god. But as they often say, to know your enemy, you must become your enemy. Putting fire with fire, the Order has taken to using demonic magic in order to hunt down other demons. Much of this is expanded upon in the novel, but due to various events that occurred years ago, Sanctus became the supreme ruler of the Order. Under his command, the Order was basically using these Hellgates as portals to the demon world, opening them up ever so slightly to let the demons in, kill them, then extract their energy. A lot of this energy flows into their technology, but it's mainly used for the Ascension ceremony. The ceremony is some kind of ritual, the specifics of which are unknown, but the result is the body flowing with demonic power. It not just enhances their bodies, but even turns them into demons, such as what happened with Agnes and Credo. To assist, they've also created a mechanical army of Bianco and Alto Angelos. They managed to merge the souls of demons than the Order's armor. Given their lack of humanity, they are quite easy to assemble. A conveyor belt can be seen pushing these armors towards another part of the facility. Given its name, it's clear that the Order has somehow managed to take fragments of Nello Angelo and bind it to those mechanical pieces of armor. This would also explain why the Order has Yamato within their possession. The Order also seems to be using some other forms of magic, although for what purpose we aren't really sure, as there are cages of Order priests whose souls have been extracted. They now serve as lifeless bodies, almost like conduits or something. Nero, despite being a knight of the Order, never learned of this, and will uncover this alongside the player. Initially, he was here just to chase down Dante, even assuming that he was the one who summoned the demons here, but there was clearly much more afoot than he was led to believe. Much of the secrecy and careful planning has been the work of Sanctus, but also his 2 right-hand men, Agnes and Credo. Agnes is a archetypical villain, but a great one. He is indeed the mad scientist type. He only cares about his research and what he can achieve, damned to be the cost of human lives. Creating him proved to be quite easy at first, but the designers struggled to come to a consensus on how he should look, many of them offering different interpretations. In the end, his voice actor TJ Storm seemed to have served as the basis for his design. Storm was also the one who suggested giving Agnes his stutter.
Foul mouth as I had heard, that was true, as were the new ones concerning your demise.
Don't you think that's a little harsh? Killing me because of the way I talk?
Ultimately, they decided to play it safe with Agnes, not wanting to subvert expectations. He is exactly what you think he is. Someone who cares more about his research than people, and someone who is incredibly intelligent when it comes to his knowledge on that research. During his quest, Nero finds Yamato in one of Agnes's labs. He's been down here trying to bind demonic power so that they can all be reborn as angels. Ironic, as his research had caused Nero to awaken too. After being stabbed, he pushes through and finds the strength to continue, accidentally activating his devil trigger in the process. Afterwards, he travels through the forest into the headquarters to confront Kratos on what's going on. Kratos similarly was very simple to make. He is the leader of the Knights within the Order, nothing more. But it's his sister who is much more interesting, as if there is one person in this world Nero cares about most, it's Kyrie. During an old interview, Morihashi previously mentioned that love is a theme of Devil May Cry, Devil May Cry 3 specifically using themes of family to show that. Devil May Cry 4 carries this theme of love and family over to this game but in a slightly different way. It takes a whole 2 seconds after pressing play to figure out that Kyrie and Nero are in love. I've said this many times on the channel before, but I love me a good romance. If I say otherwise, use Ebony and Ivory on me, because that's not me. Kyrie and Nero's is quite good, and there was a lot of drama and stakes that further pushed these feelings for each other in different directions. In the opening scene alone, we could see Nero rushing to the church because he wants to hear Kyrie sing. He becomes immediately disinterested in the sermon that follows, conveying that he was only here for her. This specific part of the scene is emblematic of their entire romance. During the making of Devil May Cry 4, Morihashi recalled an old quote from the author Ramo Nakajima. For the 70th anniversary of Amagasaki City, he wrote the tagline that said, quote, "I love you, so I love the city that you love." This single line shaped the entire romance between these two. Nero seems to care very little for the people of this city. We aren't entirely sure why, but he definitely comes off as a bit of a rebel. But he loves Kyrie, and she loves Fortuna, loves the Order, and is a prominent member of the church. So, he loves it too. He's officially still a Knight of the Order despite the get-up and always make sure that she is safe. I mean, the entire reason he even activated his devil trigger back then was because of her. He was willing to become a demon even if it meant saving her. That's how much she means to him. This is again expanded upon in the novel, but Nero was an orphan from a young age. Kyrie had become friends with Nero when they were kids after her parents had found him at the orphanage. After enough time, he was brought into the family proper, and so as her description says, Nero and Kyrie are both friends, siblings, and lovers, all in one. There is a lot of history between them, history the games naturally never elaborate on, but you can clearly tell right from the get-go that there is a deep love between them. Kratos is the other piece of this puzzle, as he is Kyrie's brother. He was initially designed to be a kind of Vergil archetype for Nero, although the game never really goes in that direction at all. They wanted to push this idea further by having Kratos be the main villain, and like the brothers, one who would eventually duel with Nero, but they felt that Kyrie would come to resent Nero for this in the end, and they didn't want to ruin their relationship. Plus, they already did the family betrayal angle last game, so they didn't want to do it again. Despite that though, they do represent the two sides of the spectrum. As a Knight of the Order, Kratos is directive, authoritative, and always follows orders. Nero is the complete opposite, but the two have a deep respect for each other. The turning point of both their stories comes right here after their fight. Kyrie watches the fight from afar and finally learns that Nero is part demon. Further, Agnes ends up using Kyrie as leverage, as he's well aware how much Nero cares for her. Sanctus needs Nero and Yamato, so they're trying to drag Nero to the ritual site. Kratos is angered at this, as while he believed in the plans of Sanctus, using his sister as bait like this was too far. So the two end up calling a truce on this fight, showing not just how much they care for each other, but also how much Kyrie means to both of them, that just her presence alone could stop these two from fighting. Motion artist Yuichiro Hiraki even said in the art book that without Kyrie, Nero would have likely ended up as Vergil, as he only attacks Dante at the church because Kyrie's in trouble, otherwise he would have just left. The demon angle though is meant to be the thing that bars them from pursuing a relationship, but it's something that's not only dropped right away, it also makes little sense, or at least to me it didn't. The general idea is that Nero's arm is not known by anyone within the Order. Further, Kyrie is assumed to not be aware of this power either, and that just strikes me as confusing. When the Order reinforcements arrive, his arm is in plain view, but then he still tucks it into his body, yet he quite literally turns towards them as he does. Later he rolls his sleeves down so as to hide it from Kyrie when she comes back with his weapon. Initially I thought that Nero's demon arm was well known amongst the Order, but that they just merely tolerated it. Nero was known to go on missions alone, and I thought that this was because of his arm. It conveyed to me that the Order both denies any sense of demon activity in their ranks, yet also employs someone with these demon powers. But him just hiding his arm from the Order only to roll his sleeve up once they all leave implies that no one knows. But how exactly? This thing is so bright. It's bright blue. His claws even glow. How the hell did nobody see this? This is like the worst kept secret in Fortuna. There's no way no one knows about this, especially Kyrie. Even then, the demon thing is dropped before it even has an effect on the story. The game is trying to set up this dilemma where Kyrie sees Nero as nothing more than a demon, like the many who slaughtered all the innocent people of Fortuna. This would create a nice bridge to Nero's comment earlier when he said that he would become a demon if it meant saving her. Next time we see her though, she is just back to normal. She accepts the demon side of Nero, and the relationship continues. I liked that it ended with the two of them still in love. It just felt really odd that they set this conflict up between Kyrie's beliefs and Nero's lineage only to just sort of ignore that. Despite that though, everything else about them is great. As it was drawn up, Nero falls for the bait and chases after Kyrie. Sanctus, who was revived thanks to the Ascension ceremony, is now waiting for Nero at the Savior. This is the ultimate goal of the Order. The Savior, despite looking like a marble statue, actually contains thousands of demon souls they've gathered over the past 100 years. The last piece of the puzzle to get this thing working was Sparta's offspring and Yamato. Sanctus had initially wanted to lure Dante here, but he's willing to settle for Nero instead. How was Nero of Sparta blood? Well, at the moment it's not exactly explained, but we'll talk about that a bit more later, but just for now, know that Dante, Vergil, and Nero are part of the same family. After taking the bait, Nero falls into Sanctus' trap as both he and Kyrie are absorbed into the Savior. With the ritual complete, the Savior has now awakened. The Savior is basically God, like capital G God. Yamato was used by Sparta to seal the two worlds. Sanctus plans to use Yamato to reopen the portal between the demon world and the human world so that he can wage a holy war against the demons. With his own army at his disposal, Sanctus takes to the skies to proclaim that everything is okay and that they all must have faith in his wisdom, for salvation has arrived. His only major misstep was that he has to open the portal to wage this war, so civilians are being killed or displaced in the process. And that's beside the fact that all of this is just powered by demons. Another twist like the one we saw with Devil May Cry 3, where the holiest of things are often demonic in nature. This event is what leads to Dante's 6 missions, in which he closes all the Hellgates and battles the Savior. Seeing as I didn't mention them before, I should at least acknowledge the bosses exist. The 3 major Hellgate demons, Burial, Baal, and Echidna, are just demons. Little motivation exists for them other than just spreading their demonessness across the lands of the human world. About the only one who's done so is Echidna, who seems to be responsible for the change in the forest. Baal might also be the cause of the blizzard at the castle, but Burial has just arrived when Nero meets him, so little has been destroyed at his part. They are about as interesting as Phantom, Griffin, and Nightmare were, but they at least were servants to Mundus. This trio are just demons, nothing more. Regardless, despite Dante cleaning up after Nero, it's the newcomer who gets the killing blow. After lodging Yamato into the Savior, Nero escapes his confines. Afterwards, Nero has to play that dice game again, with each section ending in a boss fight, most of them being the demons Dante just killed, who Nero had also just killed. You can see the issue here. Boring as it may be, it ends with Nero meeting with Sanctus, who's now embraced his demonic, or I guess in his eyes, his angelic, powers. For what it's worth, Sanctus is a pretty cool villain. This demonic twist on the Pope using the powers of demons to fulfill his heavenly goals is all sorts of hypocritical. I'm not even sure where to begin with that. The fact that he also managed to create a society that reveres him as they do also adds to my intrigue of him. As the supreme leader of the Order in a society that looks up to the Order, he has the utmost authority. His word is gospel, quite literally. He isn't treated like some commoner, he's almost treated as royalty in some respect. Naturally, this opens up the door for all kinds of corruption as he is seen as God's messenger, so why would anyone disagree with him? This kind of grounded narrative is the same thing Capcom tried to do with Devil May Cry 2. Arius just didn't have enough backing him in the narrative to make him interesting. Sanctus is a much more interesting and grounded villain, especially as it shows the twisted ways people have taken to Sparta's legacy. Rather than it just be about demons, it actually uses humanity's sins and faults as the driving force behind the narrative. Had demons just invaded Fortuna, it wouldn't really mean much, because it's just demons doing demon things. Humans are complex people though, and they have desires and goals, some willing to forego morality altogether to achieve them. Humans using demons is a much better plot point than just demons attacking humans. As such, it makes Sanctus out to be a pretty believable villain, one who believes that he is saving the world from demons by eradicating them, just like his god did over 2,000 years ago. One who was also so blind in his pursuit that he is unable to see the irony in using demon magic to destroy demons. And in the end, in a final ironic twist, was also the one, despite being the supreme leader, who misunderstood Sparta the most. Sparta was a demon, but he had a heart that could love others, something a non-believer has, yet is the very thing he had foregone, as he ultimately put the people of Fortuna at risk by doing this. All just so that he could kill demons and become an angel, who of course in the world of Devil May Cry is nothing more than a human with demonic energy. Devil May Cry 4 had an excellent story, certainly some shortcomings, but the quality is undeniable. The introduction of a new character was a risky bet, but one that paid off. The story of Nero and Kyrie was great, and I really like the new characters like Agnes, Sanctus, and Credo. Unfortunately, I think the game took the phrase out with the old and in with the new too literally, as nearly everything new added in Devil May Cry 4 is good, while everything old isn't. Trish, Lady, and Dante having little screen time was a letdown. The girls not appearing for 99% of the game made me question their roles in the story at all, and if they would have just been better suited somewhere else. While Dante's missions were utterly pointless, with his best moments only coming from those that involved Nero. It was as if everything was funneled towards Nero to build him up as the successor the team wanted him to be. Well, I can't exactly deny that they did succeed in that. We'll see the ripple effects of this in the sequel, of course, but Devil May Cry 4 showed us that they were able to establish a solid foundation for Nero that the other games could take hold of. But before we do that, you get the gist by now. We get the main story in the games while they save the background stuff for the books. So with a new cast of characters and a new setting, let's dig in and unravel this much needed context. Unlike previous works which were outsourced to other writers, this one was written in-house by Bingo Morihashi himself. Devil May Cry 4 was also the first time he wrote for the series all on his own, so if anyone was qualified to write a piece on this, it would be him. The story skips around a bit between past and present, but much of it is pretty interesting. To set a baseline, the present-day story begins the day of the assassination seen in the intro. The story then unfolds in two ways: the present-day setting we see occur in-game, and the past that led to his assassination. Starting with the past, Sanctus during the moment he captures Nero recalls an old memory of his, specifically 18 years ago, the same year Nero was born and the year he became the supreme leader. The novel explains that prior to Sanctus there was a leader named Suleiman. He was well respected, but he did not share the same views as Sanctus. Sanctus had big plans for Fortuna, the Order, and the world. He knew that Suleiman did not share these views, nor would he be able to convince him. To make matters worse, due to them being of similar age, there was a high chance Sanctus would die of old age before Suleiman, thus he would never get the throne. So 2 years before that, he poisoned Suleiman. The poison was slow to activate, but he needed to absolve himself of any wrongdoing to make sure it could not be traced back to him. 2 years later, it killed him, and Sanctus was considered the leader. The day of his inauguration, he was to sleep in Fortuna Castle, as it's said to be customary for the leader to sleep there at least on the first day, as the castle was owned and lived in by the great Sparta himself. That day, though, he was visited by a mysterious man who came to the castle to read up on Sparta. He was told of the Order of the Sword and Fortuna and wanted to see it for himself. Before the man left, he says that while he does not mind these people revering Sparta, they should remember that their so-called god will one day be surpassed, further saying that when that day comes, who will they worship? Their god, or his son who transcended him? Coupled with a few other comments made about Nero throughout the story, it is heavily implied that Vergil is Nero's father. The day he came to Fortuna, he must have met with a woman and slept with her. Now, of course, fans of the 5th game already know this, as it's quite an iconic reveal of that game, but book fans would have already pieced this together years ago. All that aside, that very same year, the woman who gave birth to Nero, who still to this day has gone unnamed, would drop him off at the orphanage and never return. Nero speculates that it's due to the town being small enough to where everyone knows everyone, and that sex out of wedlock would be frowned upon here, so fearing ostracization, she gave him up. One of the sisters at the orphanage is the one who gave Nero his name. He was wrapped in a black blanket when he was found at the orphanage, and black in Italian is Nero. Years passed as Nero would grow up in the orphanage and be taken in by Kyrie and Credo's folks, all while Sanctus would begin his rule over the world. Fast forwarding a bit, some time ago, presumably only months before the start of the game, Lady was out on a job doing what she does best. She was tracking more demons, but during her hunt she was interrupted by a Bianco Angelo. Lady would eventually take it down, but was soon surrounded by a whole squadron of them. She then visited a contact of hers and learned of some info on the Order of the Sword. While investigating them, she would run into their armor a few times, each time resulting in her not only losing the kill of the demon to the armor, but also the devil arms within those demons. All of this is meant to explain why Lady arrived at Devil May Cry and hired Trish and Dante to look into things for her. And then finally, a month before the start of the story is when Nero lost his arm. Nero had been a member of the Order for quite a while, but the Order tries not to remember that. He doesn't subscribe to the Holy Doctrine, nor does he wear their armor, so he's never sent on missions with the others. But even then, they can't deny his use. Nero is given secret jobs then. See, Fortuna gets lots of demons. This is likely because of the Hellgates, but many are not aware of their existence, so they likely assume it's just a part of the itinerary when you come here. But sometimes humans are also possessed by demons. This discovery would ruin the faith that the Order has established here, as no common citizen is aware of this. So despite not believing in it, Nero actually does keep the faith alive by getting rid of things that would otherwise prove how little faith matters in Fortuna. While fixing up some equipment one day, one of the sisters of the church told Nero that Kyrie had gone to the forest with some kids from the orphanage, but reports came in that there were demons spotted in the forest. Knights of the Order were sent to deal with them, but Sister Sesta is worried that something could go very wrong, so she wants Nero to check it out. When Nero arrived, he had found 3 holy knights, Josh, Sagan, and Tonio, battling over 30 scarecrow demons, way more than 3 knights could handle. Kyrie, consistent with her game appearances, is always putting her body in front of the kids, something that makes Nero happy and angry as he does not want harm to come to her, but this part of her is why he loves her so much. Right when they were able to leave though, a portal appeared behind Kyrie with an assault demon coming out of it. The demon immediately went for Kyrie and the kids. The distance between them was too close, so Nero couldn't get a shot off without hitting her. Without much choice, he revved his Red Queen to the max, the propellant from the engine propelling him forward, just enough to get in between Kyrie and the demon. He was going so fast though that he knew a follow-up attack would come and that he would not be able to block it with his sword, so he threw up his right hand to protect his head, and the assault sliced it. The overcharge on Red Queen had also damaged the engine, making the sword functionally useless, which explains why he didn't have it during the fight with Dante, and why Kyrie brought it to him later. The demon then finally falls after it launched some of its claws. It was aimed at Kyrie, but ironically, her moving to protect the kids meant that the claws missed her, only grazing her back, while Josh, who was behind her, took it straight to the heart. Nero and the other knights then fought the demon off after this and then escaped back to the city. Besides highlighting part of the origin of Nero's arm, this moment actually shows the true corruption of the Order, as they did not want it getting out that a holy knight had died from what was just a simple mission. So everyone, including the kids Kyrie was protecting, was told to shut up about the incident. According to the official reports, Nero happened to be in the forest with Kyrie when a single demon came. They were both injured, but Nero killed the demon and no real harm came to anyone. Holy Knights arrived on scene, but they didn't get there fast enough to assist, and that this Josh never existed. That night, Nero then went to bed dreaming of more power, as with it he could have protected Kyrie better. As he dreamed, a voice called out to him from within the void, asking for more power. From that day forth, his arm had started changing into the Devilbringer that he now possesses. Obviously, something this demonic must be kept secret in a place like Fortuna, so he wrapped his arm in a sling and tried to swat away any questions about his arm for as long as he could. This all leads to the day of the ceremony when Nero was out doing a job for the knights, hoping to wrap things up quickly so he could hear Kyrie sing. The rest of the story then retells the events of the game from the intro to the final fight against Sanctus. Much of it is exactly how it's explained in-game, even down to the exact dialogue, but you'll frequently find small additions sprinkled throughout. After the Ascension ceremony, Sanctus requests Agnes make some adjustments to the Savior. While these specific adjustments go unmentioned, the conversation is meant to highlight the influence of Sanctus. He knows his subjects and knows how to appeal to them. Credo values honor and praise for his accomplishments, and so by giving him harder tasks that only he can achieve, he makes Credo more proud. Agnes, on the other hand, thrives off being unique and irreplaceable. He likes being let in on secrets that many aren't privy to, and especially happy when he knows that he is needed. So Sanctus ends this conversation by saying, quote, "Please get it done. After all, no one but you can do it." I'm sure part of that statement has some truth to it, but he's definitely trying to appeal to Agnes so that he could use him, showing us how Sanctus had planned to use everyone in this conflict to benefit no one but himself. Following this, Nero would find the first Hellgate and begin his fight against Vergil. I stop here to note that Nero is actually unfamiliar with the Hellgate and what they do, even more confused that the Hellgates look like the monument in the city. So it seems like the Hellgate in the city is a part of the religion and is worshipped as a religious artifact, and yet the people have no idea that it contains a portal to the underworld. Later, when meeting with Agnes, he also mentions that the reason they found a fragment of Nello Angelo was because it washed up on shore randomly. I mean, it's an island, so I guess that makes sense. I just kind of expected a little more than that, you know? In the scene where some of the Order, including Gloria, meet, there is a conversation that occurs before the Fade-In, in which Sanctus is telling Credo to have more faith. This section talks about the Ascension ceremony, which, as you recall, turns them into demons, or angels if we're to use their terminology. One must be strong of mind and body, lest the power of the demons consumes them. If they don't possess this, then they become demons and are put down by the Order. However, one of the failed knights had escaped the lab that the ceremony took place in. He was put down, but not before killing Kratos' parents. So even after seeing his own brothers in arms fail to the ritual and seeing his parents die in front of his eyes, he continues to serve as this place's loyal knight. This shows his complete blindness to what's in front of him. He is tethered between the goals of the Order and the utopia they plan to make and the reality of their planning. Sanctus continues to appeal to him by saying that few will sacrifice themselves to save the many. This idea that the sacrifices will not be in vain and that one day there will be an end is enough for him to keep going. But it's clearly just more lies. Of course, his one and only anchor in this world is Kyrie, which after being used by the Order is enough for him to betray the faith. This cutscene is actually a lot more intense than the game portrays. The fight and dialogue play out roughly the same, except when Agnes puts his sword to Kyrie. He demands Nero drop Yamato, even drawing blood by slicing a fraction of Kyrie's neck, whereas the blade was steadily being held to her neck in-game. Nero then begs Agnes not to hurt her, and then obeys by dropping Yamato. Kratos is then forced to bring it to Agnes, but that's when he attempts to strike him. He was able to separate the two, with Kyrie collapsing and falling unconscious, but like the games, he did make off with her in the end. Dante's sections of the story are about the same, but there are some interesting things worth noting too. While little is said by Echidna or Dagon, Vergil actually has a ton of text from his perspective. He was nothing more than a whelp 2,000 years ago when Sparta killed Mundus. He always found this strange since Sparta was Mundus' right-hand man and his best swordsman. Sparta even helped Mundus become the demon emperor. He thinks about why Sparta would do such a thing before scoffing at the humans as he saw the savior destroying part of Fortuna. He found it ridiculous that the humans would try to be gods, but he also has the remarkable insight to say that while he doesn't understand Sparta or his motives, even he would probably disapprove of all this, adding that Sparta didn't save the humans that they could act in such a manner. It's rare for a demon in this franchise to think of anything more than just killing, so it's nice to hear some commentary from this one. It also highlights just how foolish the Order's plans are if even a demon could see that Sparta would be displeased with such a thing being done in his name. Adding to this, the devil arm that Dante acquires during this boss fight is from a demon Vergil recognizes, named Lucifer. According to the text, devil arms are often weapons made by demons, but sometimes, like we've seen in past games, the weapons are actually demons themselves. Their soul, in a sense, is the weapon. When a demon would recognize the strength of an opponent they cannot defeat, they would offer themselves up as a devil arm. But that was only if they chose to. Lucifer was not one to do humanity's bidding, so it's more than likely that he was defeated so bad that his soul became a weapon without his consent. This devil arm was a weapon Dante got from his last job. So not only did Lucifer lose, but he lost to the very same man Vergil is about to fight. He knew right then and there that his death was assured, but he was too stubborn to accept it. Tried as he might, he too would die to Dante, but the details about the devil arm in Vergil's past make him quite interesting, much more than the games would have you believe. A few pages later, the novel will actually make note of special powers within Agnes. Apparently he can leech off demonic entities for power. Energy sources are rather low these days, as you'd expect, but with the Hellgate open, all he has to do is sit back and let his body soak up the energy. This is not mentioned or even implied in-game, so this seems to be a power exclusive to the novel. Doesn't mean it didn't exist in the games too, we just never saw something like this happen. And finally, the scene after where Dante cuts down the Hellgate is interesting because he actually questions why dear old dad didn't just destroy the damn thing instead of creating a seal. Trish actually understands Sparta in this moment because they share the same feelings. Both of them are demons of the underworld. It is their home, and sometimes even demons get a little homesick. The rest from here on is pretty much the same. Dante goes on to fight the savior, Trish saves the people of Fortuna and is later joined by Lady for a single fight, who has come with their boat, and Nero has to fight Sanctus with only Yamato because his normal gear was destroyed and he was taken into the savior. Narratively this makes sense, but I think Capcom didn't want people to lose their equipment during the last two chapters, so they let players keep them. The last few pages then time skip after the conflict. Nero and Kyrie get an apartment in Fortuna together as they both try to help out those who've been affected by the attacks. Many people still believe in Sanctus though and see Nero as a demon, especially as he's now showing the arm in public, but he still does his best to help them. Dante even sends him a package to cap off the novel, a sign for his new business. Looks like Devil May Cry is going international. The fourth game's novel is easily one of the better novels seen for the franchise so far, and I think this is in large part due to it being a part of the games, not attached to them. This allowed Morihashi to write what he called the most complete version of the story, as it gave him a chance to flesh out parts that the games did not cover. Whether this speaks to the quality of the novel or the lack of it in-game, the text goes to great lengths to clarify lots of details, and adds in more parts of the story so that it all comes together quite nicely. The details about Sanctus' climb up the Holy Ladder to Nero's arm were seldom mentioned in-game, but were thankfully discussed here. But unfortunately, because the novel is writing events that take place during the events of the game, it is also beholden to those events, lest we write off the whole chapter as not canon. So lots of contrivances occur during the story. Dante is unaware that Gloria is Trish, but Trish talks to Dante a couple of times while we play as Nero. One of her talks with Dante was at Fortuna Castle, which explains her sudden appearance there in-game. And so because Dante showed surprise upon her reveal, they can't reveal that in the novel, so anytime they talk prior to this scene, Trish is always hiding behind a bookcase or in a shadowy corner for no reason. Further, Lady in this story is sidelined again. Hilariously, after giving Trish and Dante the details, they told her to come with a boat a month from now. So Lady does nothing for a whole month, brings them a boat, docks at the same time as the Hell Gates opened, and then just helps Trish take out some demons that surround the port. But overall, it's a good read, and if you're a fan of Devil May Cry 4's story, this would definitely be up your alley. But with Nero being introduced as a descendant of Sparta, we now have another member of the crew, one who seems to be a part of the next generation of Devil May Cry's universe. But before that happened, Capcom Japan had reached out to Capcom America, asking them to explore a new direction for Devil May Cry. A decision that would, for a time, put the series' future in limbo. Sales for Devil May Cry 4 were high, but not high enough. The game and its various ports sold only 2.7 million copies. Capcom took note of how the other action games were selling double, maybe even triple those numbers. So efforts were made to both keep old fans engaged while bringing in newer blood to the series. For that, they looked to collaborating with an American company to hopefully attract a fresher audience out west. To that end, they reached out to developer Ninja Theory and asked them to help create their next big game. Ninja Theory had some moderate success prior to DmC, mostly in Kung Fu Chaos and enslaved Odyssey to the West. But it was their work on the action hack-and-slash game Heavenly Sword that really piqued their interest. Capcom felt that this game had many features and ideas that were more in line with what made DmC so special, so it was a no-brainer that they were called up to produce the next title. Talks between the two companies continued for months to flesh out the idea of the game, with them both agreeing afterwards that a full complete reboot for the series was the best direction, and thus how we got DmC Devil May Cry. Already you've pissed me off. DmC Squared, I guess, or as I'll be calling it, the reboot, features a lot of changes to the core formula. Squint hard enough and you could see the semblance of a Devil May Cry game, but put this next to any of the other ones and you'd be forgiven for thinking it was two separate franchises. The game still has demons, Dante, Vergil, hell even Sparta, Ava, and Mundus. As such, much of the original game's mythos remains unchanged. Mundus, ruler of demons, was defeated by Sparta, a fellow demon. He would then get with a woman named Eva and have two twin boys, Dante and Vergil. The major difference between them is that it's no longer a war between demons and humans, but rather demons and angels. Ava was an angel, thus making the twins Nephilim, or half-demon, half-angel. Following this, the boys' home would then be attacked. Mundus would rip out Ava's heart, killing her on the spot, and Sparta would be imprisoned and tortured for eternity. Prior to being taken though, Sparta would hide his boys, erasing their memories and separating them, with the hope that Mundus would never find them. And that is where we are today. Mundus has returned and drove out his worst adversary, so now he rules as a human named Kyle Ryder, a rich CEO who runs the world through debt. Dante, on the other hand, is living out of a trailer, engaging in excessive drinking and debauchery. Already you could see that the reboot is taking some creative liberties in the storytelling department. While the gameplay mechanics like the style system and the mythos of the demons is still present, its tone and characters are by far its biggest departures from the series, and it's one not many like. The reboot is more crude, vulgar, juvenile, and edgy when compared to previous games. Let me give you an idea. In the first 2 minutes of the game, Dante's at a strip club hanging out with some of the women. He takes them for a night out on the town. They go to the carnival, they play with his guns Ebony and Ivory, they play with his other gun, and then they engage in deep philosophical discussions about the nature of man. Unlike Devil May Cry 1, which showed Dante's regenerative abilities by surviving a sword to the chest, this Dante uses his powers to heal the claw marks on his back that the women gave him during their discussions. Dante then answers the door stark naked, his sword of Sparta flopping in the wind there as this woman tells him he's in danger. Later, Dante will find his guns, which happen to be caught on a bra. A soft drink within the world is virility, which is said to be a cure-all in a sense, but the company highlights that it can reduce weight and increase sexual performance. Mind you, this is just some of what occurs in the first 4 missions, and this is a 20-mission-long game. A lot of this humor goes hand in hand, stringing together words that are sexual or edgy, like the one boss who threatens to piss down Dante's throat. It's all a part of the package deal here. These things are not inherently bad, as this humor can be funny, but it is clear that it's a big departure from what came before. Ultimately though, both DMCs are trying to be funny, one I think just lands better than the other. DMC was campy, never taking itself too seriously, and never trying to be anything else. It knew it was stupid, but it committed to that bit to its most extreme conclusion. Dante is cool because of his style, his personality, and his cockiness. Reboot Dante is trying a bit too hard to be cool. The game itself also removes a lot of the style in favor of that edge. Cinematic introductions like those of the Devil Arms are not present in this game. It's much grittier and certainly more realistic in that sense, but it is very different than the DMC we're used to. This tonal shift was not only seen as negative, but also a betrayal of what made Devil May Cry so great. Like I mentioned earlier, there is a reason why Devil May Cry 4's Dante is closer to his younger self than the one from the second game like he's supposed to be, because this Dante is the one fans like and remember fondly. His ability to be both ends of the spectrum is what makes him all the more compelling. The reboot is the complete opposite of that. Understandably, the team did not want to make the same game as before, otherwise Capcom would have just done it themselves, so I can respect the decision to be different. But I think two things can both be true, that a reboot should change things and that this was the wrong direction. It also reinforces that a reboot was likely never going to capture the original experience and was going to disappoint fans regardless, making you wonder if a reboot was even a decision that should have been made. Overall though, the tone of the game is not embraced by many, but it's far from the only complaint people have and not the worst thing people hated about this game. The characters of the reboot are similarly a mixed bag since their tone has to conform to this new style, as such everybody's going down with the ship here. The game really does try hard to make Dante cool, portraying him as this alpha male masculine guy. The bad boy your parents warned you about, the kind of guy who beats up bouncers at clubs and takes home any woman he wants every night and then kicks them out when he's done, and they all comply because he gets what he wants, when he wants. Originally, this Dante was meant to be a lot edgier and the game's tone a lot darker. The first trailer for the game back in 2010 showed Dante emaciated after a long torture session. He then puts out a cigarette on a demon's face before blasting a few more. Following this trailer, internet users took to the forums to give their thoughts. In an article produced by VG Charts titled "What Was Cool Isn't Cool Anymore," the article highlights comments from the forum page 1UP that say, quote, "I literally can't stop laughing at how bad that character design is," and quote, "I think they're trying to bring in new fans to the series and don't really care if they alienate the old ones." Browsing GameFAQs forums, most posts from 2010 when the trailer dropped to 2013 when the game actually dropped were filled with outrage. Now sure, there were fans and some even offered some more mixed opinions, but much of the discussion was negative. It led to Ninja Theory and Capcom workshopping things a bit for the real release. It's not as dark and the smoking is gone, but he is still as rude and uncaring as ever. Even then, it was not enough to quell the masses. People just did not like this new Dante. It also didn't help that the PR for the game, especially when it involved Dante, was questionable to say the least. Back to that VG Charts article, the director of the game noted how DMC was cool, but it was cool 12 years ago. Further saying, quote, "If Dante, dressed as he was, walked into any bar outside of Tokyo, he'd get laughed out." What Devil May Cry did when it launched was it brought everything that was great about action cinema, like the fashion, music, it was a cultural melting pot. And I feel like now, for Devil May Cry to have that same impact, it needs to draw on new things, new music, new ways of cinematography, new fashion. He was later asked about Kamiya's Bayonetta, which the devs are actually trying to surpass both in terms of gameplay and storytelling. He gave his thoughts on the game and said that it was a good game, but not cool. It's caricatured, over the top, and very Japanesey, which is not something he wants in his games. Many fans took this as a slight. In one way, he was simply expressing his design process and highlighting the differences in culture and style. But for many, it was an attack on a thing they held dear. The comment about the bar insinuated that Dante was not cool anymore, and that the Japanese way of cool was almost outdated or not internationally viewed as cool, because only in Japan could someone like Dante be considered cool. And this unfortunately wasn't even the worst of it. Many are likely all too familiar with the GDC presentation that sent ripples across the internet. In 2013, a dev for Ninja Theory did a presentation at GDC that highlighted the art of the reboot and their thought process behind it. This included things like Dante's costumes, Limbo, among other things. But he starts by talking about Capcom's initial instruction, which was to imagine Dante in a Western movie. They aimed for a more grounded, stylish, and Western interpretation. To convey their design process, various slides were shown of what Dante is and is not. Dante is typically a cool guy, a guy you would see every day on the street, not overdressed with crazy colors. Superhero-wise, Dante is often viewed as the kid from Chronicle, not Batman and Robin. For context, Chronicle is about 3 kids that get powers, and Andrew, the character in the image, is much more violent with them, using these powers to establish dominance over people he hated. The most infamous slide, though, is found in the beginning, in which they joked that when it came to Western movies, Dante wouldn't really fit in Brokeback Mountain, but rather in Fight Club. This specific slide has been shared time and time again. Watching this presentation, it was definitely meant to be a throwaway line, a joke about the word Western, and taking that too literally, by imagining Dante in a cowboy Western movie. But given the future slides, many understandably took this as another slight towards Dante's getup, especially as he had a rather cowboyish look to him in the last game. Many fans who saw this then assumed that this was either at best poor taste or tone deaf, while at the worst, bigoted. Brokeback Mountain is often considered one of the best LGBTQ romance films of our time. It deals with the complexities of love in a world that is not kind to those who prefer the same sex. It's an extremely well-made and popular film, which is why it was likely picked for the cowboy western joke. But given the subject matter of the film and the fact that the beginning of the presentation was all about comparing Dantes, many people assume the pick was deliberate, meant to imply that Capcom's Dante is like Jack or Ennis from the film. The Fight Club inclusion similarly was also met with some confusion amongst fans. The presenter goes on to say that they liked the movie because it was cool, that they actually had a picture of this on their wall at the studio, and that it's all about attitude, no coats or fancy dresses, just a cool guy that's very grounded. The thing is, Fight Club is about an overworked, depressed corporate worker who has a split personality in the form of Tyler Durden, played by Brad Pitt. He is everything the narrator is and wants to be. Tyler is tough, cool, gets the girls, and is generally this kind of cool guy. Yet over the course of the movie, he starts a fight club before it forms into a terrorist organization, in which he convinces the others of the club to go out and destroy public property and blow up office buildings. So it comes off as Ninja Theory wanting Dante to be this alpha male guy like Tyler Durden, even though the movie is basically telling you how much of a horrible person he is. Sure, certain Fight Club scenes in isolation can be cool and funny, but it's also wrapped up in a story that's anything but. And to me, I find it hard to separate those parts of the story. As if matters couldn't get any worse, there was another similarly infamous statement made by the game's director. It was initially in an interview with PlayStation 3 magazine, but numerous outlets picked up the discussion and copied the interview. When talking about women in video games, he started by saying that he likes women with big, shall we say, assets, even wishing he was resting his head on a pair at that very moment. However, he says that if you are to stimulate a player, there are better ways to do that they need to be attractive on a different level. He points to his game Enslaved, specifically its character Trip, who is beloved for being a kind of girl next door, ending by saying that this is much more attractive than, quote, a prostitute walking around with a big gun. Now, he did not specify anyone by name, but it wasn't very long before the community immediately assumed him to be referring to Lady. Now, if this was Devil May Cry 4's Lady, I would agree. She is scantily clad and does little but be eye candy for the player, but Lady as a whole is an incredibly deep character. It's mostly on the fault of DmC4 for not continuing to push her character. The women of DmC have always been great. Later appearances have and will continue to lack the same beauty they once had in their initial debuts, but Lady and Trish's introductions were always amazing. So the comment comes off as not only rude, but just wrong. It's also rather ironic given what the reboot does with its female cast. Ava gets no screen time and is killed by Mundus, which is fine and is of course in line with the previous games. Lilith, however, is portrayed as a servant to Mundus. He uses her pretty much exclusively for sex and at one point gets her pregnant. There is also a line in the intro of the game that talks about how she is to be his servant, but interestingly the definitive edition removed this line. Even then, Lilith recognizes that she would mean nothing to Mundus if she wasn't pregnant with his child. Both Ava and Lilith are also referred to in rather derogatory ways, such as bitch or something worse. Brutal and slow pain often greet the women of this game quite frequently. Lilith is shot in the stomach by Vergil during a hostage swap. As she reels in pain over the reality of what happened to her baby, it's only then that Vergil takes her out. Kat is the only woman of the cast with any sense of agency, but even that was stripped away significantly. Kat is shown to be very capable despite only being a human. However, much of her role is about being a love interest for Vergil and then eventually Dante, as well as being the classic damsel in distress when she's captured or being hunted. She does, however, have the power to tap into limbo, but this came from a traumatic experience. Kat's father was a demon. Not like demon as in the pejorative, but like the noun, like an actual demon. Her father abused her frequently when she was a child. It caused her to have nightmares all the time. It was during these times of abuse that she had managed to escape them by going into limbo. Later, halfway through the game, Kat is taken and interrogated by Mundus. The reason she was able to hold out for so long during the torture, though, is because she was able to escape into limbo again. It's common for people to disassociate during a traumatic experience. And so to me, it just feels odd that they took a traumatic time in her life and made that her superpower. On top of never really bringing up the harm that it caused her for her to learn that she could do this, nor the harm that she's usually under when she's forced to do it. Credit where it's due though, Dante's able to recognize her strength to hold out for so long during the torture, as well as how her repeated trips to Limbo will help them navigate Mundus' tower later, thus proving that without Kat they would have failed 100 times by now. Plus, this way of thinking is what drives a wedge between the two brothers as Dante starts to act more human, unlike Vergil. But still, this comment from the director is wrong, and arguably now with this info even hypocritical given the game's writing. And these were just some of the more prolific things that were said. Many also point to Keiji Inafune, head of production at Capcom at the time. He's been very vocal about his interest in appealing to Western gamers, even saying that everyone here at the Tokyo Game Show he was at is making awful games, further saying that Japan as a whole is behind by 5 years. It's believed that he led the push that greenlit the reboot. Ninja Theory have also said in interviews that they wanted to make Dante closer to his original iteration, something that was backed up by the game's concept art, but that Inafune and Isuno rejected their designs, and so they admittedly kinda left the team out there to dry, having them take the brunt of the criticism regarding Dante's design, even though Capcom was the ones who wanted it. All in all, though, it made for an absolute nightmare of a PR run, which negatively impacted the game's perception. And while this section's retelling of those events was admittedly quite long, like our discussion on the dev history of Devil May Cry 2, it hopefully puts things into perspective regarding the game's reputation, as it's a reputation in history that fans still haven't healed from, nor forgotten. To finally talk about the story, Dante wakes up in his trailer and is attacked by demons. Upon being saved by Kat, he is taken to the headquarters of a place called the Order. Not to be confused with the Order from DmC 4, the Order of the Reboot fights against Mundus and society. Mundus, using his demons and Limbo, has managed to keep a tight leash on the whole world. The premier soft drink Virility is actually being pumped with certain fluids made by the succubus in order to keep people complacent. CCTV cameras watch their every move. The news hosted by the anchor Bob Barbas is all propaganda and only plays what Mundus wants the people to know, and Lilith runs one of the local clubs which turns people into demon collaborators. To play into Dante's rebellious nature, the devs have shown themes of freedom and anarchy through a modern lens. Rather than protect humanity from the demon attacks, this Dante is breaking the chains the demons have on them. Honestly, I think the setup is great. Having the demons be the literal masters of the world by the start of the game, not a game over fail state, is an interesting way to start the story. Mundus practically owns the world, if not literally, then figuratively, as numerous people owe him money and he forces people to do his bidding, from the common everyday worker in his tower to the President of the United States. And his other demons, like Bob, Lilith, and the succubus, keep people in line to prevent them from ever rising up. It's also impossible for them to be overthrown, not just because they're demons, but because they operate it all from Limbo. Limbo is probably one of the cooler locations in the franchise. It's stunning, vibrant, and filled with all kinds of colors across the spectrum. As the name suggests, the place is also in a state of flux, in a sense. Limbo overlaps with the real world. You'll find similar structures and objects in both worlds, but Limbo often shows the real truths. Actions taken in Limbo can also have an effect on the real world. A Ferris wheel that got detached in Limbo during a fight looks like a ride gone wild in the real world. The vibrance of the place is also a stark contrast to the gray reality that humans actually live in. Now, while this could just be seen as a symptom of this era in gaming, in which just about every game was brown or gray in some fashion, it does highlight just how depressing the world actually is. Mundus controls the populace, and so the people are living in a depressed, freedomless world even if they don't see it. So the color palette is equally as depressing. It's rather ironic since Limbo is all bright and colorful, denoting its freedom, but it's also home to the demons, whereas the real world is safe but also under control by a demon. There is no happy middle ground here, and that's precisely the point. Humanity is screwed both ways, and there is no hope for them to be anything more than just servants to the demons. Obviously, though, it doesn't take much thinking to see some real-world parallels here. Mundus is the CEO of Silver Sachs Entertainment, a pretty obvious parody to Goldman Sachs, while Bob Barbas represents corrupt news outlets who are willing to stretch the truth and lie for profit. It may even be specifically targeting political commentator Bill O'Reilly, as Bob repeats his iconic "We'll do it live" quote he said on air. Ninja Theory even made a fake Raptor News website. Many of its headlines and news articles are parody or satire, such as how the site claims that banning guns is a threat to masculinity, the job market and housing crises are lies, and that workers should do better at pleasing their bosses if they want to keep their job. The network attacks political opponents by pointing out things about their character rather than their policies, and even uses a fake source, a Dr. Michael Hawk, to prove that virility enhances performance in the bedroom. There also seems to be some elements taken from John Carpenter's They Live from 1988, which itself was based on a short story called 8 O'Clock in the Morning. This was about how aliens control humanity. The short story has various billboards that have eyes printed on them that watch their every move. And the TV would also compel people to watch its programming, telling the viewers to obey their government. The reboot does this through text that appears in Limbo. One notably changes the word home to homeless when looking at an ad about housing prices. So it's clear that the reboot is taking a stance here and using DmC as a way to comment on the state of the world and how we're often subjected to whatever the global powers that be want us to see and believe. But that's where the Order comes in. They see through the cracks, and they've been working tirelessly to put Mundus out of commission. But with their movements being tracked 24/7 and the people fed lies, it's been hard to say the least. Vergil is the leader of the Order, and he is definitely struggling, but he does have one last ace in the hole: his brother Dante. After clearing his memory and telling him of their history, the two brothers are aligned in their shared goal of taking down Mundus. Much like the original brothers, Dante and Vergil of the reboot are meant to be very different in style and tone. Dante is louder, more outspoken, and more rebellious. Vergil is more sophisticated, thus why he wears a coat, not a hoodie and jeans. Hilariously, in the original release, Vergil actually wore a trilby in one of the scenes, an article of clothing absent in the definitive edition. This, coupled with the katana, gave off very, while you were out partying, I studied the blade vibes, which probably didn't help, and likely led to it being cut. Guess Vergil was the one getting laughed out of bars, eh? Cat also working as part of Vergil's force is also explained a bit more in the prequel comic. Typically, I've been saving the written material for after, but since it's a short comic, I figured we could talk about it here. Vergil had saved Cat from a few demon attacks, including one against her demonic father. She was considered an accomplice in a recent bombing, even though it was just a demon attack, so she's being taken to a prison called Hellfire, a place where Dante used to be held. Vergil's able to finally learn more about his brother, but this allowed Mundus to do the same, so now he's been marked for death. Both Vergil and Cat end up developing feelings for each other during this trip through Hellfire, which is how she came around to joining the team. Honestly, I actually don't mind this Vergil to an extent, mainly due to his in-game appearances and what he does for the plot rather than his personality. Older fans who had played prior games would likely be confused yet intrigued at the decision to make Vergil and Dante amicable. We're used to these guys being at each other's throats, so it's nice to see a change for once. It's both a great way to completely blindside a new player who has no idea what's going on, while also making older fans wonder when the shoe is going to drop, or if it even will at all. From here on, it's basically Dante and Vergil working together to rip off the arms of Mundus, that being Succubus, Lilith, and Bob Barbas, before actually ripping his real arms off at the end. Perhaps minus Bob, all the villains including Mundus individually are pretty weak. We learn little about them other than what they do to the humans of the world. They are in many ways like those of DmC 1. Pound for pound though, I actually find these villains to be a bit more interesting than the others, purely because of how the game has set this world up as one being overseen by demons. As such, they aren't just demons out to kill Dante, but a small cog in a much larger machine. Limbo also pulls its weight significantly by either highlighting the disgusting nature of the drinks these people consume, or by creating a prison for human souls who have no chance of escaping. Barbas' boss fight also has you fighting within the television broadcast and even viewing a couple of encounters from the perspective of a helicopter capturing the footage. It's clever and shows that a lot of love was put into these areas to give Limbo a distinct and memorable feel. It's during the mission against Bob though that the Order's headquarters are attacked. Dante has to rush out there once he's done, but as he is in Limbo, he is unable to do much. Cat, being a medium, is the only one who can communicate with him, and the two work together to get her to safety. Cat's presence is pivotal to the plot because of how the brothers feel about her. As we know, Vergil found Cat and hired her, but Dante's mainly been the one doing jobs with her. We could see him being a bit more honest when she's in his presence and comforting her when she needs it. He's definitely taking a liking to her, and not in the way that he liked the women in the intro. When they finish extracting the Order's data, Vergil immediately tries to leave. The boys are in Limbo and can freely move around, but Cat is still stuck in the real world. Rather than join Vergil though, Dante tries to find a way to help her. Realizing there is little he can do though, he instructs her to kneel and put her hands up so the SWAT team doesn't shoot her on sight. Unfortunately, they still do, wounding her in the shoulder as they kick her repeatedly. He tries to hold her hand, but as he is in Limbo, he can't do anything, so he just sits there helplessly while his friend is beaten and dragged away. Later, Mundus then sends a threatening message to Vergil to hand over Dante. At this point, Mundus had no idea that Sparta had two sons, merely assuming Vergil to be a collaborator in Dante's schemes. Vergil considers these implications and how to proceed. Meanwhile, Dante is more focused on Cat's health. The two then come up with a plan to use Lilith and the threat of her unborn child to draw out Mundus. But Dante's only doing this to save Cat. Vergil, however, merely just wants to get back in Mundus. That explains why he shoots Lilith during the hostage swap. It puts Cat's life in danger, but he didn't really care for her. He only saw this as an opportunity to piss off Mundus. Afterward, the trio then plans their final assault on Mundus' tower. When she went into Limbo to escape her torture, she was able to map out the floor plan of the tower. The plan is to then lure Mundus from his Hellgate, which makes him immortal, and then kill him after. The issue is that in doing so, the worlds merge. Limbo and the human world begin to overlap, and now demons that were previously only seen in Limbo are now running amok in the human world. This is then what leads to the big twist, and that's that Vergil is offering to replace Mundus and rule the world in his stead. Now he claims that he would be different, that he would treat his subjects differently, but Cat is right to call out his use of the word subject. They freed the people, but I wouldn't exactly say freed, more like under new management. The brothers fundamentally disagree on this, and so the fight we all knew was coming commences. While rehashing the same story beat would make a reboot pointless, I find the original interpretation to still be better. Dante and Vergil's different philosophies stem from a traumatic moment in their past. This duo's difference coming from an order versus chaos belief is not terrible, it's just not nearly as interesting, because it's not as personal as the originals. There was also a clear theme of humanity being built up during the game, with Dante making reference to his humanity, and similarly how he's gone from heartless and cruel to caring thanks to Kat. On paper this sounds interesting, but it doesn't hit nearly as well when you remember that both boys are half angel and half demon. The reboot does seem to place the brothers on each side of the aisle, Vergil drifting more towards the side of Mundus, aka his demon side, while Dante embraces his human side as he carries the legacies of both his father and mother with him. But he's not a human, he's an angel, a Nephilim. There is no humanity within him. This is in a way not unlike Trish's existence, but that conveyed an idea that even a demon, a historically evil creature, can still feel human emotion and be a better person. Angels are historically benevolent beings, so this is to be expected of them. The supernatural elements then are getting in the way of the human messaging, and thus why the themes of freedom and humanity don't hit nearly as hard here. Similarly, although this is not really the game's fault, but this is the issue with dropping a series so early. The game ends with Dante winning, only willing to spare Vergil's life because Kat begged him to. It's setting up a future return of Vergil, but it also subtly puts this whole campaign up for debate. The two have left the city and possibly much of the world in ruins. This is Dante's idea of freedom. The freedom to choose, to carve out your own path without someone telling you what to do. Removing Mundus was key to that, but they've also decimated much of people's lives. In an attempt to envision a life of freedom, they ended up creating anarchy. Vergil's belief that humans need to be guided and looked after because they're frail is similar to Mundus's belief. As such, it's hard to side with his way of thinking. But with the world now in chaos, perhaps order is needed to keep people from destroying themselves. So this part of the story was clearly designed to be a story beat that a future game would pick up on. But given the franchise has yet to return to this world, it makes the ending rather hollow, as there is little hope in expecting an answer to this question. Leaving us like the three of them were at the beginning of this mission, looking upon a war-torn city filled with rubble and death. A world that has just been born anew, ready to take its first steps towards something else, something we will likely never see. But I guess that's what makes the prospect of a DLC set after these events so interesting. Ninja Theory eventually released Vergil's Downfall, a 6-mission post-game DLC that explores where Vergil went after his fight with Dante. If you're expecting answers to your questions though, you are sorely mistaken. The DLC takes only a couple of hours and is merely designed to set up a future conflict, which like the last mission, is likely to never see the light of day. Following his defeat at the hands of his brother, Vergil made his way to a family grave, presumably hoping to die there. What happened though was that he was sent into some kind of dream realm. Vergil is in a weirder version of his old home as he tries to reach the gates of paradise. It locks him out before he can reach, however, implying that he is not ready yet. The next few missions are then him trying to find enough power to cross it. His heart was shown to be ripped out in the intro, but it's now in the middle of the arena. A figure standing in front of Vergil then asks him what he would do if he had another chance. The game then places him in some part of the world where Kat is being chased by a demon. Where I assumed this would go was Vergil rewriting his wrongs, a redemption arc of sorts. But what we got was Vergil desiring more power, and achieving that by killing Kat. His heart is now pumping faster. His desire to be the son of Sparta and acquire absolute power is growing greater, but he still needs more. Next mission he chases down Dante. And what I thought was going to be another great face-off between the two, much of this mission is spent chasing after Dante, only for Vergil to kick him in the chest. He then finds his mother, but he only came here to tell her that her son Dante is dead, and that he basically wants nothing to do with her. Vergil's quest for power then continues as he fights a hollow version of himself that possesses his blue necklace. In taking this back, he now has achieved absolute power. He then walks into the gates of paradise again, and this time they open, as he finds himself back where he was in the opening, with an army of demons at his disposal. The DLC is okay. It's clearly all in his head, everything that occurred being a metaphor as he grapples with his mind and heart following his brother's betrayal. But once more, this was all to set up a future conflict in a future installment we have yet to get to. Even then, even if we were to get a DmC cubed or whatever the hell this would be called, I can't imagine the plot being anything more than Vergil coming back down to rule the world with his demons while Dante defends Earth. It makes Vergil out to be the absolute evil with little room for doubt. Doubt is what makes the original Vergil though so special. His betrayal of Arkham, teaming up with Dante, his own torture at the hands of Mundus, and the future events of DmC 5, all of this is what makes him interesting. Because he's less heroic than Dante, but he's not completely evil, and that happy medium where he sits is what makes him compelling. Dante kills demons because it's right. Vergil has much more nuance in his reasoning. This Vergil is now a demon tamer. Vergil's quest for absolute power is a lifelong goal to prevent what happened to his family from ever happening again, as he was too weak to stop the demons. This Vergil wants power so he could rule over the humans. Now again, if they just wanted to rehash the same story, Capcom would have just made DMC 5. They wanted Ninja Theory to take the story in a different direction, but it's one I don't believe would have been interesting, even if we got that sequel to flesh it out. All in all, DMC Devil May Cry was viewed negatively by many. While many news outlets were generally favorable, user scores are mixed. The sentiment for the game seems to have remained even today, with most seemingly remembering the game as a bad entry in the series. Like Devil May Cry 2, it's a game many often suggest newcomers skip, and with it being a complete reboot, it makes that suggestion easier to pitch. Honestly though, the gameplay is actually quite fun, and some of its mechanics like the slow-mo final blows and the style announcer were added in DMC 5, so even Capcom was willing to look to it for inspiration. Ninja Theory for their part though has yet to be given the DMC license again. Both Capcom and Ninja Theory have expressed interest in a sequel and are not completely ready to write it off just yet, so it is possible that in some distant future we may see the game return. In the meantime though, Ninja Theory would be acquired by Xbox and has worked on various first-party titles, most notably the Hellblade games. So it's unclear if Capcom would even be able to give them the DMC license again now that they're under Xbox. Regardless, Capcom was seemingly pleased with its sales. Both the original and definitive edition both sold about 1 million and some change, with the game reaching reportedly around 4 million sales as of 2024. When talking about the game with GameSpot, Itsuno said that he was happy with the performance of the game. He says that if it was too good, it may have changed the course of DMC, and if it sold poorly, it would have been a flash-in-the-pan failure with no definitive edition. So he is quite happy that they were able to hit a happy middle ground for the game. Following the release of the definitive edition, fans also received the special edition for Devil May Cry 4 later that year, which showed people that Capcom was not ready to shelve the series just yet, restoring some hope in fans that the series was gone for good following the new direction with the reboot. Still, it's a game that was and still is considered pretty mediocre by most fans and newcomers, and it's an opinion I share as well. Due to this, the race to the bottom was tight, making for, at the very least, a rather enjoyable viewing experience, where fans continued to rip each game apart as the years went on. But on the other end of things, DMC 3 was practically running away with the grand prize. While 1 and 4 were great, they were just not good enough to beat 3. But following the release of the reboot, Capcom are bringing the IP back in-house, creating a game that many consider not just an amazing Devil May Cry game, but quite possibly the only one that could surpass the third as the greatest Devil May Cry ever made. Devil May Cry 5 marks the final game in the series. Well, not counting the mobile game, and we'll get to that one, but what an interesting way to end things. The story is a continuation of our tale taking place after DMC 4. It begins by establishing a part of the world building that no game since has ever done. Dante was recently informed that a powerful demon was going to resurrect called Urizen. This demon plans to use humanity as a means of power. Urizen summoned the demon world's tree of life known as the Qlifoth, which begins harvesting human blood. This is said to spawn something known as a Qlifoth fruit, which when consumed grants one unimaginable power. In fact, the Qlifoth fruit was the very thing Mundus consumed when he fought his way to becoming the Demon King. The Qlifoth then sprouts out of the ground and immediately begins wreaking havoc on the people of Redgrave City. So for the first time ever, we finally get to see humanity's first proper introduction to the demons. While there have been numerous occurrences before this, like the revival of Abigail or Tem and Negru, it's never been officially seen in the game's world the way that this attack is being viewed. The cat is officially out of the bag. Humanity has finally seen the demons, and both local and international news and governments are aware of the Qlifoth tree. This now immediately changes the kind of tone that is present throughout the game. Humans are being taken by the Qlifoth roots, demons are running amok in the city doing what they do best, as army soldiers are doing their best to fend off creatures they have never seen before. The team even seems to have remembered much of its past shortcomings, as Redgrave City, despite being filled with no semblance of human life, much like Dumeri Island, actually does feel lived in as the presence is seen in the city levels. Each of these statues were once human beings who had been drained of all their blood, now serving as a stark reminder of the danger these people face. Some of the demons, mainly these Mpusa, were designed to be worker ants in a sense, so they harvest the blood and take it all the way to the tree. The Qlifoth is also called the Tree of Life, a clear reference to some biblical texts. The Tree of Life in Christian theology, as far as I'm aware, was part of the Garden of Eden, and the Norse concept of the World Tree Yggdrasil also does fall under this terminology. So we once more have another demonic twist on a biblical manifestation. But of course, while the world governments and the army can try to take these demons out, we all know who this responsibility lies on. DMC 5 has brought back the entire cast from DMC 4, and even added a few more, making for quite the crowded car ride. Although much like Devil May Cry 4, only a few are really given a chance to shine here. To get the most obvious one out of the way, Trish and Lady changed little from their time in Fortuna. In fact, in some ways, we've actually taken a few steps back from that, as if we already weren't on the precipice here. Lady and Trish join Dante early on as they go ahead and fight Urizen without him. They were then promptly defeated, leading to their eventual capture. They then become sources of power for Urizen as he shoved their bodies into a couple of the bosses. Once they're saved, they take a ride in the company van and sit there long enough to make a dent in the leather. Devil May Cry 4 was a step backwards. This is true, but this is starting to look like a masterpiece when compared to the 5th entry. Even if it wasn't shown, it was implied that Trish and Lady at least helped Dante in Fortuna. This Lady and Trish are out of commission for much of the game. I actually don't think they kill a single demon throughout the game's entire runtime. They even explicitly make Dante fight by himself instead of joining in. While the game did very little to move their character in any fashion, Trish was at least posing as Gloria for half the game, and Lady was the one who brought them the job in the first place. Devil May Cry 5 doesn't even give them the opportunity to help. Even when all else failed though, the game was at least gracious enough to give you the choice of playing as them. So even though they didn't show up much in the script, you could at least find some enjoyment in running through the game with their kit. Trish and Lady are not playable in Devil May Cry 5. At the very least, bottom line, I am glad they're here. I would much rather take this than what was seen in Devil May Cry 2. At least I would not have to ask where Trish was during the events of the game. So while I do wish they did something, I am at least glad they are here. The bar at this point is in the underworld, but don't get too carried away, at least they made it over. Unfortunately, Kyrie tripped over the bar and sort of made it across. She appears during a brief flashback and then once more at the end over the phone. Kyrie is not physically present, but her voice is there, so I guess that's something. Her role in the story is mainly just doing what she does best. She's heard cooking dinner for Nero while he's busy fixing the van, and then is called upon to offer some advice, which was little more than just her saying, "Follow your heart." Admittedly though, her lack of inclusion is actually more due to her character than the devs behind her. Kyrie is a sweet and loving person who will always put herself in harm's way, but she is not some devil hunter or even proficient with a weapon, so it makes little sense for her to be included here. In fact, Itsuno in an interview with DualShockers even mentioned this. When asked about his design philosophy, he mentions how Kyrie isn't one to fight, and Nero would never put her in any active danger. So to that end, they created our final heroine of the crew, Nico. Nico is a gunsmith meant to serve as a complement to the kind of relationship that Dante and Nell once had. Oddly enough, that connection is much more than a coincidence. Notes indicate that she is the adopted granddaughter of Nell. Some of the book content we'll get to later explains that her father was Agnes, but he abandoned both her and her mother when she was a child. After her mother died, she was taken in by Rock Goldstein, Nell's son. Due to the timing of the novels, Nell would have died long before Nico ever met her, but she managed to carry on her craft, now serving as a gunsmith for Nero. In the same way that Nell made new guns for Dante every time they broke, Nico makes Nero new devil breakers when they break, since he will soon lose his arm to a homeless man. More on that later. As you recall from the novels, Nero started a Devil May Cry branch in Fortuna. Well, he and Nico have taken their business on the road, traveling via van to their destinations. This provides them with both an easily accessible mobile base of operations and also further pits their personalities against each other. Nico loves shiny things, as her mind immediately begins crafting all the new toys she can make with them, so she's always eager to get her hands on demon parts. But her personality is also a nice contrast to Nero, as she is direct and incredibly sassy.
Perfect timing. Now we're starting to act like a team.
Ew. You like flirting with me? Knock it off. Get in the car.
The van also provides a nice cozy atmosphere in between missions as you catch glimpses of the crew. It also serves as a shop for players so they can prep for the road ahead. You can even call Nico via a payphone, and each one has a unique cutscene, some more absurd than others, but its inclusion gives her more opportunities to showcase her personality. Similarly, most of the in-game reports are written from her perspective. While they mostly focus on the details of each creature or character you come across, there are occasional glimpses of her personality coming through which further add to her. Nero for his part is about the same as he was in Devil May Cry 4. Due to him losing his arm though, he is a lot weaker, which creates a strong connection between Nero and Nico's relationship. But Nero, and by extension Dante's arc in this game, are tied to the plot. It's not just a typical demon outbreak, there is a lot of familial history behind it, much more than we saw in Fortuna, making every moment in the story just as important as the last. But in terms of personality, Devil May Cry 5 continues to apply the same codes of paint seen in Devil May Cry 4. Both guys aren't afraid to get a bit silly at times, especially Dante. About the only change comes from within the story itself, but more on that soon, as the only one we have yet to speak about is the newcomer, V. And that's because, like Nero before him, his inclusion is the driving force behind the narrative, so to speak on him would be to talk about the narrative as a whole. V is the contractor for the job. In a nice callback to the anime, Devil May Cry 5 reintroduces Morrison and Patty. Patty only appears on a phone call. She's having her 18th birthday party and wants Dante to come. Part of the reason Dante only took this job was that Morrison could decline his RSVP. Morrison has a few letters in the library that discuss his past. The anime never explained this, but Morrison knew him back when he was Tony Redgrave. He first met him when he was setting up Devil May Cry, and he was also the one who supplied him the boat he took to Malay Island. The scene also really hammers home how broke Dante truly is. The electricity and water don't even work in the office anymore, so he just reads in the dark. As is customary at this point though, Morrison has a job for Dante, which should be able to keep the lights on at least for a little while. V, however, is no typical client. He claims that a powerful demon is about to resurrect, and that this Urizen is your reason for fighting. To explain further, back in Fortuna, Nero and Nico were busy fixing up the van when a man tore off Nero's devil arm. He changed the arm back into the Yamato and leapt through the portal. The man then made his way to the Sparta family home and separated his body, which gave birth to V and Urizen. If it wasn't obvious by now, the game lays it on pretty thick that this guy was Vergil. How he escaped the underworld, especially after his death as Nello Angelo, we aren't sure.
Well, we're merely the discarded thoughts from when he was Nilo Angelo.
I've been saying his name wrong the whole time? Regardless, despite dying when he was Nilo Angelo, Vergil made his way to Fortuna to retrieve his Yamato. Vergil's continued quest for power drove him to its most extreme conclusion. He felt that his human side was holding him back, so in the same way that the Yamato split the demon and the human world back when Sparta first wielded the blade, he used Yamato on himself to remove his human side from his body. With all his morals, empathy, and anything else that human side carried left on the floor, all that was left was pure unadulterated power. This reveal, that V and Urizen are a part of Vergil, is the big twist of Devil May Cry 5, but it's not really a twist in the traditional way. I think this reveal and the subsequent joining of their bodies is meant to be a confirmation more than a sudden reveal. Like I said, the game lays it on pretty thick. Pretty much everything V says relates to Vergil, and numerous characters even explicitly or implicitly mention Vergil when talking about Urizen. There is also only one person in the world who would be, quote, taking back Yamato, only to then conveniently go inside the Sparta house to split themselves open. Dante will also say in reference to Urizen that he only knows one person who could defeat Lady and Trish, and that he was eager to take this job to see if the demon was really him. So just about everything in this game is signaling to the player that this man is Vergil, and that Urizen and V are parts of him. As such, I don't exactly think the reveal of Vergil was meant to come out of nowhere. Even when V and Urizen combine, I think most players were probably aware that something like this would happen. So I think it's more likely that the slow reveal of Vergil was just to confirm what we already know, on top of giving them an excuse to make a badass entrance for him. Even still, the narrative implications here are staggering. Purely regarding Vergil, dare I say this might be his best game yet. Not even DmC 3 gives him this much attention. Since the entire conflict started because of Vergil, and V and Urizen are part of Vergil, that means everything goes back to him. It's one of the most interesting ways I've seen this tug-of-war portrayed. Lots of characters, especially those in Devil May Cry, grapple with the complexities of life. Humans are hypocritical creatures by nature. We often say and do many contradictory things because our humanity lets us become whatever we want at any point in our lives. Often, the beauty of a character comes in these complexities, that they are not one-dimensional but are filled with emotions and convictions across the spectrum. But Devil May Cry 5 has managed to do the opposite. By creating two one-dimensional characters that are a part of a greater whole, we're given more insight into the mind of Vergil, more than we've ever seen. He rarely spoke his thoughts on certain things, preferring to solely focus on his lust for power. This reaches its peak with Urizen. V, however, is not bound by the demonic side of Vergil, and so we can see a much more calmer, more careful interpretation. V even straight up admits that he's a fool, that his pursuit of power cost him everything. Vergil would never admit such a thing, because his demon side is holding back those emotions. But inversely, V is holding back Vergil from going too far. That's why directly after separating him, Urizen kills thousands of people with the Qliphoth tree. The weaknesses of humanity, the morals, ethics, and concerns, all of that has been torn out of Vergil and given form in V. Further, on top of removing his human side, he also removed his nightmares. The familiars that follow V are meant to be manifestations of the creatures from Devil May Cry 1, born from the memories he had when he was Nilo Angelo, and they are completely codependent on each other. Griffin is the only one who offers any commentary in the cutscenes, but I do like that they're actually very cordial with V. They are meant to represent his nightmares, and thus you would expect them to be quite malicious, but they're often more focused on V than any other member of the cast. Further, at the very end, when V disappears and returns to himself, the familiars are still there. They stop Dante from progressing as they plan to kill him before he reaches Vergil. Even Dante is confused by this though, because he knows that they can't beat him, so he just assumes that they must be atoning for something. Because they represent his nightmarish memories, they must feel responsible for causing Vergil pain, so they atoned by not going back into Vergil and dying here. This shows us then that there is a deliberate change occurring in him right now. And this may not be the only change. Urizen and V have lots of dialogue in this game, and each one either reflects or learns information that has now made its way back into Vergil. V expresses uncharacteristic amounts of hatred for the Proto and Scudo Angelos, recalling the pain he went under as Nilo Angelo. V also admits that he only now realized the gravity of the crimes he committed, how everything important he had in life he threw away in this pointless pursuit of power. That's why he came to Dante, as he had hoped that he could right his wrongs for him. Even then though, that contradictory nature of humanity still comes through. When V finds Dante unconscious, he drags the Sword of Sparta over to his body, ready to kill him. While V would later say that Dante is quite stubborn, thus he had to wake him up using this rather unorthodox method, as he had been asleep for over a month, I do firmly believe V had plans to kill Dante here. He even muttered that if Dante never existed, but he never finished the thought. Just because V represents Vergil's human side, doesn't mean he's a good guy. I mean, compared to Urizen, he looks like a saint, but he's still human, and we are, as I've said many times in this video, complex creatures. V wants Dante to help him, but he also wonders what would happen if Dante never existed. It is because of him that Vergil was left to die outside when the home burned, as Ava was too busy saving Dante. Dante also continued to stop Vergil's quest for power at every step. And so V believes that if he never existed, perhaps Vergil would have lived a better life. He'll even reflect on this a bit later, on how he just wanted to be protected and loved. But because he was alone, his only choice was to survive. It's a choice he did not want to make, but one he needed to, a choice that reshaped his entire outlook on his life and his family. As for Urizen, since he is Vergil at his most demonic, he is naturally only focused on power. Interestingly, he doesn't actually call himself Urizen, even correcting Nero when he calls him such. Urizen is only a made-up name by V, meant to represent Dante's reason for fighting. Because of this, he doesn't actually see himself as a person with a name, as that would imply humanity, so rather he sees himself as the incarnation of absolute power. In fact, not even the demons seem to call him Urizen either. Malphas, one of his supporters, merely just uses he or him to refer to Urizen, further reinforcing that names are a human concept and that Urizen has no humanity within him. What's more interesting than this though is that during the big fight between Urizen and Dante after the boys had powered up, Dante starts winning and Urizen is confused, saying how can he have so much power when he never lost anything? Vergil lost everything and that memory still haunts him. He uses it as its own power source in a sense, a reminder of what he could be if he stopped searching for that power. So Vergil believed that by shedding his humanity he could gain more power. Dante, however, shows that life can be different, not loss, but strength to protect what's important. All this harkens back to one of the more significant pieces of story in Devil May Cry 5, and that's the official reveal of Ava and the day the house was attacked. Vergil believed that Ava saved Dante because he was the favorite of the two, while Vergil was left to die outside. In truth, we know that Ava died trying to save Vergil. Dante tells this to Urizen, although because he is full demon he deflects and claims he has no recollection of this memory. It is believed though that this did end up making its way back into Vergil though, as he does question that if on that day, if their positions were switched, would they be the same people they are, or would Dante be where he is now? It's kind of an interesting question and one without much of a direct answer. We know so little about their lives as children, so it's unclear how they both would have acted. Extra material for the games does show they did have some differences. Vergil was rather into books and poetry, that's why V quotes William Blake, and the personalities of the loud and proud Dante versus the more quiet Vergil were likely traits they carried since birth. And a cutscene in Vergil's playthrough also shows that Vergil often got scared when Ava was angry, while Dante sometimes feared his father Sparta. I think this is implying that the brothers did gravitate towards a specific parent when they were kids. So I think if we're being literal, I don't believe their positions would be switched completely, but I am open to the idea that in terms of good versus evil here, I do think that things would have changed. It may just look different. Outside of this though, there is very little we learn about Vergil through Urizen, but that's of course to be expected. Self-reflection is a human trait. So outside of his sheer dominance, Urizen is naturally not all that complex. He is no different than many of the other demons who lusted for power before him, but given that he is attached to Vergil, it does make his presence have more weight. Further, following the fight against Urizen and Dante, after they've both powered up, V combines with Urizen to resurrect Vergil. Now that the two sides of him have managed to live out their existences, untethered by the others, they've now come back to him differently. We don't see much of this occur, but V's existence over the last month is going to reshape Vergil, and now he has the memory of Dante telling him as Urizen that his mother did try to save him, and that he wasn't abandoned like he thought. What will happen as a result of this, we are unsure, but this is likely the very first step in a long session of atonement and reflection as he tries to grapple with his own existence, having learned all he has. It is perhaps one of the best ways I've seen this style of storytelling be conveyed. From his in-game and out-of-game appearances, Vergil's quest for power has always been a deeply complex issue. The actions he's taken are categorically evil, but there is a semblance of humanity within him, and that makes it hard to outright categorize him as a villain. It all stems from trauma and his innate desire to be stronger, better than everything in front of him, all to prevent what happened that day from ever happening again. He refuses to discuss those days, preferring to let his swordsmanship do the talking, because doing so would require him to relive those days that he worked so hard to avoid. Resurrecting Temmin Negru was all for the sake of power, which led to his defeat at the hands of Dante and Mundus, later turning him into Nilo Angelo, a shell, a husk of a man who was only meant to serve his master. Despite it all, he managed to survive, but the experience reaffirmed his belief that he needs more power, that he is too weak in his current state. But in realizing this, he quite literally shed the last semblance of humanity from himself. This utter determination to be the strongest possible being blinded him to the truth, that he lost all he ever had in pursuit of this power. Because he never stopped to consider what power is if not wielded properly. He always saw his human side as weak, unimportant, something that was holding him back. But he never considered that this side of him was the one thing that actually gave his power meaning. This naivety is something he will likely in time reflect on, but it's for this very reason why I consider Vergil one of the greatest and most complex characters within the series, and Devil May Cry 5 is in large part why I feel that way. But this sense of complexity does not just extend to Vergil, it does rub off on the others as well. While not nearly as important as Vergil, Dante and Nero are directly involved in this conflict with Urizen, and the events that transpire here end up reshaping who and what they are. After getting smacked by Urizen, Dante is thrown out of the Qliphoth while Nero and V escape. A month then passes and little progress has been made. Much of the early chapters are about cutting off the roots of the Qliphoth while also searching for the Devil Sword Sparta. V believes that Nero could wield it and destroy Urizen if he had it, but finding it, it's a different story. They track the source to the Sparta family home, which despite it all still stands. V almost kills Dante, which is enough to wake him up, who will then rescue Trish on the way to his home. The reason he is here is because if Vergil could separate his body with Yamato, he believes that Rebellion could do the opposite. This morphs the devil and human side of him together, giving him the much more advanced Sin Devil trigger mode, alongside his egotistically named Devil's Sword Dante. The fruit does not fall far from the Qliphoth, I suppose. The only thing that sucks is that we don't actually get time to explore the family home. I know this is a monumental ask for this series, but I think just once we could have one moment of peace where we're not killing something. It was removed in later entries, but given how many files this game has, I wish they would have extended that courtesy to the home by having us walk around and examine the environment. And even if they really were itching to add combat in every room they could, then the reboot would serve as a great template, as that splice gameplay sections in between these quieter moments. Rather than spend the whole level getting to the house, perhaps it would have also been better to spend it all in the house and cap off the mission with the Sin Devil trigger transformation. This part of history is still untouched for the most part, and anything new we learned from Devil May Cry 5 is found outside the game. And even then it's mainly the specific death toll, and that Dante had asked someone to not look into the massacre. But it's a real shame that this is all we learn. This could have been our one chance to see the past of the brothers and see how they interacted as kids. I know Devil May Cry always prefers to keep things focused on the gameplay, rather having you kill enemies or move to the next arena that's filled with them, but I just think, just this once, it would have been really nice to take in the home given its history. Have us walk around and actually examine the wreckage, not just fly off and ignore it like it's just another piece of the scenery. From this point onwards though, it's a race to the root of the Qliphoth as Dante tries to stop Urizen. This is pretty much an endless gauntlet of back-to-back arenas filled with demons. I should probably mention this, but the bosses that lead to Urizen are similar to the one seen in Devil May Cry 4. In that, little is known about them. I will note though that the Gurion Knight, a name I've also been mispronouncing, is related to the boss from Devil May Cry 3. Apparently Dante wiped out the Gurion horses enough to make them extinct, but somehow this one still lives, highlighting the sheer power of Dante. Further down the Qliphoth also sits Cerberus. It is much like the original Cerberus from the third game, although this one is said to be the king of the Cerberus, and was even strong enough to defeat Vergil from Devil May Cry 4. The next notable part of the story is once Vergil comes back. Dante immediately tells Nero to get out of the way. Earlier in the game, Dante called Nero dead weight, and this has stuck with him since the beginning of the game. From Dante's perspective, he's just protecting him. He knows the power of Vergil, even as Urizen, and so he knows that this is something only he can handle. But from Nero's perspective, this is a dig at his purpose, his duty to protect the ones he loves. So not only being told that he's weak, but also seeing it firsthand multiple times, it's a wound that cuts deep, far greater than any sword could. That's why it hurts all the more to hear the truth of his lineage, and that Vergil is his father. Dante once again tells Nero to stay out of this, as he goes up to Qliphoth to challenge his brother for the final time. As V said before he went into Vergil, the brothers fight to see their vision through, even if it means killing one of their own. Vergil's desire for power, Dante's desire to protect. To cast away all in face of loss, or to use that as a strength to help others. The winning ideology here comes from whoever still stands at the end of this fight. But Nero sees it another way. He called Kyrie, asking for advice, but his phone call with her reaffirmed his already held beliefs. He couldn't protect Kratos back at Fortuna. Nero, like his father, then desired power, but like his uncle, he wants to wield that power with purpose. To protect not just those who need it, but those he cares about, and that includes his family, as strange as they may be. Nero has officially tapped into his Devil Trigger powers. His form is that of two arms that act as wings. They represent his desire to protect, to reach out and physically hold those that he cares about, while also beating those who seek to harm. Nero wants to protect Kyrie, his friends, his family, and even these two. Their sibling rivalry has caused countless deaths and even their own well-being. So he fights them both to declare that his idea of strength is better, and that they don't need to die, and they can settle this another way. After defeating both brothers, they concede and accept defeat. In doing so, they both head to the underworld to sever the Qliphoth roots and then seal the portal to the underworld with the Yamato. But this means that they will be stuck in there with no way out. Nero won't accept this, but it's because of Nero that they can even do this. Nero has already proven his strength, and so while they're down there, he can keep things safe topside. He is now the new Dante. This idea was being built up since the beginning. The team made Nero for this express purpose back in Devil May Cry 4. But with him having his own Devil May Cry business, a heroine sidekick, and those he cherishes to protect like Kyrie, he is more Dante than ever. So the brothers say their goodbyes, leaving Nero as the sole protector of the world against the demons. Devil May Cry 5 was a fantastic game. The story and what it does for Vergil was easily the best part. The lack of content for the girls is still a letdown, but the franchise is out with the old and in with the new style is still doing wonders for the storytelling here. Much of the team was also very happy with the game they made. Itsuno himself was also very happy to see V was well received, as he assumed that he would be quite divisive. But our story does not stop here. As always, our tales of Devil May Cry do not end at the games, they're merely an intermission, an appetizer before the main course. We have two new characters and a whole lot of story that goes unnamed, so let's uncover their mysteries before we finally close the book on this story for good. Devil May Cry's Visions of V manga details the events that led to V's birth, as well as what occurs in the days that followed, leading all the way up to his final moments when V returns to himself. Like most external media for this franchise, English versions are unavailable. Fortunately, Twitter user Blackened Angel was kind enough to translate this into English. The story actually begins with a small retcon, and that's V being born without tattoos. The first handful of chapters are based around V obtaining the familiars he uses in-game. To do that, he has to form a contract with them, the fine print being the tattoos on his body. As he already starts with them in-game, it's assumed he already has control over them once he's split from Vergil. In this tale, however, V spends quite a bit of time trying to form bonds with them. Griffin was the first. In fact, it was Griffin who saved V from almost dying to Urizen, as his immense power would have killed him instantly. As Griffin is considered a discarded memory, he will slowly die without connection to a host, and V will die if he doesn't kill Urizen and return to Vergil, which explains why they're so codependent. While walking the streets of Redgrave City, Griffin sends 3 other ghostly memories like him. These belong to Shadow, Nightmare, and Phantom. Shadow is pretty much just a big cuddly kitty. But as they chase after him, they find his orb laying on the ground, which is what the familiars leave behind when they die in-game. Phantom had gotten to Shadow first and almost killed him had it not been for V. He then tries to offer a contract to Phantom, but he would never bow to a human, which is why he was never a part of V's crew in-game. Obtaining Nightmare though proved to be quite difficult. Apparently even Mundus feared this beast despite the fact that he created it. To bend Nightmare to his will, V has to traverse his own nightmares. Upon forming a contract with each of these familiars, V gets a flash of Nilo Angelo, allowing us to see a brief glimpse into that time. It's not exactly anything we already don't know. Vergil failed him, Mundus tortured him, but it's the first time we've actually seen this fight. These nightmares haunt V the same way they haunted Vergil, but he knows that he needs them in order to get stronger. As you recall from Devil May Cry 1, falling into Nightmare sends you into a pocket dimension of sorts. V falls into the same trap. Inside, he is strangled by Nilo Angelo before it's killed by Dante. V questions why he's being shown this, being shown his own weakness and inferiority. He knows he's not strong enough to defeat Dante, that his brother is always one step ahead of him in terms of strength. The question of why though is something V ponders throughout the story. But it's after this vision that Nightmare finally accepts V as his master. Despite being under his control though, Nightmare mostly just destroys. He won't kill the team, but he will destroy anything in his path, which explains why Nightmare is the only familiar you can't control in-game, at least initially. Perfect timing though, as a horde of demons have sensed their presence. Having used much of his power though in this fight, he overexerts himself and passes out. There's a pretty gut-wrenching panel in this section where V is seen back at the Sparta home. He didn't want to accept this, but it starts to settle in that he was discarded. V wants to kill Urizen and go back into Vergil, but if he was discarded for being weak, how could he possibly have a chance at winning? If he wasn't weak, then he wouldn't have been cast out. The memory around him starts to morph into reality, as he cries out that he's weak, as Ava's body lay right in front of him. He once more ponders that both he and Dante were raised as twins, and yet he managed to be better. What exactly did Vergil not have that made him weaker than Dante? He is still unsure about the answer, but he knows that if he is to kill Urizen, he will definitely need Dante's help. The story then starts during the first fight against Urizen. This section was initially placed out of order in-game, but Visions of V clears up a few things to make it neater. Initially, it was Dante, Lady Trish, and V who went in, which we saw at the beginning of Mission 10 when we first gained control of Dante. V appeared only for a few seconds though before leaving. V sensed Urizen's power the moment they arrived, and he knew right then and there that Dante would not win. As he leaves, he talks about an insurance policy. This happened to be Nero. He left the Qliphoth and immediately hitched a ride to Fortuna to pick up Nero. He remembers him from his time as Vergil when he stole his arm, so he remembered where he was. Nero was still sleeping off the injury as it had only been a couple of days since then. V visited him and then brought him to the Qliphoth, which explains why he arrived late during this fight. You'll also notice that V uses Shadow as a walker in this cutscene. This is his sprint ability, which you could purchase in the shop. It's not really important, but you would assume that given the nature of their relationship that this is a command V is issuing. But in actuality, it's voluntary. It just doesn't seem that way because we're the one that presses the buttons. V is getting weaker, and the more demons he kills, the more power he exerts. So Shadow and Griffin actually offer to walk him, so that he doesn't have to use the energy doing it himself. It highlights the bond that they have together. A future panel reinforces this relationship, as both Griffin and Shadow do actually like V, because like V, they are the discarded dregs. They share a bond in being unwanted, and as Griffin says, it's not exactly sad if all of them are equally miserable. What V realized during this moment is that as Vergil, he should have accepted his fears, looked at them and feared them, not ignored and painted over them with power. And having accepted his nightmares though, he's able to truly be strong, and this relationship he has with his familiars is part of that. The story that continues like before, with everyone getting their ass handed to them by Urizen, forcing Nero and V to escape. V will then tell Nero to return in a month with more strength, so he'll head to Fortuna while V stays here in Redgrave. V at this point questions Dante's strength, wondering if his humanity had anything to do with it. So instead of watching the world burn, he tries to actually help some of the people at Redgrave. After fighting for a few days, he stops by the local supermarket for a bite to eat and finds a kid protecting his mom from the demons. It touches something within V, likely recognizing that he and the boy aren't too different. The kid pleads for V to help him and his mom, and he's actually quite the asshole to the kid, calling him weak and powerless, many of the same feelings he has for himself. But the words the kid says, V also wishes that he could have said back then too. This is connected to that line of V's later where he mentions his desire to be loved and protected. It's then when we finally get to see how it all went down. On the day of the attack, Vergil was out playing with Dante. He ran away from home into the local library. A note in-game titled Old Man's Diary is a direct reference to this scene. Vergil visited the library and picked out a book by the famous poet William Blake. He later inscribed a V on the book as he says that Dante often took his things, so he writes his name on them to remind them that they are his. As if it was prophesized, Dante tries to steal the book. The two get into a fight, but Ava has to break them up. Vergil storms off annoyed, having gotten into trouble because of Dante when all he wanted to do was just read his book. He stormed off to the playground to be alone for a while, but that's when the demons had attacked. Vergil was left outside beaten and bloodied. As he tried to head home though to warn everybody, the house was already on fire. It was then that he realized that no one was coming for him, and that if he was going to survive, he needed to do it alone. And so he took the Yamato in his hand and killed the demons himself, kicking off a decades-long journey filled with trauma and unspoken words. The story then picks up around Mission 3 when V meets with Nero after the Goliath fight. The rest of the narrative is pretty much spelled out exactly as it happened, but a few extra panels provide some context to a few moments in the game. After defeating the Geryon Knight, the Angelo atop the horse runs off. V tried to give chase but collapsed after exerting too much power, but V also saw a brief glimpse of Nilo Angelo when he stared at it. The same thing happened during the Proto-Angelo boss fight with Nero, as he has to tell himself that it's only a ghost of his past and that this isn't him anymore. But this anger and conflict going on in his mind explains why he's so pissed off during the cutscene. When the Proto-Angelo falls, V walks over to it, still seeing Nilo Angelo. He asked if it still believed that it can make him suffer. He calls its attempts at doing so foolish, as he is no longer afraid of his nightmares, ending by saying that he cannot be caged forever. V then later finds Dante unconscious just like before. We learn from the game that Dante was lying there for over a month, and that the reason he was unharmed was because the energy of the Devil's Sword Sparta was distracting the demons. V sees the irony in this. He was saved by Ava when they were kids, and now his father is saving him here. Dante is the only one who gets saved, so why can't it be him? This is what caused V to almost kill Dante with the Sword of Sparta. The next few panels are V then talking with Trish. I never considered this until the manga brought it up, but V is incredibly open about his past to Trish, likely because she looks like Ava, so it's like Vergil talking to his mom about his problems. The part with the Clyfoth growing also gets a mention as Trish saved V from falling, and in that moment, V imagined Ava being the one to save him. Because ultimately that's actually what he really wanted back then. He didn't want to save Ava from the demons, he wanted her to save him. The final few panels then are what occurs in the brief few seconds that Urizen and V transform into Vergil. Inside this dimension, V meets with Urizen. He admits that he was weak, but V reassures him that they can both be strong together. V then visited Vergil as a child and gave him back his book. V understands that power alone was not enough, so he gave him back the book. It represents their heart, the past, the memories, a symbol of things that they will never have return. Back then they served as reminders of his weakness, his failures. But he knows now that he should face his nightmares head on, and in doing so, he is no longer afraid of them, as his heart will now protect him. Before he goes, he talks to the young Vergil about Dante. V says that he believes that if given the chance, Dante would want his twin brother back. Vergil also does admit that he does like fighting with Dante. So with one last goodbye, he tells Vergil to give Dante a good beating, just to show him who's strongest. But as we know, Nero would be the one who would surpass them both. And so, after having lost against Nero, but gained much insight from V, Vergil takes his book, his heart as he called it, and gives it to Nero, as he heads down into the underworld. Before the Nightmare was another piece of written material that focuses on Devil May Cry 5. Like Visions of V, it spends a significant amount of time talking about the events that led to the start of the story, on top of exploring some elements of that story, ending right when Nero returns a month after losing to Urizen. Once more, the story was hosted and translated by the original Devil May Cry. However, if you prefer, the Twitter account DmC5Info put together a 30-page PDF that summarizes these chapters. As always, I'll leave links to both. Starting with the prequel stuff, the many fans of Devil May Cry 2 out there will be happy to learn just how much this game is referenced in the novel. Dante, like usual, gets another call with the password. Demons are afoot, but this time back on Dumeri Island. He arrived and ran into Mathieu, who he hadn't seen since Devil May Cry 2. This chapter makes note of how small port cities like Fortuna and Dumeri Island are often subjected to more demon invasions than any other places, likely due to their isolation. A demon named Balrog had used a fragment of Yamato, which there seems to be plenty of within the demon world, to make a gap in reality and enter the human world. Dante had found one of these gaps long after Balrog used it, and is how he arrived back in the human world post-Devil May Cry 2. Mathieu had called him here because of Balrog, as he was sighted here on the island. However, Dante wasn't the first option. In the time since, Lucia has served as the keeper of this island, but her strength is nowhere near Dante's. Ideally, she would be able to handle this herself, but Dante's presence wasn't necessary to stop this demon. Lucia initially protested against the idea of having Dante appear, one because she felt that she could handle it herself, but more importantly, she has a lot of unresolved feelings for him. She stopped by the shop tons of times hoping Dante would appear. The day he did, she jumped right into his arms and cried over how much she missed him. Their reunion, however, was cut short as another customer called about demons, so Dante had to get back to work. Seeing Dante again makes her heart swell, but it also aches as she knows that she will have to say goodbye to him again once the job is over. But he does reassure her that if another demon comes to Demary Island, to call him back, clearly implying that there are some feelings here that may be mutual. But ultimately, duty calls, and Balrog was no slouch. Balrog had devastating flames, so Dante was forced to use the ice weapon he got from Cerberus. Unfortunately, they broke in the fight, but in defeating Balrog, he offered his services to the Son of Sparta, which explains why Dante starts with the gauntlets in Devil May Cry 5. The next section discusses Nico's past, and it's rather long, so let's hit the high points. Nell was married to a Roy Goldstein, who then had a kid together named Rock. Nell was still a gunsmith in these days, and that would soon lead to some complications between the family, as Rock shot himself with one of her guns. The parents divorced because Roy wanted her to give up gunsmithing, but neither Nell nor Rock wanted her to do that. Rock was then forced to stay with Roy for much of his life. He tried to see Nell, but she was hard to find. By the time he did, she had died months ago in the attack in the novel. Roy would then later marry a new woman and have a kid named Alyssa. Once Roy and the woman died though, Alyssa moved in with Rock. She later got a job at Ouroboros and is when she met with Agnes. Agnes moved in as well and the two then had Nico. But when Nico was 2, Agnes packed his things and left for Fortuna as Sanctus requested him. Alyssa wanted to go, but Agnes forbid her from doing so. She would then later die from an incurable disease, leaving Rock as the only person left to raise Nico, which he did proudly. This is where she got her fascination with gunsmithing, as she wanted to take after Rock and Nell, but she hit a wall with gunsmithing when she got older, and decided to head to Fortuna to find her father's old research notes, which is when she met with Nero. It's been 5 years since the attack in Devil May Cry 4, and about all the public knew at the time was that an earthquake was caused by the Hellgate's collapse and then subsequently destroyed the city, and that a white giant may have attacked the city. We obviously know what really happened, but Nero has actually been intentionally keeping what happened a secret for the fear of people's safety. So even though just about everyone in Fortuna knows what happened, no one is allowed to talk about it. Nero was hesitant to show her documents that the Order used to keep on demons, especially when she revealed that she was Agnes's father, but he trusted her and she was nice enough to enhance his sword for him. Nico then needed time to look over these notes, and so she was offered a place in Nero and Kyrie's here in Fortuna. The last section then isn't actually in the beginning of the story, it's somewhere in the middle, but it is unrelated to the events of that chapter. While on the way to Urizen, Trish recalls some of her past when she was just a creation of Mundus. This chapter notes how Mundus knew that the brothers would come after him after what he did to their home. He sent numerous demons to attack Vergil, but he cut them down. He tried the same for Dante, but he was much tougher since he went by Tony Redgrave back then. Mundus had then gotten word that the brothers were fighting, so he watched over them while they dueled in hell. The text also further mentions that had Dante not injured Vergil, he probably could have killed Mundus. After he then turned into Nilo Angelo, Mundus knew that Vergil was not fully under his command. Worrying that his new creation would not obey him, he gave Vergil back the amulet that Mundus had taken off him after he lost. To Vergil, the amulet symbolized the power he craved. This is what allowed Mundus to fully bring him under his command as the Black Knight Nilo Angelo. From here on, the story then starts to bleed into the game's events. Nero highlighted a problem with the new branch of Devil May Cry, and that was its isolated location. People would have to travel quite far to reach him, so business has been slow. Nico pitched the idea of a mobile business, and is what led to the Devil May Cry van. The very same day they brought a disheveled van into the shop to fix her up for the business, Kyrie called the two in for dinner. But just as Nero was finishing up the first repairs, Vergil stole his arm. Not long after, Morrison took a trip to an old place of his. What was Bobby's cellar from the first novel is now Gru's cellar, run by his 2 daughters, Tiki and Nesty. After rounding up the crew, they all went into the Qliphoth and attacked Urizen. Just about everything here is how we remember it. I did want to note though that part of the reason Nero wanted to defeat Urizen was because he felt that he betrayed Dante. The son of Sparta had bestowed upon him the sword of his brother, and it was his fault that he lost it, so Nero wants to make up for that mistake. Further, when Dante fights Urizen, he says that he's about to get serious now and wrap things up, which is when he activates his Devil Trigger form. He does this because he, quote, has a birthday to attend to and doesn't want to be late, showing us that Dante was always going to go to Patty's birthday, no matter how much he complained about it. Then finally, in the time that Nero leaves for a month to get stronger, he and Nico begin drafting what would become the Devil Breaker. Nico initially wanted to make Nero a prosthetic so that he could function again, but she also wanted to give him something to boost his strength, and felt that she could do both at once. She got her first spark of inspiration during this time after viewing a battle between Nero and a Blitz in the Mistis Forest. The way he was able to generate lightning had her wondering how practical such a thing could be. She got further inspiration when looking at a bed of Gerbera flowers, which led to the creation of the Overture and the Gerbera arms respectively. Both Visions of V and Before the Nightmare are great additions to the overall canon, Visions of V ranking as my personal favorite among all the written material. already have a fondness for V already, so suffice to say I was the target audience for this tale. Before the Nightmare was good, but I would say that if you're familiar with the game's story or even the other written material, the second half falls off quite fast because it's mostly just retelling events you've already seen. Plus, anything new that it did expand upon, Visions of V already covered, like V's trip to Fortuna. Admittedly though, in retrospect, that's actually not the story's fault, it's mine. Before the Nightmare was released first in March of 2019. Visions of V was released a week after, but the story wasn't actually completed till 2022, 3 years after its first chapter. I made the mistake of reading this last, so I suspect that if I would have read this first, it probably would have made much more sense. Still, like most of these novels, comics, and manga, it's a good read and provides some more pieces to the puzzle that make up the series canon. As such, Devil May Cry 5 quickly became one of the most beloved games in the franchise, often ranking as the top among many players' personal tier lists. The game hit 2 million sales in 2 weeks, far surpassing its previous iteration, and as of recently has surpassed over 11 million sales. Likely due to the Netflix show back in 2025, a whole 6 years after its release, Devil May Cry 5 also topped Capcom's sales charts, beating numerous heavy hitters by a significant amount. Safe to say, Devil May Cry has never been more popular, which is why it puzzles many fans, myself included, why a 6th game has not been made. It's been more than 7 years since Devil May Cry 5 was released, and we've yet to hear a rumor or leak about a 6th entry. Part of this may have to do with the man himself. Following the release of Devil May Cry 5, Itsuno got to work on making a sequel to Dragon's Dogma. Naturally, this took up much of his time at the Capcom offices, so a Devil May Cry 6 was likely nowhere near started. But soon after it was released in 2024, he quit Capcom. Andy Robinson, a writer for website Video Game Chronicle, published an interview they had with Itsuno following his departure. Itsuno was approaching his mid-50s at the time and wanted to spend these last few years making new games and not sequels, which is why he joined a much smaller studio named Lightspeed Japan. For many, Itsuno's departure was the final nail in the coffin. While the series did not start with him, he has been through all the highs and lows with us, so if anyone is qualified to make a new game, it would be him. Outside of getting a whole new team together, our last lead is likely Kamiya, who has expressed interest in a Devil May Cry 1 remake as far back as 2017. Despite it, although Devil May Cry is still going strong, plenty of people play these games daily and the sales continue to grow. Plus, this wasn't exactly the last piece of content we got for the franchise. While we still haven't had the big Devil May Cry 6, there is still some Devil May Cry stuff still releasing on the periphery, and given the series' track record, surely the franchise is in good hands. Right? Folks, it has never been more over than it is right now. Devil May Cry is actually in one of the worst states it's ever been in. Carrying the torch is the Devil May Cry Netflix show and the mobile game Peak of Combat. Now, this isn't the first time Devil May Cry is at a mobile game. Capcom has actually experimented with quite a few in the past. DmC, The Eye of Dante, was a small app that essentially functioned like Limbo, where things in your environment would have text or images appear that reveal the truth. That was admittedly more about promotion than actual content. Quite a few others though did function as actual games, and they were a true mixed bag of content. Some focused on specific games like Dante x Vergil, which was the third, or DMC4 Refrain, which is more obvious. Some of them were proper 3D action games, others were side-scrollers or played from a top-down perspective. Capcom really tried to throw everything but the kitchen sink at this market, but it seems as though everyone's phones were on silent, as very little noise was made when they dropped on the market. It is incredibly telling that when I googled DMC Dante x Vergil to learn more about this, the second link was the Wiki fandom page, because it was overshadowed by Dante x Vergil fan work on AO3. Now, as they say, I wasn't in the market for this kind of thing, but I'm new in town and in the neighborhood, so may as well window shop, right? Well, to quote Mark Twain, is Shakespeare really dead? Because let me tell you, some of these people can write. It is a little odd for me though, because these guys are canonically brothers, so it's a little hard for me to imagine them doing any of that. But I guess that's the point, right? Ooh, wow, this video is derailing very fast. Anyway, it's safe to say that any attempts at a Devil May Cry mobile game were unsuccessful. And it seems though Capcom had struck out yet again. Peak of Combat has been known about for as far back as 2017, but it wasn't released until 2024. Initially, it seemed like a proper mobile Devil May Cry game, with different weapons, moves, and styles, all made to fit on a handheld device. But the studio behind the game, Nebula Joy, probably thought, damn, we are not making nearly as much money as we could. So they gutted the system with the 2.0 release and changed it into a gacha game, much like Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail. So Peak of Combat has slowly become a much different game since release, and unfortunately, it's not a better one. The gacha mechanics have stripped away the hunter's loadouts, so Dante is no longer wielding all of his weapons, it's actually one Dante per weapon. The default one comes with Rebellion, but I've seen a Dante with only Devon or only Faust. Getting these top level hunters costs an arm and a leg or lots of grinding on the free path, but the heavy monetization is obviously pushing you towards paying your way to the top. The top players are also often those with the best characters, and so it's a cyclical cycle of the top players being the ones with the deepest pockets, reaping the best rewards and gear on the leaderboards that could stay on top. But of course, no matter how much you spend though, the house always wins in the end as the game encourages this. Even if you wanted to have some fun with the combat though to show off your stylish skill, these top hunters usually destroy any enemies in their line of sight. But even if you don't have one, then the game will not only be a bit harder than it probably should be, but simply doing an action generates style, meaning you can spam the same move and get an S rank without even trying. Honestly, I had a whole 15-minute rant planned for this section, but it kinda sounded like an old man yelling at a cloud, so you got the condensed version instead. Because frankly, this is just how the genre functions. While I'm sure there is some nuance among the games, I've always seen this genre as nothing more than a virtual casino, and while I'm always willing to accept any genre in gaming, this is the one I struggle with the most. Because if you're going to take my money this much, I'd rather give it to a real casino. Because at least I could possibly get my money back, not spend $70 just to get a unique Vergil. So with all of this in mind, what could this story possibly be about? Well, it takes place presumably after the events of Devil May Cry 3, as Dante and Lady have already met. The main Demon King this time around is a being known as Plutone. In what will be rather rare for this game, Peak of Combat actually does something interesting by drawing on some old lore. So back in Devil May Cry 1 there was a file, back when we could read those still, but it talked about a prophet who visited Malay Island. This individual talked about a being named Pluto who should come on the promised date and separate heaven from earth. I think this is Pluto. How the team even managed to remember this, let alone use this singular file as the basis for its antagonist, assuming this isn't just a coincidence, is mind-boggling. Honestly, I had extremely high hopes for this game immediately because of this. Unfortunately, this is the peak of its story. Directly after this, Dante and Lady work together to defeat Phantom. This is also a great example of how mechanics can negatively impact a story. Vergil shows up halfway through the fight mainly to teach the player a tutorial. It's assumed that this did happen since Dante is chasing Vergil throughout the game. But as you'll soon see, Peak of Combat likes to just skip ahead and never really explain things, so Dante never brings attention to this moment.
Pay the bill first. Remember to use the office name.
Never mind then, forgive me for trying to be lore accurate. Alright, this is just getting ridiculous. Dante and Lady then head back to Devil May Cry before getting a message written by Vergil to come to a place called Sanctuary. The next section also highlights another confusing part of Peak of Combat, and that's the timeline. It's assumed that this is post-DmC 3, but the story kinda just forgets about that immediately. Dante has frequent rematches with many of DmC 3's bosses, and he does acknowledge that he's already fought them already, so it is confirmed to be after. So it's not exactly clear why Navan is still alive or why Vergil is even here, given he should have lost to Mundus by now. Either way, Dante meets with some people of Sanctuary who ask him to head to the Demon Hunters Guild, as Vergil was also spotted there some time ago.
Enough. I need someone who can guide me there.
Calm down.
Oh yeah, definitely. He sounded real pissed off there. At the guild, they meet with one of its members, Rayan, who has within his possession a demonic book that he believes that the demons are after. He also lost contact with his sister Snow and her partner Roger. He fears that he cannot keep this book safe anymore, so Dante offers to hold on to it, while also looking into Snow and Roger's whereabouts. The book is apparently a sacred artifact created by the great matriarch Matilda, who faced and defeated a demon lord in combat, but the demon lord was too powerful to contain inside the seal, so she had to sacrifice her life in order to contain its power within 6 artifacts. The next few chapters introduce a few new characters, Roger, a member of the guild, as well as Locke and Frank, members of the Guardian family. Locke's daughter Faye is being blamed for an attack on the family, so Frank is here to take her out. As a reward for helping fight off Frank, Locke shows Roger and Dante a seal within the snowfields. It's said that Sparta helped the Guardian family a long time ago, and they guarded this seal ever since. Turns out though, this was all a ploy by Roger to unseal this place, as he is revealed to be Pluto in disguise. Pluto then stabs Dante and uses his blood to activate a device that unseals another demon. However, Dante survives the sword, activates his DT, and forces Pluto into retreat, but not before telling Dante to meet him at the sacred altar. To get inside there though, Dante needs a Crystal of Light, which is said to be on top of Frank's house. Dante then fights a demon named Karis, but they take the Crystal of Light away before he can grab it. We then flash back and see Lady's point of view as she was at the snowfields while Dante was fighting Plutone. So we have to go through the entire snowfields we just went through just to see Raven again, but then he says to talk to Lily, and Lily's in the scrapyard, so we have to go there again, just to fight Karis. Again! Lily then says that all of the answers must lie in the Guardian family castle. Fortunately, that's where Dante is right now. Frank explains that in an attack known as the Bloody Ball, his entire family was killed by demons. They had to use a key to lock them all inside the home, and then they never came back. Kind of odd to come up with a cool name for your own family's tragedy, but hey, you know, whatever helps you cope, right? Dante and Frank then head further into the home while Lady and Lily are right behind them. Lady then has to go through the same side streets and fight Navan again, then has to go through the family home just as Dante did, all to find a book that talks about an ancient fortress. This utter waste of time makes zero sense anyway because they then head back to the guild and wait for Dante's return. Frank and Dante then get to the sacred altar and just... You gotta see this.
Hey, Cockroach! You and your snake friend have nowhere to run. Time for us to settle this once and for all. Vergil!
Absolute cinema. As you can tell, coherence is a privilege, not a right in this case. The entire story is completely nonsensical, filled with lore just made up 2 seconds ago, and a story that seems to be just going through the motions and figuring out stuff as it goes. Going through the same locations for nothing more than to find X person or Y item was exhausting, and the characters are incredibly forgettable. The game continued to use bosses from past games and even similar ideas from those games, like Cerberus continuing to guard yet another gate. This, on top of basic terms like guild or artifact or sanctuary, implied that the originality here was nowhere to be found. Most cutscenes are also just silent, with only a few motions to convey movement. Lady's entire section of the story was utterly pointless. The game has you spend the entire time chasing down Plutone only to have the final boss be a demon you just met, and then end the game on a cliffhanger. But would you believe me if I told you that there is actually more? Post-release content for Peak of Combat saw at the time of this recording 19 different side missions which expand upon the story of the game. Nonsense is the theme of Peak of Combat, and this is further exacerbated in these missions. The 19 missions include various members of the cast and provide no cohesion between them. Many of them start in a new area talking with someone new, even though the previous chapter likely ended in a completely different arena. Context is usually missing here, and the game does little to explain what's going on. You will frequently swap between Dante's 3rd and 5th game iterations, and you're just forced to go along with that. And characters are frequently introduced at random with no context. The reason this exists is all because of the game's plot, the post-game story setting up some timeline shenanigans. This all centers around an artifact in Matilda which is said to manipulate time itself. So the cast are all from different times in the timeline, being drawn together by one demon's selfish goals. DmC 3 Dante is shown with Lily and Lady again as they continue to do more work for the guild. But Lily and Dante are soon sucked into a portal and taken into a place between timelines. That's when Lily meets with DmC 5 Dante, who is also pulled into this. Trying to wrap your head around any of this quickly turns into a headache. This is further hampered by the main game's issues, which were incomprehensible cutscenes, little dialogue, and every chapter being a long goose chase that goes nowhere. Take Mission 6. It stars Trish, who is at a bar when a woman named May asks for her aid. Throughout the story, she watches Trish kill various demons before asking about her demonhood. It's revealed at the end that May was Medea, the demon that Plutone summoned back in the main game. But of course, no characters die in this tale, so she'll reappear in future stories. May will eventually return to the original timeline and head back to Sanctuary to meet with Lady. Lady's been trying to find Dante and Lily ever since they left through that portal. May needs Lady to escort her to the Guardian family castle though, because there are some ancient records about demons protecting humans. May asks about the nature of second chances and if people should be given them. Because she used to be a protector of the people before she became a demon, and it seems like she wants to return to that lifestyle. Although directly after this, May ends up leading Vergil down a path of power only to fight him at the end. Not that we ever know what happens anyway, because as soon as they square up, the side mission ends and this is never talked about again. Either way, I hope you could see just how confusing this can get. The side missions seem explicitly designed to kick the can further down the line, never concluding on anything, as otherwise they would have no story to tell, as if this wasn't already a story not worth telling. Even if we were to give it a fair chance, this style of storytelling just does not work in the slightest. These missions being played out of order make it hard to piece together what's going on, and so like the main story, it's really just in your best interest to let the game take you for a ride. Peak of Combat though does eventually remember that it does need to tell an actual story here, not just throw random characters in random places, so starting with Mission 13, we get to see the seeds of something tangible. Vergil is once more on a quest for power. He is guided to a place of power by a woman named Christine. But that's when Vergil runs into Dante. As they often do, Vergil squares off with his brother, but as he's powered up, he defeats Dante no problem. Except Dante's defeat allows him to tap into his Sin Devil Trigger form. Of course, as you do, you don't explain anything and just skip ahead, and now Dante's talking to some wise old man. He's trying to find Vergil, and the old man guides him towards his brother. The two then fight again, but are stopped by a demon named Hellfilth. This Hellfilth is the main antagonist of the side content. It's been taking the cast from various dimensions in an attempt to procure their power, I assume. After fighting through with Vergil, the stage is set for the final battle to end it all, as not only are they finally throwing down with the big bad, but Devil May Cry 3 Lady, Devil May Cry 4 Trish and Nero, and V all show up. As expected though, Peak of Combat delays its story further by not killing off Hellfilth. She simply runs away as the cast is sent off into their own timelines. Dante is sent into a different dimension and forced to live through his time in DmC 3. Temin Negru opens up, and so it's back up the tower. The second boss of the chapter is Vergil, but this is DmC 3 Vergil versus Sin Devil Trigger Dante, so this is like a hydrogen bomb versus a coughing baby situation here. Except Dante activates his Sin Devil Trigger only to then ride the Cavalier bike down Temin Negru. What a waste of an ult. The side mission will also recreate the old scene from the third game, except I was reminded about Itsuno's desire to design Lady like a high schooler, which makes this rather uncomfortable to watch. The whiplash I experienced following this scene was astounding, because Dante tells Lady that she doesn't need to kill her father, even though he gave himself to the demons. Pardon? He's the only reason we're in this conflict. What do you mean she doesn't have to kill him? I guess this is a reference to the fact that her revenge against Arkham never healed her, but it does sound like he's just telling her to spare him.
Before, I'd give you a list. Now, just doing what the other me never did.
What did younger you not do exactly? You helped Lady kill her father, and she helped you recognize your reason and purpose in all this. Seems pretty clean to me. Not that any of this matters anyway, because the side story ends here and is never brought up again. So even though it sounded like Dante was going to rewrite these hypothetical wrongs and possibly kill or maybe not kill Arkham, Hellfilth drags him through the portal and we never hear about this again. After threatening to kill him yet again, Dante is then saved by Devil May Cry 5's Nero. Apparently he was fixing up the van but then was transported here and is now trying to find his way out.
Time like aura, it's in the air. Maybe I'll find something nice for Kyrie.
No. You pronounced it wrong this time, not me. Kyrie? What is she, a guard for the Mavericks? Come on.
Nice. Let's see what Nico makes out of this. Still, no gift for Kyrie yet.
Okay, well, at least you got it right the second time. And to be fair, I've been doing the same thing with Mundus and Mundus because I keep forgetting which timeline uses that pronunciation, so touche, I guess. This is where the main narrative, though, comes to an end, at least in regards to this whole Hellfilth timeline thing. The final side mission currently available is Ashen Coronation, starring Limitless Power Vergil. This might actually be the best chapter in the game. The game says that after Vergil fought Dante at Temin Negru, he descended into the underworld. Firstly, incorrect. This is Devil May Cry 5 Vergil. The fight at Temin Negru is his younger version, but sure. He's here for more power, but this land he's in is made for fighting. Basically, a High Demon Lord, which is a title not used in series canon, was put down here and has been trying to escape ever since. It lures in warriors with promises of power, hoping to absorb their power and escape. All the warriors so far, though, have been insufficient, so when a son of Sparta appears, this Demon Lord is rather eager to consume him. The Demon Lord offers Vergil a chance to become the very essence of power. He just needs to give up his humanity. Thing is, Vergil declines, saying that this is not worth the price of power. In a way, this serves as a look into a post-Devil May Cry 5 Vergil who saw what sacrificing his humanity had led to, and now searches for power so that he can wield it with purpose. So minus the fact that it's in such a stupid game, the plot is actually quite interesting in how it portrays this Vergil. But of course, it's surrounded by everything we've talked about today, and so while this chapter does lots of the heavy lifting, it still wasn't enough for a passing grade. However, with it being the newest chapter to be released, it's possible that the quality will only continue to get better as we press further on, although I admittedly have my doubts. Obviously, Devil May Cry Pika Combat is not a good game. I don't think that should really come as a surprise, to be honest. The story is awful, and the gameplay was stripped away in favor of a gacha system that removes all the depths of the characters in favor of money. And I think I'm actually more offended not by the system, but the fact that the pivot didn't even work. Like, if you're going to take me for a ride, at least wine and dine me first, you know? The website Gacha Revenue provides interested parties broad estimates on monthly revenue generated from games of this genre. According to its reports, Peak of Combat has made anywhere from $90,000 to $120,000 a month. While this is nothing to scoff at, it's ranked 146 on this website. Devil May Cry 5 alone may have also earned Capcom more revenue than this game, even if we take into account sales since Peak of Combat's release. So it's pretty clear that Peak of Combat is not some big budget hit, likely sustained by a few whales who drop thousands on the game daily. And that's a shame, because the original game's combat system looked good, and even this game had some fun combat from time to time. Flowing from character to character to achieve an S rank is quite fun, or at least a novel concept. And obviously this is so they can make more money, but I also love the sheer variety of skins in this game. It's something that Devil May Cry 5 actually lacked quite a bit compared to previous entries. But that's only just a small part of this game, a game that is all about funneling money from your wallet to theirs. All in all, it is a disappointment, and likely a pricey one if you invest in the game enough. But as Limp Bizkit once said, it's best to keep on rolling, baby. Unfortunately, the disappointments will continue to keep rolling on in. At least this one wasn't as expensive, though. The Devil May Cry Netflix show is the brainchild of one Adni Shankar, as well as Studio Mir, who helped produce it. It seems high-quality animation is forever cursed within this IP, as just like the anime from 2007, the Netflix show of 2025 was just as divisive, even more so upon the release of the second season a few weeks ago. Unlike the anime, which stays within canon, the Netflix adaptation is just that. An adaptation. It's an amalgamation of previous Devil May Cry games with characters and events across the spectrum popping up all over the place. By the start of the first episode, Dante is already taking demon jobs, but we don't actually see the Devil May Cry shop, so this is pre-DmC 3 Tony Redgrave era Dante. But he meets Lady within the first few episodes, and, more shockingly, Vergil was already captured by Mundus, now going as Nilo Angelo. So it's clear that the show is taking inspiration from the whole series. And like the reboot, is mainly using the DmC mythos to tell its own tale, and this one takes far more creative liberties than the other. Just about everything that makes up the core narrative is present. Dante and Vergil, house burning, Sparta defeating Mundus, sealing the realms, all that stuff. But there are plenty of deviations. Here's the sitch. The main villain of Season 1 is the White Rabbit, only featured in the Devil May Cry 3 manga. We don't know much about the being's backstory or purpose, so the show takes the opportunity to make one up, but in a way that fits its own narrative. Netflix Devil May Cry, like the reboot, is quite political. The very first scene has a Republican news host blaming an attack that occurred in the Vatican City on the Democratic Party. The show then tries to make a commentary on American patriotism, religious zealotry, and xenophobia, while using DmC as a backdrop. To explain further, the White Rabbit is actually a young foster kid. He had a rough upbringing in life, but found solace in the Alice in Wonderland book he carried. One day a portal opened up in an alley. Recalling the tale of the rabbit in Wonderland, he stepped inside. This portal led him to the demon world, although the show calls it Makai. The show tries to humanize demons by making the word demon more of an insulting term. Technically, inside the realms of the show, the realm of hell or the demon world as we know it is called Makai, and the demons are called Makaians. The world of Makai is harsh, the air is not breathable, and many Makaians are used as slaves or servants to stronger Makaians. Those who can't fight are often found hiding in small villages away from the eyes of its ruler Mundus. The boy was taken in by some Makaians and he became one of them. Eventually, as he grew older, he opened the portal again and offered to take them to Earth. No longer under threat by Mundus, the Makaians experienced peace and breathable air for the first time. But peace did not last long. The US government has been aware of Makai for quite a while. They created a force called Darkcom, a group Lady is a part of. She was recruited by Vice President Baines, claiming that God brought her to him, and that it's God's will to exterminate demons from this world. Having seen the terror of demons firsthand thanks to Arkham, she joined Darkcom when she got older and became a high-ranking member. They would seek out and exterminate any Makaians who came to Earth. Eventually, Lady and the boy met and Darkcom killed them all, except the boy survived. He then vowed revenge against Earth. He then healed his wounds, stitched the White Rabbit mask to himself as a callback to Alice, and then decided from then on that the people of Earth deserve nothing but death. So, yeah. Little different, right? The show highlights the xenophobia seen between those of each realm, as Darkham sees the people of Makai as nothing more than demons. The show continues to highlight the need for peace and the hubris of these attacks, by saying that Makaians and humans, or as they call them in the show, sapiens, are beings with similar DNA, thus meaning that they share a common ancestor. It's obviously a huge departure from the series canon. Probably the only other time we saw something else highlight that demons are much grayer than initially thought is with Bradley in the anime. Game-wise though, the demons have always been who they are. I don't actually think it's a bad plot though. It definitely doesn't make sense in terms of the games, but for this adaptation I can't say I'm against the idea. The rest of the season's elements then come in the form of Darkham and the Vice President. He plans to start a holy war against Makai, once again using God's will as his reason. And as the US is the only country featured in the show at all, it's assumed that this is also a commentary on the US and how it conducts its wars. Honestly, the White Rabbit isn't really a bad villain, and I actually kind of like this new expansion on Makai, as the White Rabbit goes from peace and safety for his people to using crimes against his people to justify his own. Within one of the homes that he owns, there are Makaians being experimented on, and they're also forced to follow his orders, otherwise they'd be left wandering Earth alone. So he's using his people's plights for his own benefit. Quite different from his initial purpose, but the slaughtering of his people drove him to this conclusion. To achieve his ultimate goal of reopening the realms, the White Rabbit requires the blood of both the brothers, the Force Edge, and the Amulet, as those last two make the Sword of Sparta. Dante is of course puzzled then when the rabbit opens the realm because he would need Vergil's blood for that, and as far as Dante knew, he was dead. And that's when it clicks that his recollection of that night may not be as concrete as he thought. But that is just one side of the story, and arguably the better one. Going up against the White Rabbit is naturally Dante, and the main character, Lady. Lady's backstory is pretty similar. Something the show will do frequently is highlight lesser known or forgotten characters and events. They do this through the White Rabbit, but also Lady's backstory, as we actually get to see the ritual that created Jester. Arkham has been researching the existence of demons for a long time, and when a demon attacked his family in the subway, he was all but convinced that demons were real. He was obsessed with obtaining this power and this willingness to defeat the darkness. This ended up causing the death of Kalina Ann, as Arkham morphed into Jester and ate her right in front of Lady. However, this did not create the Lady we know. She actually goes by Mary for the first season. The Lady moniker only comes in Season 2 thanks to Dante, but that's because she likes him, not because of Arkham. In fact, the ending of Season 2 seems to be setting up that conflict between Lady and Arkham, so this is something the show doesn't even touch upon yet. They also made the odd choice of giving Kalina Ann heterochromia and not Arkham, removing that unique part of her backstory and how she can never remove her father's identity from her eyes. But seeing as the show also changed Lady's part of her name, it's likely not going to matter anyway. Jester, for his part, later becomes a double agent for the US government as he infiltrates Mundus' court and feeds info back to Earth. Meanwhile, Lady would go on to be recruited by Darkham. Personality-wise, Lady also swears a lot. They toned it down for Season 2, possibly due to criticism, but it is quite noticeable and very different compared to her other incarnation. Everything else about Lady, though, is solid. Her past haunts her, which not only affects her current mental state, but should set up a fairly good conflict with Arkham later. She's also incredibly resourceful. Her fighting style is reminiscent of the kind seen in-game. Lady was always armed to the teeth, carrying anything she could. I mean, her skirt was quite literally just ammo pouches for her guns. Lady in the show fights the same exact way. Darkham has a lot of anti-demon tech, like anti-demon bullets and other stuff like that, and she uses it all. Pistols, machine guns, her iconic rocket launcher, grenades, grapple hooks, telekinesis, thrusters on her boots. I could go on. The show really does stay true to her fighting style, as any fights that she gets in were usually good. And that's a good thing because she gets in a lot of them. I said Lady was the main character mostly in jest, but not completely. Dante not only fights less demons than Lady, they aren't nearly as flashy as her fights, and Dante usually loses. Dante has lost more fights in this one show than the entire series. He is the noob Cybot of this universe. Actually, add Vergil to that list too. Dumb and Dumber here get absolutely whooped in almost every single fight. Dante is outsmarted by Lady numerous times in the same fight and gets captured by her. He loses in a fight between Agni and Rudra, only kills Agni because he partially transformed, but Dante can't even control his devil trigger like in the games. Even after fully transforming though, he almost lost to Rudra had it not been for Lady and her anti-demon bullets. He later struggles against Cavalier Angelo and only kills it through a loophole with the portal closing on its body. He'll also almost lose to the White Rabbit had it not been for Lady and her demon bullets again. Season 2 ain't much different. Lady betrays Dante and is captured. Vergil almost loses to the US Army. Vergil then actually loses to Arius, loses to him again, Dante loses to Arius and his Kai's secretaries even in his full Devil Trigger form and is then later captured and tortured by him. Dante loses to Argosax, Vergil can't make a dent in him either, and even when they're both fully powered up in their Devil Trigger forms, the only way they killed Argosax in this show was by simply pushing him into the demon world and having Daddy Mundus kill him instead. I'm not even cherry picking this, by the way, this is just like a majority of the show's fights. Dante and Vergil fight with the same amount of skill seen in a new Devil May Cry player if you handed them the controller and put them on Dante Must Die difficulty. They genuinely suck. The games established that Dante even in his younger years was tough, that no demon could ever stand in his way. The only person ever able to give him a run for his money was Vergil in all the forms he came in. Dante should not be struggling with Agni and Rudra.
No talking.
Fortunately, Season 2 does a lot better of a job in doing justice to certain characters. Unfortunately, its deviations are much more pronounced. Now that Baines has control of the portal technology which he stole from the White Rabbit after its death, the first thing he does is start his Holy War. Hundreds of troops and thousands of bombs are dropped on the people of Makai. Immediately following this, the show's greatest character, and I'm genuinely serious about this one, Arius, still the owner of Ouroboros and also the creator of Darkcom, established a detention facility that imprisoned and experimented on Makaians. There is so much more love given to Devil May Cry 2 in just this one season than anything Capcom has ever done. Argosax is the main villain of the second season. It's explained that Argosax is chaos incarnate. Long ago, Makaian and Sapiens used to live together in harmony, but Argosax killed them all and pretty much destroyed the world. His chaos caused extreme problems for Makai, so much so that Mundus, who was one of his disciples, had to betray him. Mundus would then rule as the Demon King and sought to conquer Earth alongside his fellow demons, including Sparta. Argosax, though, could not be defeated. Arius has learned to be incredibly old. His father was a drunk and a terrible parent. When Arius snapped and killed him, the feelings of chaos and carnage he had in him led Argosax call out to him. Arius then became his servant, whose sole focus was collecting the 4 Arcana, just like in the game. The plan took a very long time. 672 years, in fact, as Argosax will continually revive Arius in new bodies every time he died. He plans to use these Arcanas to resummon Argosax so he can return and rule over Makai like he used to before Mundus killed him. The symbol of Argosax's people was the Ouroboros snake, and that's where Arius got the name from. So everything he's done for the past 6 centuries has been about finding these Arcana and bringing back his god. Arius is a genuinely great villain in this show. Rather than make him an evil wizard man who cackles in an evil villain laugh that he will rule the world, this Arius is much calmer and more confident. Helped by the fact that his voice actor Graham McTavish does a ton of the heavy lifting here. His voice closely matches that of his role as Khan from the Metro games, and I think that is a perfect fit for Arius. I also think I enjoy this motivation better than the games, but that's also due in part to how much Arius plays a role in this story. He has leverage over most corporations, news media, and the president. He is the most powerful man in the world, sort of like Mundus was in the reboot. That makes him much more compelling to me than anything Devil May Cry even tried to cook up. The only unfortunate part is that all of this was carried over from Devil May Cry 2, and yet Lucia still makes no appearance. She was seen in the first episode as a cameo but then never shows up again, despite the fact that her clone sisters appear quite frequently. Dante also meets a kind of wise old man who not only knows of Dante's past but also Sparta, except it's a guy named Lucan and not Mathieu. So it's incredibly puzzling why some of the game's events were left unused despite how willing the show was to use that game for inspiration. What the story changes the most though, not just in this season but the entire show so far, is the characterization of Vergil. As it's told, the house of the boys burn when demons attack. However, Vergil was knocked unconscious and taken into Makai. Because of his regenerative abilities, he was burned alive, revived, and then burned again. Playing the savior, Mundus rescued the young Vergil and convinced him that worshippers of Argosax were to blame, not him. He further said that Sparta was a good man and his right-hand man, a friend that he respected, as he had hoped that Vergil would be his successor. From childhood, Mundus would then train Vergil, bestowing upon him the Yamato, saying that it's his father's and now his by birthright. He was also able to get Vergil to see the Sapiens as weak, a similar setup in Devil May Cry 3, where Vergil associates more with his demon side, as this Vergil calls himself a Makaian. Vergil also believed his mother was weak, that her frailty as a human held them back, and that her kindness is what got her killed. Nilo Angelo also makes an appearance in the show as well, but it's considered the Makaian form of Vergil, a form that he can change into when he wants to. The rest of Vergil's arc is all about these obvious lies from Mundus. Dante is trying to get him to understand the truth. Arius wants him to do the same, but only because he wants Vergil to join him, since they have a common enemy in Mundus. I can understand the willingness to do something different, but even then, just as a creative writing decision, this is certainly a choice. I actually think I like Reboot Vergil more than the shows. Hilariously, while Vergil does come around by the end about the story of Mundus, it's in a way that's almost like the reboot. After Argosax and Arius are killed by Mundus, Dante and Vergil are forced to a confrontation with each other. Vergil eventually learns the truth of his life because of Arius and knows what Mundus really did. But he still holds a grudge, not as a servant of Mundus, but as a Machian. He wants to help those of Makai, so he challenges Mundus just like the games, but he does so that he can kill Mundus and rule over Makai, setting up the plot that the reboot was likely going to head towards with that DLC. Or perhaps Mundus will win and we get the Devil May Cry 1 plot of Nilo Angelo somehow. All while Dante is sent back into the human world with the necklace. Vergil carries the Force Edge with him, and so they've split these two artifacts, leaving anyone unable to change it into the Sword of Sparta. This then creates a small amount of peace for the people of Earth. But for Lady, it's about to get real, as she's now decided to go after her father, setting up that part of Devil May Cry 3. Now there are, obviously, a lot more things going on with this show. I could talk about how they mess up the jackpot scene with Argosax, or how Dante and Lady bone halfway through the season, or how the brothers call themselves not the Sons of Sparta, but the Sons of Ava. As dumb as all of this sounds though, these events do actually kind of make sense in the show's canon. A common argument I've seen in favor of the show is that because it's not canon, or that the show is doing its own thing, people should not be harsh about these changes. It made me reflect a little on my feelings regarding this and adaptations in general, and it's honestly not something I can really come to an answer on. I think part of this stems from my love for the original content. Yes, Reboot Dante is not as interesting or cool as the original Dante, but does that stem from the fact that I just don't think Reboot Dante is cool, or because he's not this Dante? It's a conversation that I think can be applied to remakes these days. Do you prefer ones like the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake that are shot for shot the same game but prettier, or something like Final Fantasy VII, which is taking significant creative liberties? This conflict is why I've tried to be fair to the show. Dante and Lady getting together makes no sense when talking about their in-game versions. Even Morrison says so in a note in Devil May Cry 5, that their relationship is not romantic love, but one born from a shared grief. Netflix's Dante and Lady, though, have gone through thick and thin. Their repeated fights and their conflicts have brought each other into their space and have sparked a romance. Because this Lady hasn't killed Arkham yet, and this Dante isn't as laid back as the other. Lady made Dante reconsider his actions, and thus that changes their dynamic. This Lady hasn't, which is why for these two specifically, this romance does feel natural. Dante and Vergil's conflict in the show is centered around their mother because Sparta was pretty much out of the picture. Being a son of Sparta carries with it an inherent level of prestige and hatred because of Sparta's legacy. The two also have opposing views in regards to their demon heritage. That's why they're considered the Sons of Sparta. The Netflix adaptation doesn't have this demon versus human conflict yet. It's centered around Ava because Vergil believes she was weak, helpless, and only ever protected Dante while he was forced to earn his power. So because Ava is the focal point for the brothers' conflict, that's why they announce themselves as the Sons of Ava. You see what I mean? In the context of the show, these elements work, so I have no problem with it. However, the other part of me also believes that when it comes to adapting something, you need to at least respect the material. Maybe not all of it, it is still an adaptation after all, but I feel like there are also certain ground rules that should be kept in place. And to me, just like how a Dante and a Vergil must exist in anything Devil May Cry related, their shared hatred for Mundus because of what he did to their family should be a part of that too. So Vergil's arc just does not jive with me. It works within the bounds of the story they're telling, but I just personally dislike the decision to make Vergil do this, because I think it breaks that ground rule of Mundus being the common enemy. But ultimately, this question does lie at the feet of you, the viewer. Can you separate the two works and acknowledge that they are just two different ideas, or can you not because you associate them with these same characters and events from the games? And so to you, it's not an interpretation, but a mischaracterization. Judging by the community, I would say most agree with the latter. It's why the show has received so much mixed reception among fans despite the positive reviews from critics. Now of course, the reboot did do something similar with its deviations. However, that game sort of has an olive branch in the fact that it's so different, you know it's not really riffing on the game anymore. Trish, Lady, and Nero don't even appear. Ava is an angel, Dante and Vergil look different, and their personalities are completely different. While you could certainly dislike the reboot's take on the Devil May Cry identity, it's so different that it can be viewed as its own thing. The Netflix show is trying to have its cake and eat it too. The show is an adaptation like the reboot, but it uses the same characters from the original timeline, and so audiences are more prone to disliking these character assassinations because many fans see this Dante or this Vergil and both want and expect them to be the ones they remember playing as. As you can see, in the year 2026, Devil May Cry is in a rather precarious spot. Most of the games have been widely praised for both their story and gameplay, but fans are itching for something more, and the current content carrying the torch should probably just let it die out, lest it ruin the franchise's reputation more. But none of that can hold back what was already made. Devil May Cry 3 and 5 rank as my two favorites in the franchise, with 4 and 1 not too far behind. Devil May Cry 3 and 5 perfectly encapsulate the storytelling strengths and the themes of Devil May Cry in a way no other game has done. Devil May Cry 3's exploration of Lady as well as the brothers' feud, along with 5's dissection of Vergil, are its best aspects. Devil May Cry 1 and 4's usage of these themes may not be as profound as the others, but just because you're second doesn't mean you're a loser. 4's edition of Nero and Kyrie's relationship was a joy to watch unfold, and Trish's backstory and her connection to the idea of Devil May Cry made it fit nicely with the rest of the games, despite how divorced much of that game is compared to its later iterations. DmC 2 and the Reboot fail in enough ways that it stops me from really enjoying them, but 2's atmosphere and Reboot's gameplay are at least worth mentioning. And frankly, with there being so many games and so much content within them, it's enough to keep you waiting for that Devil May Cry 6. In fact, the wait for new content could come to an end very soon. A recent rumor suggests that Devil May Cry 5 may be getting a Switch 2 port. Like other titles that have made their way to the console, they usually come with some exclusive content. The series has already expressed this through Devil May Cry 3's port, which not only offers a freestyle mode, allowing Dante to switch stances on the fly, which wasn't available until the 4th game, but even local co-op in the Bloody Palace. And in just a couple of days of PlayStation State of Play, Summer Games Fest and Xbox Showcase will announce new titles, so we could see a DmC reveal of some kind there too. And so with all these options laid out in front of us, are we really about to see another Devil May Cry in the future? I hope so, otherwise it would certainly be quite the sad fate for such a beloved series. So sad even a Devil May Cry. Thanks for watching. Thank you all for watching today, and I hope you enjoyed. I really wanted to take my time with this one and get a bit more creative with it, and I think it came out alright. As always, like the video if you enjoy and subscribe if you're new. Thank you to my returning viewers for coming back to another video, and to the patrons who continue to support the work I do here. Take care everyone. Goodbye.